What's up, everybody? My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. We're here to bring you guys the endurance edition of eRacing GP round number 3. This time, we're going to be taking to the streets of the Circuit of the Americas. It's going to be on ACC. It's going to be, what, 4 hours of just straight driving
Yeah,
going
four
on
hours,
here?
4 hours around COTA, and again, it's a circuit that has split opinions among the drivers because,
Mm.
uh, in itself, it is actually a good Grand Prix circuit if you're in a Formula One car, but somehow in a GT car, it's a mixed bag because that first turn, for example, if you drove here before, has a nasty little bump on the way to turn number one. So I'm gonna see a very chaotic start, especially the way the cars are gonna fan out. The rest of the circuit, it's all about trying not to get the corner cars. As you can see, here's the calendar for this particular season. We're already done with round 1 and 2. Round 3 right now, 420 blaze it here in
Yay.
COTA. As you can see, there we go. We fade in as previous round winners are there. Legion Racers, Java Sims Esports, and Paki Racing Team B. So that's the first win for them. 5.513 kilometers anti-clockwise, 20 corners here, and again, it has built up a reputation for being a bit of a snoozer. Apart from a couple of races like 2015 where Hamilton and Rosberg went at it, but can't wait to see how the cars go because we had sprint edition before these cars. It was actually quite well, but again, endurance is a different ball game.
I know, right? And I'm especially going to be interested to see how these drivers going to try to tackle this track. I've had tried to practice a bit of this in ACC itself, and no joke, the first turn itself, super blind as you approach it. So it'll be so tricky. It would be so tricky, especially for these guys doing qualifying. So I'm really interested to see how it will shake up.
Indeed, and think so. Speaking of shakeups, this is what we've had in the last few seasons. In
Mm.
fact, all the way to 2020. So this is the 5th year that we've been running this, and you can see the 4 different years, 4 different champions from all manner of countries around the Asia Pacific region. There you can see Stratos, JMX Phantom, the Amigos guys who came in late, and Laundry House. Here are the current championship leaders: Pro and Pro Am and Am. JMX Phantom once again leading the way, so they mean business here. They want to actually reclaim the title. Java Sim in Pro Am, and of course another team there, Psychopath. So all Indonesians there in the top 3 classes. As Victor, here's the standings.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, again, just to let you guys know at home as well, the reason why we have half points is because we had some rounds of this where it didn't go the full race distance, so half points were awarded for that particular round. But nevertheless, the nations have been showing up massively in the endurance edition so far. I mean, leading in like practically all 3 of those categories as we saw from pro to pro am and amateur. So as as far as this third round goes, I think everyone's kind of like becoming a little bit more settled into the season itself. And given that the distance is not too far from some of these teams here, I think like every single round is going to be extremely competitive coming into this.
Absolutely, and here's the upshot for certain teams that actually have come into this one. You can see the points there. Not all, everyone have not scored a full race win, so you can see half points in both races. A team that comes in now, if they take the full glut of the points and a fastest lap, they can actually be in the contention for the championship already. So that's why the half points in the first couple of races may be detrimental to some, but for new teams, it's an opportunity to actually get on the right foot almost immediately.
Exactly. So again, with things not being too far off when it comes to points, it just means that everything is up for grabs here. You know, every single point is going to be very important here for every team, and just taking wins in these kind of different editions is so hard to do. You know, kind of like I appreciate how difficult or how different these endurance editions are compared to sprint races. With endurance racing, is always about consistency. It's always about being able to play the long game rather than trying to get the short-term gains, right?
Indeed. And of course, the fact that, especially in a 4-hour race, you do not want to actually blow your race that early.
Exactly.
If you get into an unnecessary collision, or in some cases, some drivers literally go for the nuclear option and just whack somebody out through turn number 1. So again, playing the long game, you really got to think about it. And then you also play the long game in the championship. You know that full well now that the season actually is going all the way to November. You do not want to blow your chances of getting a good scoring position now and jeopardize what the end season. Plus, drop points are still on the cards.
And the other thing that I really love about endurance races is that it's always a team effort, right? It's never about one driver specifically, but it's always about how the team itself works together in order to try to get themselves in the best position, for these races, and also to actually play out the whole campaign over the season. And there's a lot of collaboration that has happened between them. Again, they have to share exactly the same car, so I expect a lot of discussions are being had, between rounds, just to figure out what would be the best kind of setup that can accommodate, the team, or exactly what the goals the team is trying to aim for in these specific rounds.
Absolutely. And again, talking about setup, it's an endurance race, so again, you share cars. You don't necessarily have the car set up to you, but if you can actually work a compromise with everybody else in that team, especially you have the fastest driver around, you can actually try to drive your way around. As you can see, Dylan Tan right now, we've been on board with him throughout the entire lap around COTA, and he's been using the out extremities of the circuit, which is interesting because he actually widens his entry through the corners. Let's see if that actually translates to lap time as he comes across the line now. That is a 2:04.4, not the fastest we've seen in practice, but very close so far to the optimal lap time, which is around 2:03s, but that would be one sick lap time if he could do so right now as he comes up to turn number 1 again. Looks as though he's the only one that has set a good marker here. As you can see, there's Dylan in the inset with the amount of trophies he's had and medals in the background with a Peugeot 9X8 Le Mans hypercar, but that car's been updated, of course, with a rear wang now.
Well, I mean, it's not like Lego is going to send him like a patch. It's like here's a new wing. Go ahead and put it on your model there.
A DLC.
A DLC. Oh my goodness.
IRL DLC. So yes, Dylan then making his way through the first sector now, and looks as though he is faster by nearly a 1/10 of a second here. So we'll wait and see how his lap is going to progress. As behind him in his immediate vicinity is Nabil Aslan. Now don't be confused, that's not the other Aslan that's racing, because he's in Japan IRL right now, testing out Supra. So we'll see whether or not he can make it back for the next one, which is a few months away anyway. There we go, there's Nabil Aslan repping Stratos with the nice use of green screen in the background. It's almost perfect. Except
Almost.
for the
It's a tiny little corner. I can still see a shelf of his.
Yes.
Right in the back.
And you can tell it's his room because this is not Nakeem's room where his camera is a bit on the side. But either way, he looks good for second place right now, or maybe third, because he's about 4/10s faster. But again, the lap times that Dylan has put up really is a quite daunting task, isn't it? It might just be a banker lap, but the banker lap is 7/10s faster than the teammate of his, Moreno Pratama, in the LRSN car.
I mean, here's the thing. The risk of just going all in that first lap itself means that right now you got a target that everyone's going to try to beat here. So, and again, as you mentioned, 204 is not exactly like the fastest we've seen all practice. So certainly someone in this field here can certainly try to challenge that. So I think for Dylan at least is to see whether how close he keep with that time, or can he improve it as the track continues to evolve. I mean, after all, we still got plenty of time left in this qualifying, which conversely means for everyone else, plenty of time for them to try to set some good and some. Yeah, there we go. For Dylan, that's going to be an improvement there.
Wow,
5/10s an improvement actually. So
amazing.
Wow, a lot of speed there. He's finding on the track, so he's certainly already getting himself into the flow here, ladies and gentlemen.
And just as I said it, the 203s was the target here, and he blew it out of the water completely with that lap time. Now, let's see what he can do here. No, in fact, he actually pulls up for another one. So let's see other drivers are on track. In fact, incidentally, behind him is the championship leaders in the pro category, Russell Reyes in JMX Phantom. There he is in the full decked out gear. You can see that there's a sequential gearbox by the looks of it, and a handbrake. So he's not going to use both of those in this particular instance, but you can tell this guy drives anything and everything under the sun.
It'll be so funny actually, if they actually use handbrakes in GT3s. It brings to mind in Formula 1, the McLaren, the 3 pedals,
yes.
the 2 brake pedals.
The 1998 one, yes.
Yeah, so can you imagine just having a handbrake that does that same function as that 3rd pedal? Ooh. Yeah, that'll be really interesting.
Oh, you have given some people ideas here to use a 3rd brake to just pitch the car in. And I'm looking at Kacha, who was our 3rd commentator today. He's actually laughing about that one. He probably has ideas to put in his project car after this. As Russell Reyes now negotiates the tricky the end of the second sector as we enter the 3rd. Looks as though he's got a bit of company in front with, looks like the Amigos car. Yes, indeed. I thought they were running the purple car, but they ran last year's livery that incidentally got them the championship out of nowhere, literally. But at least he's in good company. There's another fast guy, so at least he won't bog him as Tasby now runs that car. But they are miles behind, and we're using miles here because we're in the States. So they're about
Dang.
8/10 of a second behind here. That's a big gap they have to actually get back to Dylan.
I forgot to bring my scale calculator, so unfortunately I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly how many miles is going on here. But nevertheless, we're getting back on the main straight here. We're going to be seeing new times. Tasby puts up a time good enough for provisional second place now.
Ooh.
Like 30 milliseconds faster than Reyes in his fastest time there.
Yeah. And the fact that, look, Nabil, Tasby, and Russell are both, all three are within vicinity each other, but they know full well they can trust each other that they will give enough space so that they could set lap times here. But again, 7/10 of a second. What is Dylan eating actually? He has set the timing charts alight almost immediately. And that was, I think, okay, first was a banker lap, but second was an absolute stonking lap. So again, you just cannot fault with him how he is actually the SRO champion for the last season. So again, it's a tall order for some of these guys. As Tasby goes off, we're going to focus on some other teams as this is the leader in Pro-Am, Enzo Eisen, the Filipino driver driving for LOR Ascent. Well, really well clear of the second place car in Pro-Am. We thought Dylan was big, but this one is even bigger. It's about 9/10 actually from first to second in the Pro-Am category.
And that's the thing, it's very close these times actually. Like, granted, Dylan has put up a massive monster of a lap here for this qualifying session, but everyone else, like, are not too far off from each other in terms of the interval. So I'm expecting this race itself to be pretty dang close, especially for the top 10 guys here. But yeah, I mean, again, with Dylan already having put his team in such a good position to control the race here, everyone's going to be watching out for his pace later on when we actually get to the race start. So that, again, now it's just a matter to see how many of these other guys can try to work their way further up this leaderboard here. But with Tasby showing that there's still plenty of time to be found at the track here, I think it still is anyone's game to get into that top 5.
Indeed, and it's for the overall positions, of course. And the thing is, right, you see Enzo Eisen here on board. Look at how much he's working the wheel.
I know.
Really technical second sectors. A couple of drivers have actually triggered yellow flags because they stopped on track or they were not happy that laps. They come back in the pits. Look at how much he's working it. You can see the difference between him and Dylan, why he's 1.3 seconds behind, but he's somehow still ahead of Nabil Aslan. So I think the lack of practice for certain drivers may have been showing here as Enzo comes back into the pit lane. Now, just as we were still going to go wax lyric about him, let's see some other drivers out on track with the likes of a returning Sim Racing Lanka car, 999, leaders of the AM Championship at one point. They're back here, but they're back at it again at the front.
999 ninth place. I mean, that's yeah, that's coincidence, maybe not.
Coinky dink.
Coinky dinks indeed. Now we have him on the inset right now, just getting his tires warmed up a bit. I think he's getting ready to make another banker lap here. We still have 8 minutes left in his qualifying, so mind you, we still have plenty of time really for these drivers to get these setups, but that time does run out though, so a lot of these guys are looking to already get themselves a nice hot lap here just to see if they can stack up to the top 10 currently, who are, again, with the margins being this slim between all of the drivers here, you know, even just minor improvements on your own lap could potentially net you 2-3 positions, you know, just in one fell swoop.
Absolutely, especially you can look at that top 10. Yes, it's 2 seconds from first to 10th overall, but the differences between the cars outside of first place, as you said, is very close. So if you can actually nail a lap together by, say, 5/10, you could easily change your entire outlook here. As Muhammad Fazal Alim comes through to start his lap, he was warming out his tires a lot, and judging by the way that he's been doing it, he looks really comfy coming out of that final corner to start his lap now. I just want to point out that all the houses that we see from the Sri Lankan guys seem to look like the set of Duran Duran Saber Prayer, don't you think? Because it has that same big windows there, and the lighting's about the same. Maybe you can see Simon Le Bon come out of nowhere and start singing afterwards.
Yeah, probably like either the interior designer or the architects of these buildings are literally fans of Duran Duran. But anyways, looks like Fazul Alim is doing quite well so far in this sector here. A very tricky section, particularly because you have to have a very consistent rhythm in order to deal with each of these consecutive chicanes, right? nevertheless, like with Azul at the wheel here, he's trying to make sure that he stays ahead of the LOR Ascent AMG just behind him here, and he's also got the Ferrari in front of him, which will give him, I guess, a bit of a marker to show like how he is compared to some of the competition here. But frankly, given that he's already in the top 10, it's like any kind of interference like this can certainly mess you up very easily here.
Absolutely, and the fact that the guy in front is the Windows XP car that we talked about for the JPRT car, it helps that it's a fellow AM car, but again, it doesn't help that behind him is a pro car, and it's going to become a hindrance here because look at that, Moreno Pratama, he's a fast guy here. He's going to get his qualifying literally bogged. That's where he is right now. Oh, in fact, he's on his outlap, so okay.
Yeah.
Not to worry about right now, but Fazal Alim will have to worry the next lap when he crosses the line. Yes, and he actually read my mind there. Just gets out of the way. It wasn't a good lap anyway. But the JPRT car might need to focus on the next lap as well, because if he starts the next lap with Moreno behind, it's going to be a hindrance for him because he's going to look at his mirrors all the time thinking, should I actually give him by or should I just continue my lap?
Right, so that kind of decision making is what makes, I think, like these qualifying sessions a challenge for these drivers, because you have your decision as far as how you want to position, how you want to get yourself on the track here, determines a lot on whether you can get out there and actually put up your perfect lap. Now, unfortunately, we saw a bit of damage done to one of the signs in the track here, but nevertheless, these guys are going to be coming out strong here. 5 minutes still remaining in the qualifying session. I'm expecting these are going to be the flying laps here.
Yep, as the last 5 minutes of qualifying is always going to be the most frenetic because the track is at its grippiest. Temperature's just about right for qualifying, but if it was a couple of degrees lower, you might see some really big lap times falling. As Moreno's going to try to avoid that! Oh, that's very close. That is very, very close for him, but that's the sort of distraction he didn't want. And we can see on our little timing sector here, well, it's not little, it's quite a big screen on our side, but we're not going to really show that behind the scenes stuff. He actually lost 0.2 of a second from that little mistake, and he was gaining a bit at that time. Not the sort of distraction he wants, but at least there's clear track in front for miles in front of him.
Yeah, but the thing, it's like, it's not even his mistake, you know, it's like the guy just in front of him spinning out, but that's already enough to completely distract you as a driver, so very unfortunate. We'll see if he's going to be able to make up some time. He's already made up a bit of time, to be fair now, but then again, losing that 2/10 there, especially when it's not your fault, it's just got to be frustrating as a driver here. Nevertheless, in terms of the Delta, at least like he will still stay somewhat ahead of Ison's time here. So let's hope that he's going to be able to at least keep the rest of the sectors clean.
Indeed, and again, we saw that the track was clear in front. The only driver he has to worry about is car number 12. That's the BHO Racing of, I'm not sure, is it Brian or Brandon Ho, because they both have the exact same names. But I think it is Brandon because he normally starts the car for that particular team. And of course, the recent Toyota rookie program member. So congratulations to a few of those drivers. In fact, we have quite a few Toyota Malaysia drivers here. And if we could give a shout out to the Philippines, Indonesian, and Thai guys if they have their ones. So we're not sure about their programs, but if there's anybody here, they can feel free to give it in the comments of who qualified for their particular junior program. But for now, we're looking at Brandon Ho cross the line, and he actually peels off. So that's the end of his qualifying. He gives Moreno the clearance. Now Moreno has the license to grill here in Texas with clear track for miles ahead of him without any trouble whatsoever. So if he actually can't get a lap together, maybe he could just consign himself to at least a top 5 start and a good starting point for this 4-hour race.
I know, funny enough, you mentioned Texas. It is technically in Texas, but it's in Austin, which is the more liberal side. So I suppose the grill is going to be filled with veggie dogs more than actual
soy dogs.
Soy dogs.
Oh God! Yes. Well, we're gonna have to mention that one as well, especially given the fact that it's gun-toting country. So Texas is a bit of a dichotomy.
I especially love like the motto of the city itself. It's like keep Austin weird. It's basically what everyone says there, and literally Austin is one of the funnest places really to actually look around and visit. You know. So nevertheless, in this virtual version of Texas here, we still see like some people getting good times here. Alif has just put, Alif is now in the car that's currently sitting provisional second place, but Reyes is already getting some good Delta Pratama as well. So they've already bumped down Ison's car all the way down to 5th here. So Russell Reyes is still out on track, still trying to get a good lap here, it looks like. Taking those corners nice. It's very smooth line through that section as well. It can be very tricky, especially with all those curbs, like just going in and out, But you know when you just got maximum speed on the exit, you've done that part really, really well.
Yeah, but again, track limits is going to be quite an issue here. And I saw the practice race last night, the amount of drivers that got penalties for just crossing the lines a bit as Reyes comes across the line. I thought for a second he was a 10th up on his time, but it looks as though that was actually invalidated. No, in fact, it's not invalidated. It was actually not faster compared to his previous time. He still stays third, only just 400s behind. It's really annoying, isn't it, that the gap's very close. You can actually nail it together, but when it comes to the punch, it really becomes quite antsy as Pratama goes up to second place. Out of our sights, Moreno Pratama actually managed to get that lap in somehow and gets it up to P2 only just, and I say only because advisively how fast Dylan is, 5/10 under just 5/10 behind, so it's a Legion Racers 1-2. So Melvin Moe will be really a happy chappy with that one. That was a really good performance from both of his pro drivers. But again, it's no surprise that Pratama and Dylan can actually come up with the goods when it really matters here. So, you're looking at a few other drivers who might be setting the business here. It's Leaf. 8/10, 9/10. No, in fact, that might be an error with the timing because
might be its error. I was looking at that delta there. It's looking like he's trying his darnest here to beat Dylan Tan's time here. So let's see if that actually holds right now because, well, it's not over till it's over.
Well, I think it is over now because it is a red lap time.
Yeah, so it must have cut track limit somewhere.
Yeah.
The lap got cancelled. Well, that's a shame. It would have been kind of exciting actually to see if Ali could just somehow in the very last minute just pull off like an amazing pole time here, but seems like that might not be. Although Reyes currently still looking like close enough to his delta that maybe he could try to improve on his current fourth provincial placing here, but Pratama's time already putting him less than half a second to Dylan here. Seems like he's gonna be under he's gonna be the guy to beat right now.
Yeah, in fact, it's about 400s again between Reyes and Alif. So if Reyes can nail that final corner, but it looks as though the times are going to be very close. He runs it wide, and that's it.
No.
He was getting it very close, and unfortunately he went beyond the limit, and he goes into 4th place. Enzo Ison's back in pit lane. He's 5th overall, and that's your pole sitter for Pro-Am with the AM category led by Fazul Alim and Tehane Ranga in the Sim Racing Lanka cars. They come through the final sector. That's not going to be an improvement at all, but at least he's going to complete a lap too. No, in fact, he's not going to complete a lap. He's going to go back in the pit lane. A happy chappy pole position for them as well in their return to the Endurance Edition. But pole position, again, goes to the LR Racing car of Dylan Tan and Andika Rama Malana with an absolutely sensational lap in qualifying, 203.9. You'd think that 203s were somewhat impossible to actually achieve here, but in the hands of Dylan, anything's possible.
Yeah, and that was like even the first lap already that he did, the first flying one, he was already setting a 2:04, so he's already on the pace pretty much from the moment he left the pits, right? So, it's gonna be it's again perfect way in order to get yourself that control the race by getting yourself in that pole position. Now it's gonna be up to him and Andika now to try to see how they want to control the race from here. Still going to be a 4-hour long affair here, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to be in for quite the long haul. But judging from just the pacing I'm seeing from the drivers here, especially at the top, it seems like the gaps between them just so small that, you know, any slight difference it can get, especially in this in the first hour of this race here, could mean a lot, you know, by the time we get to the end.
Absolutely. And I think because we're in the wait time of the session, we might just go into a slight commercial break, but don't go anywhere. When we return, it's going to be straight away to the action in the 4 hours of COTA. Don't be going anywhere.
right, everybody, welcome back to eRacing GP Endurance Edition, round number 3. We just witnessed qualifying completed here for all of 30 odd drivers coming out here in the Circuit of the Americas, the virtual version, of course, in AC Competizione. Now, everyone's going to be lining up on the grid. We got a bit of time here for the drivers to get themselves settled in to get ready for the start, but this is going to be a very tight race here for sure because of how close the qualifying times were here. I'm expecting this first lap sparks are going to fly.
Yeah, but the guys up in front might have a clear run, especially in Pratama and Tan, where their cars are faster. So the guys in the midfield all the way to the back might find it a bit tricky, as we're going to run through just in time for the spotters guide to see what the cars look like where we were in qualifying. Just now we saw some glimpses of it, but we can actually run through it now, I think, with the whole, there we go, the cars that how they look like. So a couple of interesting additions to this one, including the likes of the number 6 car over there, the Infinity Racing team, with their custom custom number plates. But LOR Ascent, you can see there the usual drivers, usual suspects are fast here. Behind them, this is the likes of JMX Phantom, championship leaders, of course. We love to see how they perform here today, but qualifying hasn't been up to their best of standards. And shout out to the Ceylon Motorsports cars. There's plenty of them here today as well.
I love to see the Ceylonese coming in a lot here, and also especially loving like the increase in the amount of like variety of liveries that we've been seeing. I mean, as the interior edition has gone on, as well as the global edition as well, we've been seeing a lot of creativity being shown by different teams here. Especially like I especially love like the meme sort of liveries, like Mega Racing for one, the Windows XP with wallpaper colors. Like, just bring me all the fun liveries. This is what makes motorsports so fun for me. Look at that, we got a Food Panda one as well. Like, anyone looking to try to make a food delivery here in the middle of this 4-hour race, I mean, surely someone's gonna get hungry at some point, right?
Hashtag plug. And that would be the fastest delivery in the world.
Oh, for sure. I mean, come on, getting a delivery done in a GD3 race tune machine, that's certainly gonna be that's certainly instant delivery if I've ever seen one.
Yep. As now we come to the end of the Spotters Guide, we're gonna go back into the action here. As you can see, the cars are ready onto the grid. This is our Segway coming through, virtual Segway coming through the grid. Pole position, Dylan Time, Marie Pratamba, first and second for LOR. Third is Tazbay for the Amigos Racing Team car, and close to where his brother is in real life, because he's in Muncie, Indiana. So Texas and Indiana is somewhere close there, south and the Midwest, but who's counting the distance? And you can see, shout out there to the GSR car with the full Ferrari livery. And look, an enemy livery right there, so no free rin. That's
all the Itashas. I love all the Itashas, especially here. Just show me all your waifus, guys.
Well, we can show that on the left hand side there. Car. That is not safe for work. As further through the field, there's the Windows XP car for the JPRT, the Beagle car, and the championship leading 99 Psychopath racing car. It's somewhere in the midfield there. And of course there, the Maki Nishikino Itasha car. Again, lovely to see that there's a lot of people who are also into the enemy Itasha side of things. Going further behind, there's a big grid, of course, about 40 plus cars here. We have 64 registered, so can you imagine trying to fit there? But I think Spa will be a possibility because there's about, 70 pit boxes there, so we'll see what we can do there. And all the way to the back, there's the second Infinity cars, and right at the back is the 777 ERS Team Techno car. So I'm surprised they're all the way to the back, as we see the car that's just lifted off from the pad of the field to the car at the front is already in Sector 2. So that is how badly affected you are if you had a poor qualifying, or in this case, some drivers had quali bans. You're gonna start all the way right at the back.
It's just crazy to me seeing like our leader Dylan Tan already almost finishing the bends around here, and then people are still coming up the first turn, like at the end of the grid. This is a massive grid here that we have in this Endurance Edition. It's just crazy for me to think how much it's grown over like the course of its like lifetime here. So it's great to see that everyone is coming out here in full force, you know, not only to try to win it, but, you know, just bring the support here for our event. It's just great to see everyone right here racing for us live here. It's going to be such an honor, really, to witness this.
Certainly, and it'd be an honor to see good race as well, considering the front of the field is, well, you can safely say some of the coolest, operators in Asia. I want to say in the world, but they are the fastest in Asia. and the likes of Tan, Pratama, Alif, who's actually in stateside right now in Muncie, Indiana. So for him, it'll be a bit surreal to race over the states virtually, but also he's physically right there in his campus in Indiana. So again, shout out to Alif. He also saw the solar eclipse recently in Indianapolis.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
So that one was. It's rare to get totalities in certain places of the world, but he happened to be at the right place at the right time to see that one. We're not gonna get a solar eclipse in the game, but it's just a little bit of a fact drop there for him. Let's see then. Other drivers through the field. Ricky Satra is actually taking over from Enzo Eisen. He's gonna start the Pro-Am LRSN car. So I know Ricky can be very fast, but he's gonna have to run real hard here, especially with the likes of those 4 right in front of him being the best competitors in Asia. That's gonna be a tall order for him.
Yeah, I think especially doing these formation laps, I think that the drivers are already formulating in their mind what they want to try to do in the first lap itself, number one, and number two, like what their targets are for this first stint, really, for the team. And all of those things have to be managed throughout this race here. Again, with the timings being so close, the pace between these drivers must be extremely close as well, especially during the race here. So any sort of advantage you can get, especially early on, it's going to go a long way. Now the drivers will have to start to collapse together to form like the 2-row grid that we need for the rolling start here. We already see the front 4 cars already getting into their position, slowing down the grid entirely now, getting everybody lined up before they enter the final turn. You can still see cars lining up behind here while our leaders, Dylan Tan, Pratama on the right hand side, just going towards the lights here. It's still showing red here, was everyone just anticipating the start here of round number 3. We're here at the Circuit of the Americas. This is round 3 of the Endurance Edition here for eRacing GP. 42 drivers out on track here. It's going to be a 4-hour-long race as the drivers come across the line. It's go time now as we rush towards the first turn. Already Dylan Tan is taking a wide line here. He's feeling very confident of taking this line entirely, but we do have Pratama having a bit of a peek on the inside. Cannot quite find a way through as Dylan Tan still stays in the lead. Cars all piling behind here. A bit of a contact happening already in the first turn. We anticipated a bit of chaos, but it's looking like a massive bit of chaos actually, because some cars got caught up, especially at the back of the grid here. Now everyone else is now piling into the next set of turns here. These are the switchbacks coming in. We got Bailey Ryan already inside the pit, so some people have to unfortunately take a dive into the paddock right now to get those things sorted out. But for Dylan Tan, at least, he is looking very spry here, being in the lead of the entire pack as we enter the next sector.
Yeah, we were going to say boogity there because we're in the States. But we're not doing NASCARs, we're doing GTG racing. And look at that up in front. Pratama is actually still keeping up with him, so this is going to be a good race. But further behind there, the troubles already happened at that turn. And I did say earlier, when the cars fan out coming into there, you can go 4 wide even. And it was a potential choke point. That bump, especially coming out to turn number 1, is especially vicious. Looks as though it caught almost the entire field out towards the back. But luckily, though, the guys in front will manage to clear away, and we can still see them in action here. As a couple of drivers were in the pit lane. Prior to that was Chris Sung 878. So the Z Challenger car did not have the best of starts already. They were on the formation lap, but had to be sent to the pit lane. Apart from that, we're all good to go here. So there are some moves being made behind. That's the Ceylon Motorsports car, Team Black, by Duran Ebisekera. He's looking really punchy. And a brand new car as well. It used to be a McLaren, now it's a Ferrari. Attacking the back of Roy Riprip in the Veloce Ragazza car. That is actually for position overall 9 in class. But he wants to actually make hay while the sun shines, because Azay Mokhtar for the Pepega cars. Where did that come from? That is a really good run for the Pepega team to be up in the top 10 and 3rd in class, challenging the Paki Racing team car. That's basically a sister team car to them, because they have friends over that particular team. But Fresh has to be put aside here because we're in a big race. And across the line they go for the second time. There's a stream of cars here. Oh, there's a big jump! That was a big jump there for the Ramadan.
Yeah, some people just riding over the sausage curb a little bit too hard there. We got a bit of contact as well. We see in the background a couple of cars now trying to make a move on the first turn here. I see a BMW trying to move in on a Ferrari. The Ferrari goes a little bit wide, but still managed to keep the place just nice in front of the BMW, forcing the BMW now to fight against the Ferrari. This is Taufik Moyin right now, who's driving in the Ferrari here, trying to go run around the inside. Does take the BMW really nicely there. Already cleared him by the time they get into the chicane section. Brilliantly done here by Taufik Moyin.
well, wouldn't want to call it chicane. It's more towards S's, but it's like Meccans and Beckett's much slower though.
Oh yeah,
Take-
for sure.
Takes some cues from other circuits IRL, but in this case, it's flipped on the other side. There's Taufik and his trophy collection plus a hard hat. He does love to use his helmet quite well.
Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, the man like literally travels the world, you know, on the ship. So it's no surprise that he's seen a lot in his like entire career here. But nevertheless, every time he's on shore, you know, you will always find him in front of a sim rig somehow. But nevertheless, it's great to see that he's making a charge now, trying to make his way up towards the rest of the pro class here. Still got a lot of amateur and pro M class drivers to try to get through here, so it's still going to be quite a journey for him, I expect, in this first stint. In the meantime, Amirul Naim right now trying to keep on the inside here, trying to keep the Ferrari behind him away from danger here, while the BMW in front seems to have been slowing down quite a bit. We saw that BMW being caught up in the battle early on. It seems like they haven't really done him any favors here. A bit of a slide going off with the McLaren in front right now, the Apex 3D3 car. But nevertheless, it still managed to keep its track position for now, but certainly opened himself up for a possible attack coming in from the Ferrari in this lap.
Yeah, in fact, both are Ferraris, of course, with... no, that's a McLaren.
Yeah,
See, it gets a bit confusing.
I
When
know, right?
It's a midship, but it looks about the same. As up in front there, Abe Sakara has actually made a mistake somewhere. He's lost position to Moyen. Now he's going to become a cork in the bottle to... Reynaldo Wijaja, because Wijaja was the one that was struggling previously. As further behind, we have an accident for Rio Emanuel 777 Ferrari in the RST Technicar, and they changed cars previously. It was an Audi, now it's a Ferrari. Oh, it looks as though he might have been helped on the way there, but we'd have to mind that. We had to look up in front. Further in front here in P15, Reynaldo Wijaja goes to the inside of Abe Sakara. Abe Sakara goes around the outside, hangs onto it, and manages to keep position. But the more they fight, the more they're going to actually cause a lot of people to be bottled up behind. Speaking of being bottled up, that is someone who has actually released it completely and then some. That's Muhammad Azreen in the Borneo Ronin racing car. Spun right turn one, looks as though... Oh, that's a big one! Who is that? That was one of the RCR cars, and that's Andrew Plummer, the Australian, who got really flipped out of the air, so we definitely want to see a replay of that one, what happened to him. But it looks as though that car is being second rate right now. Let's see, we can go back 30 seconds here to see what happened to him.
Yeah, I think that was one thing in Windows XP cars is inexplicably slowing down on track and right on the straight. And we already had a battle happening between two cars behind him there, right? With the Porsche and the Ferrari just fighting out there. I see him blink just now. It could be network connection issue actually for that Windows XP car. So as a result, like now you can see he just completely disappeared, so he disconnected just at the pretty much the most unfortunate timing there for that battle. And it's we can see that he's still back on track right now, fallen quite far behind, but nevertheless disrupting that battle between the Ferrari and the Porsche. Now the Porsche nowhere to be found here. Andrew Plummer, you can see lots of damage in his front now. That's allowing the BMW to just take him up, and not just that, two more Ferraris also take his place here. This is terrible now for the stricken Ferrari.
Yeah, unfortunately for Andrew Plummer, he's plummeting through the field now with that damage. We didn't get to see the end of that, but I would hazard to guess he would have involved with the 777 Ferrari of Rio Emanuel. That actually was the cause of his big damage here, why Rio actually got spun around. We'll probably check out the protest as they come. But that JPRT car, the Windows XP car that we mentioned before, was the one that seems to be the instigator of the contact. His internet connection seems to be a little bit wonky, and that has actually become quite troublesome for other drivers. In this case, Plummer became collateral as well as Emmanuel. There's Emmanuel going through. Plummer's just, well, again, it's just a sad sight to see, isn't it? Through no fault of his own, he has actually plummeted through the field.
Yeah, at the moment, leader Dylan Tan continuing to build a good pace in front of Pratama now. 1.471 seconds now between the first and second place drivers here. So Dylan is already settled into a nice pace here in the opening minutes of this Endurance Edition. But in terms of the overall average pace here, it seems like 220 is going to be the time to try to get onto, sorry, no, that 220 is like the last lap there.
Well, I'm surprised we can see 120. In fact, our timing screen has probably gone a bit wonky here, but 220 is quite slow for the pace because we saw in qualifying what Dylan can do. 203s plus, we don't have safety cars here, so
right.
In fact, hopefully I wish that ACC implements safety car one day because it will create an extra layer of strategy in the pit stops as well. But looks as though pace up in front, we can hazard to guess might be around the 204s or 205s maybe. In fact, 205 for Pratama is his fast lap, 205.7. So he is slightly behind Dylan Tan by about, yes, 5 tenths of a second. So it's around the 205s that I mentioned earlier. But in the immediate vicinity, you can see that Reyes has actually pulled up a bit of a gap from the guy behind, which is Alif. So AR Muhammad Alif driving around midnight time here stateside. He is probably thinking about not going to bed right now. He's trying to get up to the back of the Filipino in the Indonesian car. But pace early doors, the Ferrari seem to be not as good compared to the Aston and the Mercedes.
With that kind of like 3 second gap there, maybe Alif is a little bit distracted trying to check his Uber Eats to see if his Starbucks is on the way. Well, maybe. I mean, again, with racing late night, I definitely need to load up on caffeine, that's for sure. But Reyes is already on the attack here, it looks like. I mean, closing that gap now to Pratama is already putting Pratama in a bit of an awkward position now because, again, he's not quite had the speed to keep up with Dylan here, but already facing attack from behind means that he already has to step up the pace here. But it could be possible that Pratama wants to try to play the longer game here in terms of strategy, but with Reyes kind of forcing his hand at the moment, this could force him to actually try to change to a more aggressive strategy instead, and this could potentially, if like I say, if they don't actually have the pace for it, this could be bad for his the chances here, at least in this first stint.
Yeah, but will he pull the trigger and try to come into the pit lane at the hour mark? Of course, we cannot say undercut here because it's not F1 where it's a sprint race. This one we can actually just say that they pit by the hour, so either earlier than the hour or after the hour. But with the pace that both of these guys are pulling right now, they're falling behind here. I think Reyes might just consider pulling the trigger slightly early by the hour.
I mean, it already feels like he's already done that pretty much. I mean, 7 tenths now, he's just already keeping up a good pace behind Pratama. So the moment if Pratama either if Pratama slips up or if Reyes can find some more time on this run right now, that's certainly going to threaten our second place guy here very very imminently. But nevertheless, still 10 minutes into this race now. Everyone still kind of settled in here. I'm still at least not going to be able to read what the average lap times here if the timing tower that I'm having here is a little bit incorrect. But nevertheless, yeah, it's a bit of a weird situation. But nevertheless, we will continue to try to bring you guys the best information possible here. For now, on the Circuit of Americas at least, you know, we're kind of settling into what I expect a COTA race would be like, which is more of like just management all around. I mean, again, temperatures usually are kind of high around here. And yeah, 32 degrees Celsius, that's really high, especially for track temperature.
Actually, it's quite cold, to be honest.
Oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah,
32 track temperature, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's about, what, 75 Fahrenheit, if we want to get our conversions right here.
Right.
It's actually quite a cold day by Texas standards because it could get very hot here. But again, we saw why the lap times couldn't improve because at the start of the session it was about 30 degrees, then it went up to 31. A 1 degree change was enough to actually prevent drivers from getting any faster. So the colder it is, the faster it will be, as the old adage would say in racing. But again, it's something out of the control of the drivers. It's what the temperature's been set. We were looking at the possibility of rain, but it looks as though rain might not be on the cards. Slightly overcast though.
Well, there's not even any wind here, so I don't expect like weather to be that much of a factor. Bailey Ryan has stopped on the side of the track here, although I'm seeing the marshal. That's the marshal further up ahead. Okay, finally he's on the move. I wonder if there's some mechanical issue being faced by Bailey Ryan again. Like he had to teleport to the pits early on, but I'm not too sure what exactly is going on with his race right now. He's effectively at the back of the grid here, so one wonders is he going to try to hold through this first stint at least, so that maybe he can try to climb back, or rather his team try to climb back. As I say that, completely spun the car around. It's certainly a massive issue going on with his car.
Yeah, in fact, I think it might be a hardware issue by looks of it because he stopped on the other side of the road, trying to actually probably suss out the issue. But it's not a brand new team per se. Infinity have actually competed before, but this particular crew is a brand new team racing in this one. And Bailey Ryan with his other teammates looking on here. Aiden Tan, I think, is his co-driver from Singapore. This is the Australian in the car right now, but looks of it didn't have the best of starts, and certainly right now not having the best of races going for them at the moment. But either way, let's just go back to some of the battles in the field. It looks very close at one point between the Pepega guys and Roy Ripperit, but it looks as though Ripperit may have actually gotten the upper hand on Azik Mota Shami, who's now actually, in fact, in front of Ian Wong. So some chopping and changing of positions here at the edge of the top 10, but it's Roy who's actually picked up the most positions. He's up to 9th. Azib at 1 point was 11 behind Ian Wong. Now he's up to 10th. There is Azib on screen right now in Axel Academy. That is quite a sight, isn't it? That he's brought his own headphones, a good camera on the side, might be his phone there. But regardless, he is really focusing right now. He wouldn't want any distractions.
It's his teammate right behind him holding a laptop. I think that is right. So
I'm not sure that's who's that right behind, but whatever it is, he is focused right now. And look at that. The practice has paid off for them big time here. P10 overall, P2 in the AMP category. This will be the best ever result for the Papega guys if they could keep it together here for the next 4 hours.
I mean, as long as he can keep ahead of Ian Wong, I think he stands a good chance right now. And Ian has got his hands full right now with 2 drivers from other classes actually just behind him. Taufik Moin already putting the pressure on him there in the Ferrari livery Ferrari here. So let's see if Moin is going to find himself in front of Ian Wong by the time we get out of this lap here.
Yeah, we're having a bit of trouble with the camera right now because it looks as though the AC thing is not working properly, but we'll get back, we'll suss out that one after this. As up in front, well, in the mid-pack here, this is Taufik with his trophy case in the background once again. Where do you think he's going to try and pass? Because he did do a couple of things prior to this. Through turn number 1, didn't make it, but this is the next overtaking spot that he could try. A bit too far behind that time around as they come up now to the hairpin at turn number 14. Well, it's not hairpin, it's a pretty tight 90-degree corner, but you get the idea. Really good overtaking spot. No way through just yet. Azim Shami, though, he is under huge pressure from Ian Wong. Ian Wong then is the one who's trying to return the favor after losing that position earlier.
Yeah, and unfortunately, all that defending is also backing up the other cars behind Ian here. And Ian, unfortunately, gone a bit wide. Doesn't open up the door now for Taufik to get a run up on him in this next turn, but he's going around the outside. He just cuts in front of the nose there, just barely ekes it through. But that's already created a buffer between Ian Wong as well as Azib Shami Mokhtar. So that's already disrupting the battle here, and even more trouble coming for Ian Wong as Ristofani, I believe, in the BMW is now setting his sights and trying to pass Ian on this next sector.
Yeah, but in fact, Ristofani was actually, I thought he didn't make the race, but here he is. Probably a qualifying ban was the one that sent him to the back. Now he's carving his way through. He's up to P13, but well and a ways behind where he'll love to be. Look at that, side by side between the McLaren and the BMW. It looks as though Ristofani got a good run out of the final corner and comes into turn 1 well ahead. So, good bit of driving there from everyone involved. Not much histrionics. That's what we love to see. And the battle continues here for Ian Wong behind because he's got Duran Abisekera right behind him to deal with.
Yeah, a lot to deal with, I think, on his plate right now. Dropping like a stone practically here, Ian Wong is, and now finally someone from his own class is going to be challenging him for position now, so he's going to have to step up the pace somehow. But if there's some reason why he's actually stepped off the pace here, this is going to be really bad for him now because he's potentially going to be losing a position in this class, and there's going to be precious points in this 3rd round here that he's going to be losing out on. In the meantime, Pratama, what he's been up to, he's still ahead of Reyes, at least for now. But that gap seems to be closing ever so slightly here. Reyes was 7/10 since we last saw him. This looks a lot closer than 7/10 in my opinion.
Yeah, man, we're only getting intermediate set to lose right now, so we cannot tell the gap as they happen. But it looks as though the previous sector, it's about even Stevens between the both of them because it was 7/10 the last time we saw them. Still 7/10 between Pratama and Reyes. And incidentally, it's quite a coincidence that they're driving for teams of different nationality. That's a Singapore car, the LRSN car with an Indonesian. Behind him is an Indonesian car with a Filipino driver. So make of what you will. It's pretty cosmopolitan here.
Multicultural, like that's the way I love my motorsports here. That's for sure. But that's why I love these races being held by ERGP. Is just we make it so that like a lot of these different drivers in different regions get to compete against each other and actually measure how they perform relative to each other, and this certainly helps a lot in building the competitiveness of each of these regions here. So it's great to see that all these talents are out here on the track just doing their best here to try to win these races, right? But nevertheless, for Pratama, at least given the kind of pacing that we've seen from him so far, I don't expect to see too much trouble for him to try to maintain that pace. It's just a question of how he holds up the pressure that Reyes is just constantly applying throughout this race. Now we mentioned 7/10s. That's dropped down to 6/10s now in the next on the next record here. So I wonder, is this a sign that Reyes is already like just increasing the pacing that he has? Maybe he already identifies that he has a bit more performance left in his tires compared to Pratama at this stage.
We'll see whether or not that would be the case. He's holding behind. Raja Shaukat gets involved in a big
no.
one there in the final corner. So who's the other car there? I saw just now there was another car involved. There it is. That's actually, in fact, the number 5-1 tour. That's the Overme Esports Thai car that was involved here. And, well, he was already at the back because of a qualifying ban due to his co-driver, Badia Nick, getting too many penalties in one race. Now they have to actually fight their way through. Coming to turn 1. Well, can we get a replay of what happened there between the two of them?
I was going to mention the battle between like these Raja's like attempt to try to recover was looking like really good. I mean, I think we went a little bit too far back.
Yeah, we were aiming to go 15 seconds behind. Don't know why it went all the way to 60, but it's not going to catch the incident anyway because right now we're having a bit of a problem with our interface where we run the race. But it looks as though there's the Overme car, which is Paul Ryan Lopez is there. So there's a Filipino car driving a Thai car there. They went into collision at final corner, but looks as though it's Raja who actually comes out on top this time round, however. But again, his race was unfortunately scuffed up completely because of the qualifying ban. Now he has to actually fight a damaged car here, so really not the best of days for the number 57 Rising Line car and the champion in Copper in Global Edition a couple of seasons back.
Yeah, at least Raja seems to have recovered quite well in terms of pacing now. He's already put up quite a distance between himself and a BMW who was fighting early on. Apologies we didn't get to see what exactly instigated his spin in the first place, but it seems like he's already getting himself back into the flow of things now and is trying to regain some of that time now. But nevertheless, 20 minutes into this race now, having a spin like that certainly cannot feel too good at this point here. Let's see whether or not how that's going to update as time goes on. Ian Wong, in the meantime, right now, it's match clear. Azib Shami Mokhtar, it looks like, and Azib now is under attack from Abisekera this time around.
Yeah, what happened to Azib Mokhtar then? So somehow when we were going into the replay, he actually lost 3 positions from where he was. He was running in the top 10 overall, but now he's running in 13th P3 in the AM category. Lost the position to Wong, who he actually fought hard to get out with. Now he's actually fighting the guy behind, Duran Abisekera. So Abisekera is now fancying his chances of getting a podium in M. There he is, going onto the inside, coming up to turn 10. And it looks as though that might be move done. That was a brave one. Azib gave a lot of space on the inside there. Probably he didn't want to get buffed again. Now he has to deal with Amir Naim right behind in the 333 Apex Brunei car. That's a completely different class. So 1 Ferrari and 2 McLarens in that battle. He's on the outside. The Ferrari is sandwiched between the 2 McLarens. And there's Amir Naim with a big boy dive. Makes it stick. Or does he?
Or does he? Because he just lost out in the exit here. Abisekera retakes a position, and then you all got Mokhtar now trying to take a position back from Naim. Didn't quite make it that turn, though. Naim just perfectly blocking him coming to the braking zone of that turn. So it's nothing much, I think, that Mokhtar could do in that case. Would it be surprised if the mistake somewhere in that previous lap caused him to lose that much positions? But it seems like that has not done him any favors so far. Even in this 3-car battle here, he lost up not just to one car of his own class, but another car from a different class entirely.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna have to regroup, and looks as though among the 2 drivers between him and Justin Raldev, he was entrusted to start the car, and that has proven dividends as well, because he was up to the top 10 at one point, but maybe this part of the race he's fading just ever so slightly, so he just has to regroup and get back into the swing of things here. As speaking of getting into the swing of things, we didn't mention much about this car. I was looking at the timing screen, and look at this. Car number 4, P7 overall, but second in the Pro-Am category. The Sim Racing Philippines car really is running well here, and it's only about 7/10ths behind the LORSN number 7 car of Ricky Satria. He is on for a Pro-Am win here.
I know, right? That's really, really good here, especially given one driving a Porsche. I did try driving the Porsche here in COTA when I was testing out this track. Not exactly the easiest thing to do, given the characteristics of the cars, to see a Porsche just literally not only in the podium of the Pro-Am class, but now bringing the fight actually to one of the pro cars. This is going to be interesting to see.
Let's see then what they can do, what Ricky can do here to fend off fast charging Daryl Brady, and let's hope that his co-driver can actually do the business once the driver swaps and pit stops come through, as Benedict Kwan has actually been given the drive-through here. That's the third of the LOR cars. In fact, there's third of the LOR Ascent cars, in fact, 4 LOR cars in this particular race, and the other one's not really having the best time of it, so he's going to have to trundle through the pit lane, which can take about forever because it's a pit lane that's been made with NASCARs in mind as well. So it's a trundle along there and try to get back into the action with the tires cooling off a bit is not a pleasant feeling.
Daryl certainly bringing the pressure onto Satcher. You can see them almost coming together just moments ago in the braking zone there. But it seems like Satcher is going to be able to break a bit of gap now as the track starts to open up here. But with traffic being just ahead of him here, even if he tries to step up the pace, it's going to have that Windows XP car in the way soon. But nevertheless, coming out to the main straight, the Windows XP car moves out the way now. This gives free reign for Satcher and Brady continuing their battle all the way to turn 1. And it seems like the AMG car at least seems to have a little bit of a better acceleration coming out the final turn. So that's helping him so far to stay out of the crutches of Brady by the time he gets to turn 1. So that's all well and good for now. How long can he hold up for this though? Still about 6 minutes away from getting to our first half-hour mark here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, but crucially, it's not a pit stop time, because if you pit that early, you either shoot through your tires fast, or you didn't fuel the car enough, or you had damage. So either one of the three will be the reason why you come into the pits that is unscheduled. And speaking of unscheduled pit stop, there goes Benedict Kwan into the pit lane, trundling along at about 60 kilometers per hour. Again, not a very pleasant feeling, knowing the fact that the pit lane here is rather long, and then you gotta get the tires back into temperature after this, and or better they don't hit the wall while you're in the pit lane. You still have to control it. But
yeah.
again,
Probably still communicating with his pits, maybe, or rather his crew chief right now, trying to decide how to want to deal with this, especially looking like it's going to be, I mean, again, with the pit lane being that long means that you just lose time anyway, just staying in the pit, right? Nevertheless, right now, bit of a battle going on here. This is going to be for 9th place, it looks like. Rialto Ristofani right now trying to hold off 2 Ferraris coming up behind him. There's going to be Moyen as well as, we said, Ripper Rip is already overtaken. Yeah, I think he's already overtaken Ripper Rip now, so he's holding him off, and Ripper Rip is trying to attack back to try to get the position here from the BMW, but nevertheless, the BMW still holds steady there. Ristofani stays in P9 now, ahead of Ripper Rip. Looking very nice now, and that's going to allow Moyen an opportunity to try to nip at the heels of Ripper Rip here and possibly try to get himself back into the top 10.
yeah, but Ristofani though, that's a good recovery drive from that particular crew to get it back up to the top 10 after starting from the back with a qualifying ban. But at what cost though? Because I think they're about, a full sector behind now, because there's Andika Rama Malana, Lintan coming through the first sector timing beam. He's only just coming through the final corner, so it's about, 25 seconds-ish to the good to make up. But all things considered, that's still a good recovery drive to get it back up there.
Indeed it is. I mean, it just goes to show how much pace he actually had in the tank, so to speak. So it's just unfortunate that the qualifying ban has just put him in the tough spot for this round at least, but good to see that at least he will get away from his come away from his race with potential for points here, so it wouldn't be that bad of a damage here, at least for as far as the team's concerned in this championship. Now he's already cleared Ripper Rip quite well as we enter the end of this first sector here. So at least for now, Ripper Rip is going to have to focus more on the person just behind him here, Taufik Moyen, who is threatening his position and seems to have already gotten a lot of pace throughout this first stint so far. I mean, Moyen now it's already in a good position here to try to get keep the pressure on Ripper Rip here. You can see them closing in as the sector comes to a close here. While the BMW now has to navigate through some traffic, Moyen is seeing some traffic just in front of him as well.
Yeah, there's Taufik then. Well, it's not traffic per se. That is actually driver. That is actually driver position. So it's a bit of a disservice to Roy Ripper right there, unfortunately. But we can get a bit distracted by the fact that there's another car right in front, and that is a back marker. So
Yep.
number 42nd place car of. Well, that's not right. That's not actually right. But whatever it is, he has actually gone out of the way, and that's
Yep.
really good on him to just give track position to the guys that are battling. Now they are free to battle here, but it looks as though Tafi's the one that has the bit between his teeth and pace against his fellow Ferrari driver, which is Roy Ripper. Roy slides through there. That will give Taufik another opportunity to try one coming through turn 1.
Yeah, those minor mistakes will start to add up as Taufik Moyen turns up the heat here in this Ferrari. Look at the way he slides through that corner there. Just perfect execution and control here. But Ripper Rip, though, has been able to gain some time through there, so I think that might have actually costed Moyen this a little bit, but he gains that time by the time he gets to the final turn, so he's already trying to set up for these good exits here, knowing that they're both running on the same car means it's not much performance differential here. It's going to be up to Moyen to try to get as much slipstream as he can in these fast sections here. Ferrari versus Ferrari still continuing on through turn 1. Ripper Rip still holding on, but basically a threat right now. Just comparing the pace between him and Ristofani here goes to show that Ripper Rip, it's not exactly having the best speed right now on these laps. So Moyen certainly just needs to bide his time, find the right moment to strike here, and certainly will be in the position to get himself into that top 10.
Yeah, but again, when you have equal cars, the difference is the drivers, isn't it? Because you do not want to lose that advantage, especially if you have better pace to the guy in front. But also, you can make up a bit with a bit of speed, and Taufik certainly there is not lack of that here, as he comes up now to the back of Ripper Rip. Looks as though Ripper Rip still is managing to gap between himself and Moyen, so the equal cars does make a bit of a hindrance. But if Taufik can actually find a way to come through in the final sector, he was fast through there, he might be able to do so. In fact, he's got the toe here, coming up to turn 11. Will he make it here? He's way too far behind, isn't he, Vic?
Yeah, a bit too far behind, but he's still going to try anyway. Tries to go for the dive. Does it in the braking zone here. Tries to outbrake Ripper Rip, going into the apex. Actually takes the apex there, but Ripper Rip still managed to slip on by in front of him. So not quite the move done here for Taufik Moyen. He's going to try again, but he's already bumper to bumper now with Indonesian just in front of him. So Ripper Rip continues to try to keep himself in a nice line here. Taufik Moyen going slightly wider, trying to get a better exit, but Ripper Rip is still in the way. So no way through for the red Ferrari here. Taufik Moyen continuing to keep the pressure going here.
Yeah, it was just a matter of inches, wasn't it, between Moyen and the Filipino Ripper Rip. But again, that kind of margins, those fine margins, is what he was looking for. That time round, however, he was on the inside, but Ripper Rip shut the door on him, and luckily both of them did come to contact. You can trust Taufik to actually have a good sense of space, because I've raced with him. We know how we can race each other quite cleanly, and Taufik proved again that his racecraft is of the utmost brilliance in terms of how he can drive it, and really shows his level of experience throughout the years that he's been racing. But he's got one tough cookie to crack, who's in the form of Roy Ripper Rip. You can tell Ripper Rip is fast in qualifying, but in the races he can fade a bit slightly. At this point in time, he might be fading because the tire wear is kicking in, but if he gets the bit between his teeth, you can tell he packs a punch. But for the time being, at least, the both of them, the more they fight, the more they're going to lose touch to Ristofani in front, who's cleared away by about 2.5 seconds.
And this is just the thing, right? Like, Taufik needs to try to clear him, Ripper Rip, that is, in order to try to continue to keep up pace with Ristofani. So, in anything, Ripper Rip is an obstacle in front of him now. And the thing is that the risk of trying to follow a car that closely in front means that you're just sucking in all the exhaust gases into your brakes. That just heats up your brake discs, heats up your tires. It can make your condition much worse off if you continue to stay behind the car for that long. So either Taufik is going to have to just back it off a little bit, just get a bit more cooling into his tires and brakes, and then try to go again onto Ripper Rip, but that just runs a risk of Ristofani just continue to pull away on that gap. It's already at like what, that's 3 seconds to the other side there.
Yeah.
But you can see that Ristofani is so far ahead of these two now that the longer Moyen stays behind Ripper Rip, the further away he's going to get. And
it's a good, interesting point that you point out there to save the tires, because again, these cars actually run a lot of aero. It's almost like a Formula 1 car nowadays with the amount of aero they have. As a car spun through the final corner, that looks like Bailey, right? Yeah, it was Bailey who actually tried to get out of the way of a Leaf, and now he's going to have to get away of Nabil Aslan here. Looks as though he's got a bit of damage now. In fact, that's just a line on the car. It looked like his bonding was coming up. But either way, Bailey batters on fire. Now he has to fight with the Overme car. That's the second of the two Thai cars he has to fight with. Now we go back to the battle with Ripper Rip and Moyen. Looks as though Ripper Rip might have actually inched it out a bit as... Oh, there's another accident further behind. Car number 31 here. Who's that? Who's that spun out? Oh, no, in fact, that's Alan Drake Cruz, isn't it? Alan Drake Cruz's car hasn't been involved in the wars.
Capano.
It is Calpano, yes. And it's a BMW this time around. Normally they run the Lamborghini. So, poor Calpano then. Not the best of runs, and Alan has to take that car really well behind. In fact, they're last in the pro category.
Yeah, and very unfortunate for him to get the spin there, but now it's just at least ahead of Ferrari here. We already have the race leader just coming through into the into the final sector now, as Alexis Capano finishes up on this corner here. So let's see if it's going to be able to get a recovery there. Now we're going to be back on Taufik Moyen and Ripper Rip. That gap between them has opened up quite a bit now. As I said, possibly it might be just Taufik trying to save his tires for the rest of the stint here. Given he wasn't able to make that move against Ripper Rip, perhaps he would try again later on in the stint when he's like much lighter on fuel. Maybe the Ripper Rip already, both him and Ripper Rip will have used up quite a bit of performance, so that the margin will be a little bit bigger by the time we get to that the final stages of the stint. But nevertheless, for Abe Sekera, he's getting himself a nice gap. From the background there, I see a car hitting the wall.
Yeah, is that Ali Shadani? No, in fact, Fariza Ali Shadani is further up in front. So that's actually the sister car, Handy Go Andy, into the barriers. And normally he is quite handy in the car, but in this particular instance, that was probably his hands off the wheel that caused him to go into the barriers. He was going to the out extremes of the circuit to give way, but ends up whacking the barriers. But luckily, no physical damage by the looks of it. It's just a graze on the barrier, don't you think?
Was Handy Go Andy the one who was involved in that incident with the McLaren earlier?
Might be Handy or might, yeah, in fact it is Handy Go Andy. So he was the one that actually lagged out a bit, that caused the spin for Andrew Plummer, and he might be involved in another one here, right in front of the Java Sim car that came through, and that's the championship leader in Pro-Am. So the number 59 car that's currently being driven by Freddie Ramadan might have had the fright of his life, but Handy Go Andy then still managed to keep it going here. Right. Any other battles on track that we can focus on that is looking quite close? I think that battle in the outer fringes of the top 10, top 50, in fact, is looking rather close between Abe Sekera and Aziz Shami Mokhtar, 8/10 of a second in between them, but looks as though it's gone off the boil a bit.
Well, we did see like Mokhtar lose quite a bit of positions. I suspected some kind of mistake that he made during the lap that caused that, so that allows Abe Sekera and Ian Wong to pass him, if you remember early on. So, if anything, Aziz Mokhtar at least now is able to keep up some pace with Abe Sekera, at least at this stage. But I don't see Abe Sekera being under or feeling any kind of pressure at all at this point, because right now we're already in this very long into our first stint here. So at this stage here,
whoa,
it seems like he's wants to try to keep it close, though. At least Mokhtar does. But Abe Sekera still managed to hold on to his position for now. Perhaps another turn here coming in for Mokhtar might just make it for him, as he gets a slipstream through here. The Pipica Racing car now trying to find a position around the outside, maybe trying to peek its way into the inside by the time to get to the braking point. He does get peek anyway, but Abe Sekera still carries a lot of speed through that corner. Can't quite find a way through. There is Mokhtar.
Yeah, in fact, Azib really is turning up the wick here in his pace and the pressure against Duran Abe Sekera, but Abe Sekera really didn't have to defend that much, because he can probably feel that the car was way too far behind, and he can still try to get him. As now we're coming up to the final sector here. This is the reverse Istanbul Park triple bend, shall we say, because it really does go on forever. As off behind, there's a car that spun. That's the number 100 of Lei. So that's the RCR car that went into the background. Luckily, though, he managed to keep going, so it was probably just a half spin. As now we're looking at Abe Sekera with his defense again of Aziz Shami. This time, however, it looks as though Aziz actually got a good run coming out of turn 20 into turn 1. Then can he keep up with the slipstream? No, it looks as though Abe Sekera manages to actually inch away ever so slightly up in front and keeps P3 overall, P3 in the AM category.
But that doesn't mean that Mokhtar wouldn't try anyway. He seems to always keep setting himself up for the dives, but just never finding the speed necessary to get up alongside Abe Sekera throughout. So is he going to keep trying again, or is he going to start to back it off a bit now? Because I'm seeing the gap widen between him and Abe Sekera now as they enter the S's here in the Circuit of Americas. But again, like I was saying, that Abisekera probably doesn't feel all that threatened really because he's already passed Mokhtar from early on. If anything, this is Mokhtar trying to recover a place here, but it doesn't seem or doesn't feel like he has the pace actually to do it.
Yep, and it's almost even Stevens between the Ferrari and the McLaren, but it looks as though it is the drivers making a difference, as Wijaja in the Bigo car, probably for an incident earlier, has gotten a drive-through penalty, or it might have been just corner cutting. So we'll just look at the stewards' reports here as they come in, of course, but that's pretty much outside of our jurisdiction here. We just only mention it as it happens on screen.
Yeah.
But it looks as though Azib Shami may just be, as you were saying earlier, trying to back it off. Ooh,
so
well,
close.
as I said, back it off. He was actually going in very hard there to the back of the Sri Lankan. But again, Duran didn't have to defend much. He actually took his line normally and just almost teases Azib to just go into a gap that doesn't exist.
It just feels like Azib is trying to make up the difference by just going later and harder into the brakes. Now that sometimes can work out over like a long stint, but then again, it just feels like he's doing that specifically trying to get up alongside Abisekera. But here's the problem: even if he does get that, I feel that he doesn't actually have the acceleration that Abisekera seems to get at the exit of these corners, and that seems to be key in allowing Abisekera actually to stay in front of Mokhtar throughout all these challenges. Now they're coming up to the main straight here, a bit more of a gap this time around between Mokhtar and Abisekera, so I don't feel that that likely that he would try to move again unless he somehow closes the gap during the braking zone. Indeed, he does not quite do that here. Abisekera still can cruise through the first turn, probably unabated, but Ebenezer is already catching up to these two right now, and that could be another threat here that Mokhtar needs to be aware of.
Yeah, it'll be a three-way fight, and for Ebenezer, he needs to actually clear these two because he is trying to get up to the back of Taufik Moyen, incidentally, so he's not that far away. He's within touching distance, and in endurance race, 5 seconds doesn't mean much at all. So Ebenezer then with a bit between his teeth here to get up into the top 5 overall, but sorry, top 5 in the pro category, but nonetheless, he just needs to clear those two cars in front. As meanwhile, there's a battle that's brewing between Ricky Satria and Bedrell Brady. In fact, Brady has gotten by. So that's a change for the Pro-Am lead with the Sim Racing Filipinas car up in front. Ricky Satria now is going to be the one fighting here to get up back to P1 in Pro-Am. But Realtor Estefani, though, is not going to back off a bit. He wants to recover from that hit from the number 69 Bigo car. That was the reason why the Rinaldi Wijaja Bigo car got the penalty, because he actually got dive bomb coming for turn 1. So that was the jurisdiction given by the stewards. Now, Ristefani is trying to get up to the top, further up into the top 10 here. Just 2 tenths behind Ricky Satria.
Yep, a change for the lead now in the Pro-Am class. Brady has finally done it. He's already passed Satria now for the lead of his class. And Satria is now under threat from Ristefani. He cannot afford to let the BMW pass him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the... rather, he wouldn't have an opportunity to fight back against Brady here. Nevertheless, the LOL car continues to stay sandwiched between the Pro-Am car in front and the Pro car behind him. Already quite a gap between Satria and Brady now as they enter the first turn. So already this is looking like Brady's holding onto the lead very nicely now.
Indeed, and 7 tenths of a second between them. Ristefani, though, is the faster of the 3 cars here. He's really ready to rock and roll, as we had a bit of a yellow flag from Totarayapat, and in fact, he is getting overtaken by the race leader. So bang on cue, we got Nandika Ramamalana passing by, and he'll be checking out that enemy cover as well, because he knows why I watch as well is the Love Live series. But okay, anyway, getting a bit weeb there for a second. There's Plummer. Plummer goes off, and no, in fact, that is Lay. So Lay actually nearly got to the side of Brian Lay for the second RCR car number 100. And still carrying legacy from that damage at the start of the race. So really has been faltering ever since then. And somewhere in P32, about 3.5 seconds behind Wirakun in the CMSC car. A lot happening in between there. But now we have to go back up to that battle for P1 in the Pro-Am category. It is as though Satria has lost touch to Brady. And that's where Brady is going to make a beeline for it to actually build the gap between himself and the yellow RSN car. Where is Stefani now pressuring him?
Yeah, the bigger gap that Brady can do for the end of his stint here against Satya, the better it will be for the rest of his team. Later on for the
Oh!
lead. Oh, Brady Ryan again off the track here, and it seemed to have collected one car as they tried to navigate through him. It seems like
Yeah,
on
that was
the
Taufik.
outside.
That was Taufik actually he hit, and also the fact that it caught out Roy Ripperib. Ripperib literally came to almost a standstill there. Don't know what on earth was Bailey Ryan doing in the middle of the track there.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate, and it looks like that's already handed Moyin a 10th place here because I see him ahead of Ripper Rip now, so that already means that he has already completed the move, or perhaps that disruption caused Moyin to be ahead of Ripper Rip now. So, well, let's see how this holds up here, but Bailey Ryan certainly has been a bit of an been in a lot of trouble actually. Uh, from the start of this race up until this stage here, continuing to find himself off the track or in very bad places on the track here. Now, Taufik Moyin is going to have to hold up a challenge from Ripper Rip soon if he isn't able to hold up this pace. But in the meantime, drive-through penalty here for Ristofani in the number 2. What has this happened? Has this been caused by him cutting the track too much here, or is there something that the stewards had decided here? But regardless, this was in the middle of him trying to fight such a 4 track position here, so it looks like he will have to take an L on this part here, and that might actually hand him drop him down behind Moyin and Ripper Rip, who are not that far behind him in terms of that track position here.
Yeah, in fact, it is actually for the incident between Ristofani and the number 69 car. So both cars have had penalties given to each other, probably for battles that went a bit too hard. But for Ristofani, that will scupper any chance of recovery to get up to the back of Anika Rama Malana in front here. You know, you can see that the BMW has the pace as he goes onto the inside of Ricky Satria, but it's been hamstrung by a qualifying ban, a couple of incidents, and now a drive-through penalty to just compound the issue completely. As he goes out to P7, it won't stay there for long because he'll have to come into the pit lane soon to serve that drive-through. He's going to really drop through the order.
Yeah, it didn't feel like Satya put up much of a fight, really, actually, knowing that Ristofani has that penalty to serve here, and also considering the fact that they're both not in the same class as well. It's no sense for him to try to fight, to defend that hard against that move. But for Ristofani, you know, even though that was a victory in that battle, he might just be losing out in this war right now for the pro class here, because it's going to put him even further behind Nabil Aslan, who was up until that point actively trying to chase. But now things got even harder here for Ristofani's sake.
Yeah, Ristofani then, well, when it rains, it pours sometimes, and unfortunately for him, it really was a deluge, wasn't it? The way that it has panned out for him. But for the time being, at least, he can console himself that it's only about 45 minutes into the race. You never know what's going to happen, especially given the fact that we have a hodgepodge of drivers in the entire field that might just cause a few accidents for the leaders. We wouldn't want that necessarily. It will be unfortunate, but in some cases, it does have a tendency of happening.
Well, let's see how he's going to try to play this. I mean, again, we're still early on into this endurance race, so even with this kind of setback, it's not impossible for Ristofani to regain this track position. It just probably have to happen much later in the race, where he would rather be able to bring that fight more to the other pro class drivers, especially the top 5. Nevertheless, he is now caught up to Brady here. Is he going to be trying to make a move onto him before serving his drive-through penalty? He's running out of sectors now, and he's already closed in to Brady by the time he got here. So there could be potential for a pass being done by the BMW. To continue to watch him on. This is going to be a very long stretch here. So if anything, Ristofani needs to try to get some slipstream here if he wants to pass Brady. But then again, with the drive-through penalty hanging over his head, you know, is he going to crumble under that pressure? Not quite. Just goes straight in for the dive. Goes a little bit wide in the exit there. That's allowing Brady to fight back actually around the outside, and Brady retakes a position from Ristofani. So that didn't quite work out well in his favor here.
Yeah, luckily we actually get to hold on to this one because our live timing screen has completely crashed. So at least there's a bit of battle going on for position. Yes, it's between 2 classes, but it is something, it's giving us something to talk about here, because Ristofani then, after probably he saw that notification coming through that he had a drive-through penalty and was just livid with it. His teammate had a rebuttal there, but unfortunately not enough to sway the stewards. So again, it's a case of when it rains, it pours for this particular unit, and they have to come back again from yet another setback with drive-through now for good measure. So Yeah,
Yeah.
I hate being that kind of situation. I've never had these kind of races where drive-throughs keep coming and pile up or penalties and whatnot. But your heart goes out to them, don't you think? Because it's just something so unnecessary. If you're charged to the front, but it's racing.
That's the thing. Like decisions can always go against you, and just I think what makes a mark of a good driver, professionally is how they handle those kind of situations here. You know, just keep your head down. Just try to do the best pace that you can right now. Deal with that penalty as it comes. But then just ultimately don't let it affect you in the long run here. We're still very early on into this endurance race. There's still potential for Ristofani to try to, Ristofani and his team, to be fair, to try to regain these positions after they serve that penalty. Nevertheless, it can certainly be, you know, a struggle, especially given that they had to start off with that qualifying ban. Now Ristofani goes for the move this time, looking like much cleaner against Brady this time around. So hopefully he'll be able to hold it here. But nevertheless, he still has a drive-through penalty to serve, and he's not technically racing Brady in that same class. But should feel a bit of relief that at least in terms of that pace, he knows that he has it. It's just that now for his team, it's going to be a long uphill battle here for them to try to regain this place after the penalty.
Yeah, given the fact that how it compounds the misery that the pit lane here at COTA is quite long, so really then not ideal for any driver in that one part. As now we're looking at Nabil Aslan, who's about 6.2 seconds behind AR Muhammad Alif. Yeah, not ideal right now that our timing screen failed, so we're gonna have to find drivers to watch for in this particular instance. But bear with us, we're definitely gonna have to suss out that problem once we go into ads at the hour mark. But regardless, nothing much has happened up in front here, apart from Reyes still somehow behind Pratama by about 3 tenths. So he's gonna be absolutely annoyed by now that there's not much difference coming out to the front, and he's about 9 seconds behind Dylan Tanes. Up into the pit lane goes Real Stefani to serve his drive-through. Oh boy, oh boy. Can't wait to see what kind of reaction will be entailing post-race after this with that kind of action that went on track between the both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting to see Taufik Muin be able to pass, and I wonder if Ripper will be able to catch up to him by that point. In the meantime, for the front here, Pratama, right now feeling a lot of heat under his collar here because Reyes is close up to him about 3 tenths of a second. So this is going to be a battle for second place now as Reyes steps up and turns up the heat here. Pratama still holding a very defensive line. The dive going in there for Reyes didn't quite make the position stick though, as Pratama was able to hold his line there and defend against that pretty well. Now, Pratama continues to hold on second place. Reyes now challenging him for that place here. They're closing up together as they come through this very technical section of COTA, coming up to that final sector. This is going to be a nice little stretch here for Pratama to try to defend against Reyes here. At least if you can just hold that line. Now coming to the full Turkish corner here. It seems like Reyes is starting to fall back a little bit against Pratama here, but he's nevertheless right on him by the time to get out of that section here. So now getting to that final turn, can Pratama hold him up enough? No, it looks like Reyes closes in onto him. Now getting onto that main straight here, he will have the slipstream coming onto the first turn. This is going to be a crucial moment here for Pratama.
Yeah, let's see if Pratama can defend, or Reyes can actually break the duck here, staying behind that Elawara Sanka. He's trying to go for it, coming to turn one, but Pratama holds on to it quite well there to prevent the Filipino from slipping by, and 3 tenths is still a gap coming through after that particular juncture. But again, Pratama's playing a bit of a spoiler here to Reyes, trying to help Dylan increase his advantage, and he has, coming up to the first sector timing beam. 9.4 seconds. Yes, it was 9.3. A 10th gain still shows that the battle actually does help Dylan's cause here. And that number 8 and 9 car can just easily cruise up in front as we come to the end of the hour mark to comfortably in the lead.
Well, the thing is that for Pratama, he's going to have to clear the traffic nicely there. It looks like the Windows XP car moves out of the way just brilliantly, staying off the racing line. But that's handed Pratama a bit of an advantage now against Reyes here. But Reyes closes this up immediately once he gets into the braking zone. So he still has a lot of pace left in that Aston Martin here. So Reyes is still a massive threat to Pratama's position. coming up at this rate. He's trying to follow the slipstream of Pratama right now, making sure that he can stay close here to capitalize on any mistakes coming out from Pratama's part. But Pratama, for his end, look at his poker face, just completely unfazed at all in this battle here. He's staying ahead of Reyes and staying so cool while doing so.
Yeah, and you can see that his body physically is leaning to the corners. That's not center of his seat, I think, because he really is into it. He's just really gripping the wheel by the knuckles there, trying to keep the car pointing in the right direction, absorbing a lot of that pressure. And to his credit, he has done so well for the last hour. Still about 9.1 seconds behind Dylan, but again, this lap, he just yo-yos the gap a bit. He manages to close in that second sector, but with Reyes just behind, he cannot let his guard off completely.
That's the thing. This is still crucial laps here for Pratama, but it seems like he's done a bang-up job of his defense so far of second place. Reyes now falling behind a bit after that close battle that we saw just laps ago. This seems like Pratama winning out this battle here, at least for now. But the thing is that Reyes can constantly close that gap in every single braking zone, so Pratama knows, at least Pratama, for his part, just needs to make sure that his exits are consistent in this race here. But that's what I really like about the AMG GT cars to drive, right? They're very predictable to handle. But it's also the same could be said of the Aston Martin as well. So in any case, these are two very well-balanced machines that are facing off against each other. So it's just up to Pratama here to try to hold his position, try to navigate through the traffic that's coming up soon. In fact, another car is right now in the way of Pratama and Reyes here. Is that going to be a bit of an obstacle here? Is coming through the braking zone as Pratama now moves up alongside here. Reyes follows him through. That's given Reyes a bit of time, and that's allowed him to latch onto the rear bumper of Pratama here coming to this next straight. This is looking like a nice slipstream here for this battle here. Pratama continuing to hold on to second place, holding on for dear life as he enter the technical section here. Reyes now still trying to have a peek around the outside. Is he going to be going for the dive here? Not quite. Tucks in behind Pratama through this turn here. Pratama still stays in second place.
Yeah, you can tell just now that Pratama was backing it off ever so slightly, but he backed it off a bit too much here. Now look at that. The gap has swung almost to 10 seconds. So maybe he's coming towards the end of the stage. He's going to think of coming to the pit stop, but for the time being at least, he can't think about that. He has to actually keep the gap between himself and Reyes just at arm's length so he could actually just keep the car ahead of the Filipino. But for that one, he's doing, in that end, he's doing the job, but he's got traffic to deal with. And the two RCR cars, there you can see it right on our screens, it's going to become a bit of a cork in the bottle.
Yeah, a little bit. The thing is that coming around the final corner, so if anything, the car should be able to get out of the way, or rather, Pratama should have plenty of room to try to dispatch that driver. Now it looks like the traffic will get out of the way, allowing Pratama a nice clear road through to the first turn. Blue flag already out, so that informed the marker that he's going to have to get out of the way of the leaders here. Pratama looking so close to Reyes there, almost brake checked him going into the apex there, but Reyes still managed to hang on throughout that first turn though, so Pratama is going to have to keep on his level best through these S's now, swinging from left to right, very hard on the driver in real life here, but on the sim, you know, it's a matter of staying very consistent with your rhythm through this line, and it seems like Pratama has done it well so far. Reyes is still not able to find any gaps here to Pratama's line here, so it's not able to capitalize too much in this sector.
Yeah, it's almost not too dissimilar in terms of the way the cars are. It's front engine rear wheel drive, but
Right.
it looks as though the Mercedes in the hands of the LOR team know what they're doing, because they're basically the de facto factory team in SRO in Asia, of course. So they probably have first dibs on some of the best setups. But it's all up to the driver. And Moreno's doing a really stellar job in keeping Reyes behind. Again, it just yo-yos between that 0.5 of a second gap to less than that, and he still manages to keep the JMX Phantom car behind. But because of that, he's battling hard with the driver behind and losing time to the car in front. At one point, he was closing in on Dylan. Maybe Dylan had traffic as well. That's the reason why he actually backed it off. But 10.4 seconds, the gap between first and second, tells you that Pratama probably is just really easing it off easily, just so he could get the A89 car in the clear, while he himself can actually still hold on to second place.
Because yeah, one thing I have to consider as well is that with Reyes keeping that pressure behind him, he's certainly going to have to lean into his tires a little bit more just to keep up that pace, right? So certainly taking these moments here to try to back things off a little bit, try to save a bit of performance, especially when we're already running towards the tail end of his stint here. Like now now he's having a little bit less traffic to deal with in this stage of this battle here, so he can certainly try to control his pace a little bit more, just stay just a little bit ahead of Reyes, but that's already enough, it seems, as long as he stays on the line. But a lot of like navigating through traffic sometimes is just timing, so you don't necessarily want to just keep pushing so hard to the point that you're just meeting traffic every single time. If you can pace yourself well and find yourself just try to space out things whenever you're trying to plan your traffic stops, it is looking like Reyes may still have a bit of time to get anything here.
That's very close there, Vic. You really can see that Reyes is antsy because he can see Alif has come to the pit, so he's the first of the front runners to come through. Now it's his opportunity to streak out up in front here, but that was so close. It could have actually gone so horribly wrong, but again, Pratama and Reyes, they are cool and calm operators. They know how to race each other, and that time around, that level of trust was put to the test. Luckily, though, they passed it with flying colors. Now, pit stop time. They do not want to fluff this up.
Yeah, with Alif already in the pits now, this is opening up the door now for everyone else in the top 5 to make their pit stops here. So who's going to be the first one to dive in there after Alif Hamilton? Looks like Alif is going to be coming out in 8th position here. Reno Pratama as well as Reyes are now coming through the final sector here. Dylan Tan is still not quite at the final turn yet. Still could be potentially going into the pits now, knowing that Alif is already in, and Pratama being 11 seconds behind, it's not exactly a big threat for him strategy-wise. But nevertheless, with the battle still going on here for second place, Pratama still holds on in head of Reyes throughout this whole sector here. So let's see if he's going to be able to hang on, or he's going to be making a dive in the pit, because right now would be a really good time to do so, especially not only to keep the pressure off from Reyes coming there, but no, he's going to be staying straight through, going straight through. Another driver goes into the pits there. Whom exactly is that?
No, in fact, that was the RCR car, which is a back marker. But crucially, though, car 44. That is, Tasby actually stopped on track for a second. But unfortunately, we can't go to him because we're going to go straight to a break. But car 44 has stopped on track. Probably there was an incident. We can actually confirm that later with the steward's report after this. But that is disastrous for the car that was actually chasing for the podium. As we are now going to go into the ads. This is the standings we have at the moment from first all the way to 24th on our screens. Top 5 in pro. The LOR car has been leading the way since the very first lap, 889 with Dylan Tan and Nadika Ramamalana by about 11 seconds. Moreno Patama and Francis Angelo Gonzalez in the LOR Sen car in second place, number 3. Third is Russell Reyes, you can see that the battle on screen, second and third for JMX Phantom. Fourth, Nabil Azlan and Imran Zahaili in the Stratos Motorsports car. And for the 12 seconds behind them in P4, then P5 is Taufik Moyen, a good recovery drive there to get up to the top 5 in the pro category. Leading in Pro-Am, it's the number 4 Sim Racing Filipinas car of Darryl Brady and Francis Dorato, with the second of the Filipino drivers there. Enzo Eisen in second place for the LOR Ascent car number 7, 333 Amro Naim in third. And in the AM category, Fazal Alim and Tehan Ranga still lead the way. They've been doing a quiet but stellar job there to be P7 overall and first in the AM category, with second place 979, the Paki Racing Team B car in second place. And third is Duran Episikera in another of the Sri Lankan cars for CMSC Team Black. We'll be right back after a short word from our sponsors.
are back, ladies and gentlemen, to the endurance edition of the eRacing GP. We're still in round number 3. We took a short break just now to sort out some technical issues, but now we can safely get back into the race. So while we were away, Reyes has jumped into the pits, but Pratama has not. So Pratama continues to run in second place right now, still looking very strong here. In the meantime, Tasby, who had stopped in the track early on, and dropped all the way down to 22nd place, has now recovered up to 14. He's now behind Serenati in order to try to regain some positions here, but it seems like after that, he's going to be able to get himself back into pace, hopefully. So, welcoming here into the comedy booth here is Izzat Othman. He's going to be joining me for this session now.
Hi everybody, welcome back to eRacing GP Endurance Series. Oh, sorry, I quite stutter a little bit.
No worries, no
Yeah.
worries at all.
It's okay. By the way, anyway, I just watching the first hour of the race just now. That Pratama, he's really defending well. From Rahul Reyes from taking over his place at the second place, and he is still currently running, and he's not going to take a break on this race right now.
Well, nope, he's gone down into the pits now
Oh,
finally.
he
So
just went into the pit.
After a long protracted battle with Reyes, he somehow prevailed throughout there, even though Reyes was doing his level best to catch out of Pratama. But now Pratama is going to be coming in, maybe a driver change. Dylan Tan, I think, has not taken the pit stop quite yet. He's still out on track, still putting up good time now, but still in the lead of the race throughout. So after a little bit of a challenge from Pratama early on, it didn't quite work out in that first lap, but nevertheless for Dylan Tan, he's literally in command of his race.
And
now.
he is very consistent. I see from the start of the race, going into the big red, and he's got well ahead from the other drivers, and up until now he's still up in front of the race. Wow, the commitment and the agility of the cars as well, and how he with the car as well, going up in front, still first currently, and he's still not taking a break.
Yeah, speaking of breaks though, a lot of cars in the pits right now. Nabil Aslan has joined everyone else in the front runners to get into the pits. So has Fauzu Alim in the 999 BMW. Right now, still waiting to try to get those tires done. I think we see Reyes already gone out on track here. He's already actually going to be ahead of Pratama by the time Pratama comes out of the pit. So just a strategy win coming out here from Reyes here, securing him that second place now. He's already way ahead while Pratama actually has Ristofani for company here. He's going to have to try to stay ahead of this BMW that's just behind him. I think that's Gonzalez actually in third place. Yeah, sorry. Gonzalez is going to be the one driving the car now from Pratama. He's already looking himself in the thick of battle here with a BMW just behind. That's not Ristofani, by the way. It's another BMW that's in the black, white, and red livery here. But it seems like Gonzalez is going to be ahead of that car for now, and hopefully wouldn't give him too much trouble as Ristofani tries to catch up with the rest of them.
Yeah, going up through the second sector, the end of the second sector right now. Oh, look at him going up to the inside.
Yeah.
Oh, Gonzalez. Is he gonna make a move on this back straight right now? I don't think so. Is it Gonzalez or
No,
Ristofani?
Gonzalez is the car in black here, the LOR car. Right now, the BMW,
It's
not quite
Ristofani.
sure. No, that Ristofani is the car, the colorful BMW behind them right now. This is another BMW. I think it's from a different class here, or perhaps a back marker who has decided to unlap himself from Angelo Gonzalez here. But Ristofani the whole time is catching up to these two. But ooh, look at that! Gonzalez gets ahead of that
Side by
BMW
side,
again. These two cars battling right now is just going to hand advantage here to Ristofani to catch up between the two, because all this distraction here is not what Gonzalez needs, especially with Reyes already having overtaken on track. If he's already pulling ahead way further from the rest of them now. So Gonzalez needs to try to stay away from this battle here between this BMW in order to stay ahead of the BMW that's way behind him now. You can see all the kind of situations here that he's going to have to manage.
There's another BMW, and then there's another BMW.
Oh, he's going back in the pits.
Oh, he's going into the pit.
He gone back in the pits
So
again.
there's an advantage for Ristofani right now.
Oh my goodness,
Oh.
yeah, no, Ristofani drops into the pits as well. This is kind of like
okay.
weird. Okay, so Pratama went into the pits early on. Gonzalez went out for, what, not even a single lap. He comes back in yet again. Has there been a problem in the setup for the car getting it back in? Now Rizafani now finally goes into the pits. So does Chris Sang as well from the Z Challenger team. So that's already with Nabil Aslan already on par with Tasbi here. I think a battle is going to start to form between the two very soon as Nabil Aslan comes across the line right now. He's going to be inheriting that third place away from the guys in the pits now. Tasbi is where exactly is he? He's only come up to the line right now, so still quite a bit of gap.
The big red right now.
Yeah, still quite a gap for Tasbe before he's going to be able to touch the podium here for the pro class. But Nabil Aslan, just like that, has found himself in a position now to fight for podiums.
Yeah. Anyway, Victor, just give me a recap for what happened in the first hour just now. I saw in the starting there's a big crash upon the big red after the big red, and then there's a lot of like Nabil Aslan. He was like way behind from the start just now. Maybe try to avoid the crashes just now. And right now we are on the second hour of the race. Just 10 minutes onto the second race. But hold on, Nabil Aslan going up to the inside of Tasbe, or it's just a back marker right now.
I think it's a back marker.
It's a back
there.
marker. Yeah, it's a back marker up to the back straight right now. Currently trying to get his hand on the podium. Maybe better place on the second place right now. Trying to get Rahul Reyes up in front. The gap between them is not that much, but I think Nabil Aslan got the pace to do so.
I mean, he certainly has pace for days. And again, he started, I believe, in 5th position for the race or some thereabouts. Certainly did not get into much trouble or drama during that first the first stint that he did before coming to the pits. But so far, him having pitted a little bit earlier compared to the rest here, and with the problems going on Gonzalez side, like Gonzalez, by the way, has come out in 9th place. That is still behind Taufik Moyin, that's behind Tasbi as well. Can't quite see who exactly took up. I think it's Haznam who's taken up the car from Ristofani now, and he's managed to stay out. It's still
Nice
in the top 10.
livery.
Yeah, very nice livery, very distinctive as well on track. So it seems like in terms of positioning, between these two cars, it hasn't quite changed up that much, but it's certainly handed huge advantage now to Reyes, Russell Reyes, by the way, in the Aston Martin orange car, had been chasing the LOR car that currently is driven by Gonzalez throughout that first stint early on. At that time, it was in the hands of Pratama, but now, thanks to somewhat of a pit stop snafu, that's handled Russell Reyes now. A very easy second place. He can pretty much hold this very well because he's already, 33 seconds ahead of Nabil Aslan in a very comfortable margin here. Andika Maulana is now in the car, taken over from Dylan Tan during the pit stop, and they are continuing to dominate this race.
Andika Ramamawana, he needs to have the pace if he wants to stay up in front, because Dylan Tan did a really good job while staying in front and keeping the gap between JMX Phantom and LOR Racing for around 16 seconds right now. And I guess Andika Rama Maulana can do the same as Dylan Tan. And coming up to the Andretti right now, the last corner of the track. And for those who just tune in, we are at the Circuit of Americas in Austin, Texas, where we will see, this is Endurance series by eRacing GP. This is round 3, right? Yeah, round 3. We are flying in Texas. Yeehaw!
Indeed. It's a very, very nice track. I mean,
it's
again,
very nice track. It's very technical anyway. And for the turn 5 until turn 9, if I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry, turn 3 until turn 5 is actually from Silverstone. They just take the
Yeah, this is massive inspiration from Maggots and Decades.
Inspiration.
Yeah,
The S's, and it called the S's as well. So so it reminds me of Batters.
Well, I mean, again, it's one of those tracks where it's so fun to drive. It's just a shame that at least in the F1 calendar, it doesn't usually deliver a lot of exciting all-round action, but nevertheless, we still had plenty of action, to just eat up here. In the meantime, with Tasbih right now having done a swell recovery after what seemed to be a bit of a trouble. He had to stop the car at some point on the track, and that dropped him all the way down to 22nd. But then just like that, he managed to regain so many positions, especially with other people
And now
going
he's
to the
up
pit
to the
sta-
four.
yeah, going to the pit stops. During that whole time, he was able to make up positions after position. Now he's back up to 4th place in a potential place to continue the challenge. Nabil Aslan is only 6 seconds behind, so I see a potential for him to catch up and perhaps try the challenge for a podium here in the pro class.
Yeah, in red and white Ferrari. It looks like a Marlboro livery over here. But yeah, amigos, right now we are with Billy Ebenhazer coming up into the big red, trying to catch up. A glimpse of Wong right now up in front.
Yeah, I believe that's Z
Marco
Challenger's
Wong,
Marco
yeah,
Wong.
Z Challenger Racing ERGP coming up into the SS. Marco Wong trying to defend himself from Ebenhazer right now. Almost up to the hairpin. Marco Wong. He's getting a bit pressure from Ebenhazer, don't you think?
A little bit, but I think it's more the traffic ahead of him that's of big concern, because anytime you try to pass traffic, you tend to lose out time, and these very tight battles here, especially the one that Ebenhazer is right now.
Ebenhazer.
Yeah, that's how he's actually pronounced. I only found out from Ammo just now
Oh,
in the
okay.
commentary. Ooh, slipping through the traffic there, sandwiching the traffic between himself and Ebenhazer right now. So Marco Wong is in a safer position, at least for now. Ebenhazer is gonna have to find a way past this McLaren, this all-white McLaren in front of him before he can continue to give chase to Marco now. So this is posing a bit of a challenge here for Ebenhazer in his attempt, or rather his quest now, to get up to 11th.
Yeah, this is what I love about endurance racing. Just traffic, back markers as well. It really needs your full concentration to be on this track while racing, and at the same time avoiding the traffic, like the back marker right now. And right now Billy is having a little bit of difficulty because in front of him was a back marker.
Yeah, so Ebenhazer is already cleared now, but it's only 1.3 seconds away from Marco Wong. We'll have to come back to the battle later on as well. Savi Ratnayake is already caught up to Balagulan here, and is on the verge of trying to pass this Ferrari in front of him. Of course, he is driving the McLaren. You can see Maulana just ahead of them right now, the race leader. So they're you get a bit of a sense of how far ahead the LOR team is when you see that the battle for 15-16 place is taking place right behind where Maulana is.
It's way up in front.
I know, right? But Sabi Ratnayake unfortunately had to step off a little bit. Didn't seem to have gained much advantage against Balagulan in that last sector here, and we're already entering the final few turns here. And if Ratnayake isn't able to close in, he will miss out on that slipstream coming out of the main straight. Coming out of that final turn, can he close the gap? He closes it slightly, but I don't think that's enough for him to set up a pass on the first turn.
Yeah, need to remember the Andretti is another hairpin, just like the big red. That is the first turn, and then there's another hairpin. The coming up to the second sector. No, at the end of the second sector, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there's another hairpin. So this track is really, really technical. It's up to the drivers itself for them to tackle the hairpin itself, because the hairpin is like
Hardest braking
it's
zone,
the hardest braking zone. Yeah, I mean, you raced here before, and I also raced here before. Not in real life, that's for sure. I mean, in the sim rig,
I would love to, though.
Well, we love to. Not only you, I would love to race here in real life. But looking at the track layout itself, it is very technical. Coming up to the S's as well. Wow, Savi Ratnayake still up at the back of Balagulan. He's trying to catch up. And right now we are with Damario Hasnam at the 10th place right now in the pro category.
This is what
I
I was.
really like this livery anyway.
No, right? It's so easy to pick out.
Yeah.
But this is what I was afraid of, at least for the LOR, the LOR team in the black car, because with Gonzalez and with the number 2 and number 3 cars going to pits at the same time, it was inevitable that they would come together on track again. And this time, like, Gonzalez was not able to get much of a gap between himself and the number 2 BMW here. So it looks like they will have to battle it out now for possible positions here in the pro class. But nevertheless, as they come across the line right now, Hasnam hasn't quite closed the gap between him and the AMG yet, so he's not able to take a dive. But nevertheless, some cars are still posing a bit of traffic. This one is going to get out of the way here, that orange McLaren. That's going to allow both of these battling cars through. So a bit of a clear track now for Haslam to continue to try to gain some time against Gonzalez. Is this going to be the lap where he will finally close up and finally make that move here in order to gain a place?
Yeah, coming up to the hairpin right now, almost at the end of the S's. He is holding on to Gonzalez up in front in the Mercedes LOR Racing team. Is it LOR asset up in front?
I can't quite remember here. I mean, if Emma was here, he'd be able to tell me, but unfortunately...
Yeah, coming up to the hairpin right now. This is the hairpin that I talked to you about.
Yep.
This is where everybody can take a chance, you know, getting up the inside line. But nope, Damario just waiting for the right moment to pass him.
I mean, again, it's such classic American track design, right? Having like all these very significant braking points here at ends of the track. And if you think about it, you know, the COTA can certainly look a bit like a triangle, a very weird triangle, if I were to say so. Hasnam Dao finds a way through. I think
At
he's already
last.
cleared Gonzalez there. Very nice move there. He's pulled up against Gonzalez, so that's going to hand him now a position ahead of that car and just further add to the woes of the LR team there, unfortunately, because up until
somebody
that
just
point, they
up
were
the
ahead.
grass.
Someone just went off in the grasses now. I see a bit of a yellow flag there. Can't quite see which car it is, but it seems to have cleared out of the way, so it shouldn't be too much trouble. I see another car going a little bit wide. We see all these kind of things happen throughout the race here so far. It's not really affected the top 5 guys so far, although we did have traffic getting in the way of one of these battles here. But unfortunately, but it seems like it's already gone all the way through.
There's a lot of traffic in front of him.
Yeah, a lot of traffic in front of Haslam right now. I mean, a lot of these cars are probably people that have been lapped already by Dylan Tan as well as Maulana right now. But Haslam, though, he's already cleared Gonzalez a long way through, so it seems like he's handily won this battle here between the BMW and the AMG.
Yeah. Just so you know, look at the elevation on the first turn just now.
Right.
Like the details on the track itself, like very nice. You don't expect. Oh, somebody just spun out over there. Who is it?
Well, that's actually handed Haslam now an opportunity to attack Boyin, because he's now right up against the bumper of that Ferrari here.
Oh, right now Moyin trying to defend his line from Hasnam. Is Hasnam gonna make a move right now? Up to the hairpin, the second hairpin on the track right now. No, it's going to be 2 ways. No, still Moyin get the upper hand. Hasnam is still giving a little bit pressure to Mohin. Look at it. Look at this.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh.
Hey,
Haslam
slipstream.
gonna make a move right now.
It's going around the outside actually,
Yeah.
but this is a very long straight, so it's certainly within his paces here to try to stay ahead of Moyin. Moyin, how is he going to fight back? He is not going to fight back at all. Backs out of it completely. Seeing the traffic in front though, I think he senses an opportunity to try to take Haslam back as soon as he gets held up. But again, it just demonstrates the power of the BMW here, at least on these straights, because he can even beat a Ferrari here in the hands of
Doesn't
Taufik
make any
Moyin.
sense, but BMW just fight his way back up to the front right now, beating a Ferrari.
Yep. So
Mind that.
so yeah, Moyin now
And Porsche now.
has now we'll just get right past Porsche. That's going to be a car representing a bit of traffic here for these 2 drivers. Moyin still stays behind the BMW though, and now there's another car coming up in front. That's not going to slow down Haslam too much, I think. But Taufik Moyin though, now having just lost a place, still in the top 10 though. He's already still done a lot so far in this race here to stay in the points, running for his class here. But now it's going to be more about the long haul, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only been 2 hours in the race, so I guess this is not the best time yet to attack for Gonzalez to Moyin.
Moyin, well, I mean, again, you can
It's only
try.
been 2 hours. He can try.
You can try like playing a long game here, but I think in terms of the short term, we might be seeing a move here from Marco Wong this time onto Gonzalez. Like the LOR car has been quite slow so far. This handed him. Wow, look at that
Just
quick
handed
move there from Marco Wong. cleanly overtaking the AMG. Now he's up into, I think that's going to be 10th place for him. Gonzalez will be down in 11th now, no doubt. But it just goes to show that things still not quite working out yet for LOR, at least the black LOR
The
car
black
right now.
LOR.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going well for the silver LOR.
For
should,
sure.
should we call silver LOR?
The silver and the black. I mean, that's very much Mercedes colors,
Yeah,
isn't it?
pretty much the Mercedes color. But Marco Wong got up to the 10th place, takes away from Gonzalez. Gonzalez now up into the 11th. Francis Dorato in the Porsche on the 8th place right now, trying to get his hand on Mohin. Up to the final sector right now. Just going into the final sector right now.
So I believe Dorato was the one they had to pass us now, and he's in actually a different class here. So both Haslam and Moyen has already gained track position here compared to Dorato, but Dorato being in another class is not exactly looking to try to defend against these guys here, but he's caught in a bit of an awkward position because now got Marco, who's coming in hot from behind after having dispatched Gonzalez early on.
Look at how he comes.
Yeah, exactly. Like
very
Marco,
fast.
Marco is so fast, and that's kind of what we expect coming out of the Z Challenger racing team here, hailing him from all the way to Hong Kong. These guys we know are extremely fast behind the
He
sim.
just handed him the pace.
Exactly. I mean, they're not racing in the same class, right? So
Yeah.
he's gonna have to get out of the way, and that's gonna allow Marco Wong through now. Although it's not quite exactly giving him much of an easy time there through the braking zone, but nevertheless stays
He's up
out
in
of the way,
front now.
stays out in front, and stays crucially, I think, for Marco as well, in front of Gonzalez. You can see the zoom feed coming in from Francis Dorato. Just a nice little look on the screen there.
A little bit laggy there, but it's okay. But he's still racing right now. We know he's racing. I mean, look at his setup, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
nice.
that is a nice wheel anyway.
Yeah, very nice
Very
wheel
nice
indeed.
wheel.
Nevertheless, as Dorato continues to try to hold on to track position here, he's going to face a challenge from Gonzalez very soon. But for Marco's sake here, like he just wants Francis to continue fighting with Gonzalez because this is opening up a lot more time now between himself and Gonzalez. Gonzalez finally dispatches Dorato, but after Marco has already built up more than half a second's gap now. In fact, Marco is already caught up to where Taufik Moyen is, so perhaps this should be the battle we're watching here.
Yeah, this is the battle. What should we be watching right now? Marco Wong trying to get his hand on Mohin right now, trying to stay away from Dorato, from LOR. Yep. No, Gonzalez. My bad. Sorry. Marco Wong with his BMW. Yeah, I think in this track right now, we've been seeing this BMW is very fast on the corner and as well at the straight line, even beating a Ferrari. And I think Marco Wong have that advantage. And there's a Ferrari in front of him. He can just overtake it so easily. And upcoming to the big raid right now, another 2 more corners to the front straight. And I guess Marco Wong, look at how he handled the corner just now, very cleanly, hitting the apex as well. Very clean, beautiful racing by this guy.
I mean, Z Challenger, like, are just such good drivers, right? Like, not only are they, like, specifically a team that trains constantly in these sims, but they also show up in a lot of international tournaments here just to show that Hong Kong can race, you know?
Hong Kong can race.
Well, Marco Wong certainly proving that to us as he continues to close the gap now to Taufik Moyen. It's looking like not much is between the 2 cars right now, the Ferrari and the BMW. And to speak of the BMW, you know, this has been one of BMW's biggest efforts, you know, to bring a high-performance race car into the GT3 series. And, you know, there was a lot of hype when this car was first announced and revealed. And I think a lot of that is justified. It's really a powerful car. It's almost kind of meta in a way when it comes to ACC, right? So it's no surprise that Z Challenger decided to use this as a weapon of choice, and they've certainly earned a lot of points and victories behind this machine, you know, in both its iterations in Assetto Corsa and Competizione as well. So
And don't forget, even in GT as well.
yeah, exactly. So Marco Wong, though, hasn't quite found a way past Moyen throughout the entire time we've been talking here. And in fact, the gap is still staying hovering around at 0.3 seconds. Seem to have stepped off a little bit here, at least between Taufik Moyen and Marco Wong, but he's going to be able to catch up for sure during the braking zones, and it's going to be important for him to try to get these slipstreams, especially on this long back straight here on COTA.
Yeah, we can see just now Mohin a little bit early on the break, but Marco Wong just stay on his line and doing his late braking over there. And right now, their gap between is zero point 0.4 actually is quite close. It is anytime for Marco Wong to beat Moyen on this track, but I guess it is too early to say that.
Well, I mean, just pace wise, I think the two of
Mhm.
them are just very close. It's just maybe a difference right now of like 9 tenths, but that's because Marco has been following behind Taufik most of this time here. Coming around the final corner here, Marco closes up on Taufik a little bit this time, so he should be able to enjoy a bit of slipstream now. Gap is still at 0.3 seconds. The last time around, they got over the control line. Now it's at 0.2 as Marco continues to close in onto Taufik Moin. Is it enough to get a move onto turn one? Not quite.
Not quite.
Not quite for Marco, and again, with the first turn being that blind, sometimes you don't want to make that dive necessarily because you don't want to hit the apex of that first turn anyway because of the big bump that's
Yeah.
right over there. So
Sausage curb.
sausage,
Sausage curb.
and the sausage curb too. There's
Don't
that
forget
dip,
about the sausage
there's
curb
the
as
dip,
well.
and there's also the sausage
Sausage
curb.
curb.
So very dangerous place to be in if you're trying to clip the apex at the first turn,
Yeah, unless you have advantage on the inside.
or unless you have big cojones.
Oh yeah, true.
But nevertheless, Marco Wong stays on the tail of Tawi Moyin there. Bit of traffic coming through here right around the outside that's disrupting Marco's line a little bit, but it's allowing him to get alongside the Tawi Moyin now. This could be it. Marco Wong passes Moyin right on the straight line,
Really easy.
right before the breaking point, and that's an easy move there for Marco Wong to make his way up to 7th place.
Yeah, on this sector just now, like I just told you, Marco Wong has a great advantage on the second sector, coming up to the second sector, because you see just now, Marco Wong using his late braking, almost catching up to Moyen just now, and right now, look where is he?
Yep, already up on the
On the
rise
7th
here.
place right now.
On the rise here. He's going to still have Hasnam ahead of him here in the same class, so no doubt we want to try to catch up there. But Taufik Moyen now just going to have to lick his wounds a little bit. He's still in the top 10, which is a good position,
position.
a good position for him considering where he started off. But nevertheless, with Marco now giving chase to Hasnam, we're going to be seeing more and more BMWs start to populate the top 5.
Yeah, giving a little bit pressure to Marco Wong right now. I mean, hey, it's only been 2 hours. It's still gonna be a long race. So, I mean, one is gonna be a long race, and we don't know whether they can keep up with this pace and to stay ahead on their position right now. But right now, we are with our race leader Andika Rama Maulana, getting a little bit of traffic in front, but no worries, he's ahead by 17.9 seconds. That is a big of a gap, if you ask me.
Huge gap, and in fact, he set the fastest lap of the race so far in the last lap he
Well,
done,
both of the
206, 206.2. So you know that he's already still on the pace. Saw another car getting close just now. I think that was Naim, Amiro Naim, getting close to Billy Ebenheiser just now. But again, they're not really racing for class position. It's more of a track position thing here. But it seems like he's already closing in and gets a lot of pace here. Actually, still very green on the delta as far as you can see. Andika Maulana, though, still continuing to stay in the lead of this race here. Has already dispatched so many cars as he's made his way through the track now. It's already 17 seconds ahead of Russell Reyes, who also is having some traffic to deal with on his own here. But just look at that, like, Andika's already the S's, whereas Russell Reyes is just only entering Sector 2.
That is a big of a gap. And for me to think, because this is an endurance race, right? So Russell Reyes might have a chance to shorten the distance between the both of them. And right now we are with Muhammad Adib from WUT Racing Team in the pink McLaren, and
Yep.
Go Li Wang RCR2 in a Ferrari right now, in the M class. Oh,
Yeah, this is a little bit
this
of
is a new car.
this is a fight that's coming up in the back there, and I think Goldie Wang is now inherited the car that was involved in that first lap incident. So
The first hour, right? If
the
I'm not
first
mistaken.
the first hour. I think most of that damage seems to have been fixed already on that car, so hopefully there wouldn't be any aerodynamic issues. But it seemed like he was getting caught up by Adib just now, just for a little bit. It looks like. In the meantime, another part of the track here. Ebenheiser now caught up to where Dorato is. There's going to be a pass for track position here. I don't expect Dorato to be putting up much of a fight. In fact, he doesn't quite put that much of a fight actually going into that final turn. Gives him plenty of space on the inside there, so that's going to allow Ebenheiser a clean way through it in order to inherit 10th place.
But they're going two-way right now on the first turn.
Still wheel to wheel though, quite a drag race, so Dorato's not really taking it lying down, although he knows it's not worth it for him to try to challenge Ebenheiser in this
I mean, it's different class.
yeah, different classes, exactly. So, nevertheless, Dorato now drops down to 11th, whereas Ebenheiser now in 10th.
Yeah. Francis Dorato driving a really excellent race right now. Right now we are with Muhammad Adib. Is this the Food Panda
Yep.
car?
Yep,
yeah,
that
Food
is.
Panda. It's been a long time since I see this car. Hey, Muhammad Adib from WUT Racing Team, currently up to 33rd place right now. Just past Andretti right now, going into the first and big raid. Up in front of him is Li Wang, also in Ferrari. Look how he's going into up to the big raid right now.
Yeah, just trying to
Just
close
trying
the
to
gap.
clip in the apex there.
Yeah. The thing is that a lot of time, I think it's going to be gained or lost pretty much from the S's that's going to be coming up right now. And especially in these endurance races, it's very conducive for you to build a nice rhythm in these laps, right? I mean, naturally, what you do in endurance racing, you're constantly going through these cycles of like just making sure you nail down your racing lines, and once you get into that steady rhythm, you know, it just kind of feels natural after that, you know, to just maintain or build a good pace, right?
Yeah, plus you need to remember, because of the driver change as well, it's might gonna change the rhythm a little bit.
It might. I mean, again, especially if you're the driver taking over the new stint, right? It's going to be up to you within those first
That's
few
gonna be
minutes.
a lot of pressure.
For sure, you know, but if you're a team that has practiced on this track a lot, you know, it's just more or less about getting into that flow, into that pace. And sometimes it takes a bit, for some drivers, it takes a bit of time to build into it. For some drivers, they can just jump into the hot seat and just straight away just go for a flying lap, you know. So it's just different degrees of talent, I suppose, you know, in that regard. But nevertheless, speaking of talents, Amiral Naim right now looking like he's going to try to pass Dorato for class position here. Right now, the two of them are only half a second away, and it seemed like the Naim was able to close in a little bit on Dorato. Not enough to make the move on the first turn, but certainly enough for him to chase him throughout this lap.
And I mean, Dorato, we can see right now, he's just realized that somebody's behind him from the same class right now. As we can see, he's pacing up.
Yep, he's just stepping on the gas a
Stepping
little bit
up the
harder,
gas right now.
braking a little bit later, just trying to stay
Being
ahead
too
of
much
Naim.
comfortable just now.
Well, now he's certainly going to have to feel the heat here with Naim already caught up so close to Dorato's car. Let's have a look on the bumper side here. You can see that Naim is just constantly peeking around the insides of where Dorato is, just constantly keeping him on the alert, so to speak. Because you never know, especially when the car, when you're the one being chased, right? It's like you're always watching your rearview mirrors. You're always watching your sponsor, just making sure where your opponent is relative to you. And the moment you see that he's gonna making a move, you know, you just gotta make sure you get your car in the way there. Sometimes it can be hard to do, especially when you're entering the braking zones, but that's what Dorato's gonna have to do if he wants to stay in 11th place.
Yeah, Dorato being way too comfortable in front just now, getting pressured by Amirul Naim from Apex Racing Brunei. And we can see that Dorato is currently stepping out, trying not to hold off to that throttle a little bit much. But as we can see, he is pacing up. He is doing better than his last lap as well.
Yeah, Amir Naim is continuing to
Giving
stay
a little
as
bit pressure,
close. Yeah, just keeping the pressure going here. But it still remains to be seen whether or not he will have enough in the tank to actually bring the fight to Dorato. As of right now, it seems to have petered off quite a bit. Hasn't quite made any gains throughout that lap right now, so I expect both of them to continue scrapping between the two of them, trying to see how they want to try to bring that fight later on. In the meantime, for Jaden Liao, so we're getting quite close to Azreen's car. Could be a potential for a pass for 23rd place, or maybe not. But this is another one of the LOR Ascent cars we saw the troubles with affecting the car is sitting higher up in the leaderboard here,
Oh,
which is
look at
currently
that.
driven by Gonzalez. But Jaden Liao seems to have trouble of his own, going way too wide in the hairpin there.
That's another LOR car over there. As I know from Amo, he was saying from the start of the race, LOR is sending 4 cars for this race, different categories, but yeah, 4 cars from LOR right now, giving all that pressure, giving all the competition to all the drivers as well.
I mean, Legion Races is a huge, huge organization. They've been
And
around
a
for
huge brand as well.
been around for a very long time, based in Singapore. They've been active in the sim racing scene since their early days here in this region. So it's no surprise to see how much they've grown over the years, and you know, with like like massive superstars in their lineup, like Antika Maulana, Muhammad Tasbi. At one point, Alif Hamilton used to drive as for LOR as well. I think he continues to still stay good friends with a lot of the team even to this day. So LOR has been very instrumental, really. I would say in the Southeast Asian region in building up, you know, this international sim racing scene, and just the fact they are fielding 4 cars. That's why it's just not surprising to me. There's such a big presence when it comes to sim racing here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, when I first started sim racing, I always watched LOR racing because they are such a huge influence at that time. I mean, they've been in the business for a long time. But right now, as we can see, Jaden Liao, as you can see on the... Oh, somebody just spun out. That is Savi
Sabi Radiake, who early on we saw was in the battle,
from Sri Lanka.
unfortunately has spun his car out. It was slow on track. I saw the yellow flags come out just now, and it seems like he's already back into the pace, but unfortunately he's dropped down to what seems to be 17th or 18th place. So he probably lost out a place or two while he was trying to recover there. So far, no other battles, whether there's a few battles towards the back here.
Yeah.
Alim is already caught up to Pereira, only still about a second about less than a second behind. And this is going to be a battle in the Pro-Am class. Oh, sorry, this is the the Pro-Am class. So both of them right now in 15th and 14th respectively. Fazul Alim as well as Pereira. So the BMW looking like it's closing in very much on that Ferrari. Seen this pattern over and over again. Like the Ferraris, at least for this series here, are looking really are really competitive, but it seems that other cars have them beat in some areas. The BMWs particularly look very fast on the straights. The McLaren seem to be able to out-corner the Ferrari sometimes. It seems like, even though the Ferrari is such a popular choice, I think in these races here, we're still constantly reminded all the time in these races what the differences between these machines are.
Yeah, but still, BMW is the most famous choice on this track right now. Right. Driving the 999 car from Sim Racing Lanka, Muhammad Fawzul Alim, sorry about that. Looking slick, the car right now. Currently chasing Pereira up in front. It's not Pereira, I guess. It is Pereira, right? Right in front of him.
Yeah, I think that's for Pereira that's in front. Brian
Yep,
Pereira.
Brian Pereira from CMSC Team Black. It's not really black when your car is green, mint green over there.
Black might just be the name of the team, you know?
Maybe the name of the team.
Who knows? Maybe the logo is actually black.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Pereira has done well so far to try to keep Fawzul Alim behind him. Again, this is actually a battle for the amateur class here, not the Pro-Am class. So Brian Pereira so far is holding on to the lead here in this amateur class. Fawzul Alim is doing his level best here to keep that challenge going, but the BMW is always catching up in these straights here. So the what Pereira needs to do is basically make sure that he gets the braking points just right, especially at its corners
Little
here.
bit touch
Unfortunately,
there from
bit of a
Fawzul
touch. Bit of a touch there. Pereira continues to roll on. Fawzul Alim didn't lose too much time, in fact, but we already see some cars already piling up behind here, so any more touches like that, and certainly they put them in the crutches of the traffic that's building up behind them. Nevertheless, Fawzul Alim, I hope he didn't sustain too much damage in that contact. It didn't look like that big of a hit, but Pereira's not looking that good either. Fawzul Alim's going to go around the outside, attempting to make a pass in the final corner. Can't quite make the way through, though, as Pereira stays in front of him going onto the main straight.
Yeah, need to be mine as well. Foot Panda is behind, but Fawzul Alim a little bit touch on Pereira up in front. It's gonna cost them a little bit of a time, but nevertheless, right now Fawzul Alim is still currently still holding on to that place, trying to chasing Pereira, but Anthony Cruz at the back in a Food Panda car. He also catching up because of the touch between these two drivers. Alan Drake Cruz, my bad. Alan Drake Cruz at the back right now. I mean, giving a little bit pressure to these two drivers. If any of them making a mistake right now, it's gonna cost them time. It's gonna cost them this race, and Alan's gonna be up in front.
And all that defending that Pereira is doing is just pushing follow Aleem closer and closer to Cruz's car. So this is not doing him any favors right now. He needs to try to find a way past Pereira sooner rather than later, or else the BMW is going to become somehow a threat here, even though they are racing different classes. But this is again for the lead of the amateur class, so the stakes are very, very high here between Pereira and Aleem. Aleem so far has tried to stay close to get the slipstreams, has not quite capitalized too much in the last couple of slipstreams here, and now we got a BMW just constantly weaving around trying to find a way through, but Fawzul stays in his lane, stays on the racing line.
Yeah.
No way through quite yet. Pereira still holding up this whole pack right now. How is this going to shape up?
Yeah, I think Alan is gonna try and make
Yep.
a move. Look at that.
Rowdy outside.
Around the outside, not quite yet, but oh, Alan trying to take advantage on that, and he's trying. He already like the gap between them is very little between these three cars right now. I think it's gonna be a three-way going into the last corner on the Andretti right now.
It could be, exactly, because we're coming up to the final turn, and it's going to be a bit of a straight coming up soon, and it's going to be very, very important for Aleem to stay close to Pereira so at least he can get the slipstream. Now he's already hung up to the back there. It doesn't, I don't quite see where Cruz is in that regard. Cruz is very far back. Fawzul Aleem, at least he has a bit of slipstream, not quite enough speed differential. Some cars are coming out of the pits though, and Fawzul Aleem is going to go in straight for the dive, but Pereira stays ahead of him throughout, still in the lead of the amateur class.
Not this time, Fawzul Aleem, says Pereira up in front. I think he's defending a little bit too much, and it's quite, he's in front and he's defending quite a lot, but Fawzul Aleem is not backing out, and I think it's a little bit of disadvantage for him right now.
Could be. Again, as I've mentioned before, exhaust gases coming out of the car in front will get sucked into your brake ducts, and that can increase the heating on your brakes. It can increase the wear on your front tires as well. So if anything, Fawzul Aleem, he's already getting very close here. It looks like it could be potential for a pass if he can just find a way through. He does get into the apex before the Pereira does. He does take the position away, so now he's clear. But is Pereira going to be able to fight back on the next turn? He's trying to think about it. He's trying to get around where he is, but he's already taking up so much space in the middle of the track here. Pereira is going to have to try to go around the outside. Only has a little bit of peak. Switches around to the inside. Can he outbrake him? Not quite. The BMW though. The BMW Cruz comes in, moves into the way, and then allows Pereira through, and he's already through. Whereas Aleem had to go wide. He loses the place.
Oh, Alan using his late braking technique, and then he just bumped into Fawzul Aleem. That's gonna
It's not quite over yet.
It's not quite over, but
Aleem.
still.
Contact onto
Spun
the
out.
back end of Aleem, spins him out completely. Pereira goes through, Cruz goes through, Caillou as well is going to be catching up to where Aleem is soon. Aleem is now recovered back on track here, but he's lost out so much time. It looks like Pereira is already pulled way ahead now, 16 seconds in front, but now he's under attack from Cruz of all people.
Oh my god, Cruz is so fast. As you can see, he's very... Look at that. Is he gonna come up on the inside? No, I don't think so. And right now, coming up to the big red. Using a little bit of slipstream from Pereira right now. As we can see. Nope, it's not gonna be two-way. He's still, taking the quite a big line over there. White line.
Naturally, you take the white line on the entry in order to get a good exit, and it looks like Cruz still wants to try to get past Pereira somehow. But
He almost got it though, just
he
now.
almost got it. Fawzul Aleem though has lost out 5 whole seconds to Pereira by the time he's covered here. The good news for him is that Mawa Kayu from the Pintar team by Bego was not going to be able to catch up to Fauzo Alim that quickly, though. He's still 20 seconds behind throughout the whole thing there. Cruz, in the meantime, still continue to give pressure to Pereira throughout here. It feels almost as if he's trying to find him from position, but Pereira, reminder, is leading the AM class. He cannot afford to make a mistake during this maneuver here as Cruz passes him on track right now. Reminder, these two are not racing in the same class, but Cruz is going absolutely for it.
Yeah, he just went for it. I just want to be in front. Almost to the end, to the second hour of the race right now. We can see brilliant racing by Drake. Except for the crash just now, a little bit of touch. Oh, a little bit of touch.
No touch. Pereira fights back.
Fights back. He's gonna try to be dominant in front. Oh,
Yeah,
a little bit
still
of
side by
scratching there.
side.
Side by side still.
Pereira's not too happy about this somehow. He just feels, gets offended a little bit that Cruz
He
is...
gets offended. He's just, hey, we are racing not at the same category, but right now you are racing towards me. What happened now? And you've been touching me all over the place.
Well, reminder, like, it was previously, like, Alan Drake Cruz that disrupted the battle between Pereira and Fausto Alim. Now, Pereira benefited from that interference. But still, the two of them continue to fight, just fight all out here on the track here. Drake Cruz has already built a bit of space now, and it seems like Pereira is going to be under attack from, of all things, the 404 car of Muhammad Adib, who is, by the way, several places behind these guys here, so not quite a threat here, I think, for Pereira. But I think it also goes to show that the pace, it wasn't really that good from Pereira, especially after that interference. So if anything, the fact that Fausto Alim had dropped a lot of time there certainly has given him a bit of a lull, but Fausto is already 2 seconds behind, so he's already gained more than half the amount of time that he's lost now to Pereira. So pretty soon, I think Alim will be able to catch up to Pereira and challenge him for the lead of the AM class again. So as we anticipate this to come to pass here, Pereira is already quite clear of the traffic in front. In fact, Cruz is already catching up to a bunch of other cars in front of him. I think that's that's another bunch of traffic. Yeah, there's almost a bit of a touch here. He's going to try to go around the inside. Plenty of space being given by these cars. I don't believe they're racing on the same lap here, so Cruz is going to literally cruise on by these two cars.
Alan Drake Cruz literally cruising on this track right now, even though there's a little bit of touching here and there.
Yeah, touching coming
Putra
through
Dharma.
here. Putra Dharma in the 7-7 car, catching up to the 59 of Ramadan. I think that's Ferdi Ramadan from Jabasim esports right now, who is still in 18th place. Dharma is trying his level best to keep up there. He almost had the pass done there, but the two Ferraris still very even in power. Not going to be much differential when it comes to these straights, so it's all about how he gets a slipstream here. Dharma catches up. He's going to try his best, I think, in this next turn. He's taking a very wide line here, so he's definitely eyeing that inside here for the turn. Ramadan is not going to be moving out of the way there. It looks like Dharma is already through. By the time they get to the turn, braking zone coming through, Dharma is already in front of the other Ferrari of Ramadan.
Team Techno, ERS Team Techno. This is the battle of third place in the Pro-Am category. Right now, Putra Dharma getting in front, and he is on third. He's on the podium. He got high on the podium right now.
I mean,
Even though it's almost the end of the, we got 2 more hours to go, but hey,
and again, like with the two other podium runners, like way ahead, having plenty of cars between. This is a very important pass here for Dharma in order to secure what could be a podium here for Team Techno ERS, and this is inside the Pro-Am class. So this is going to be very crucial for the championship standings later on for sure, if they can just keep this position for the end of this race. We are almost at the halfway mark here, about 7 minutes to go before we hit 2 hours in this race here. So Dharma has just brought us a bit of excitement here in the Pro-Am class. We see Fausto Alim already caught up to Pereira, so the battle is going to be
still on.
Still on. Here comes round 2.
Round 2 of battle between Fausto Alim and Pereira. Who's gonna get in front? We don't want to talk about Alan Drake Cruz right now because he's way up in front and he's not getting any challenge from any drivers right now. But these two, Fausto Alim and Pereira, they have something to prove. and Fawzul Alim giving a little bit pressure coming up into the final sector right now, hitting the late braking section. Fawzul Alim not getting an apex over there. I mean, he's running a little bit wide there.
Running a little bit
Yeah,
wide.
a little bit
I'm
wide.
worried that
Pereira.
he's
I think
already.
he getting a little bit of pressure of Fawzul Alim.
I mean, for sure, seeing Fawzul Alim back on his tail again after just only a couple of laps, just certainly shows a lot more pace coming out from the BMW for sure. And Pereira may have his car maybe slightly stricken from that contact he had with Cruz early on, but nevertheless, right now this is handing a lot of advantage to Fawzul now. Not only he has the pace, but he has the position now to try to pass him on turn one. If he keeps on the slipstream here. So as we jump onto his bonnet here, is he going to be close enough? It seems like still a far and away here for Fawzul to make that move on this turn, but it could possibly come in the next laps or so. He's still going to try to make a peek on the inside nevertheless, and that's going to keep the pressure going onto Pereira's side.
Yeah, I can see Pereira is having a little bit problem just now coming into the last turn just now. He was like fishtailing a little bit. Right now we are with Muhammad Tasbih in the pro class in the car number 44 on the 4th place. Maulana is way up in front. 889 car in the Mercedes in LOR Racing team as well.
Yeah. So
Now,
this is going to
Nabil
be
Aslan.
yeah, this is going to be a fight for podium now in the pro class. Nabil Aslan has done well to get himself in this position here from strategy, but now it's going to be a matter of track dominance here because Muhammad Tasbih has been lapping pretty fast compared to Nabil Aslan, though his last lap actually caught a bit of flack there because it's in the red, meaning that he had the lap time cancelled, possibly due to cutting the track. But whatever the case though, he's already right up against the back of Nabil Aslan here, so this could be another battle for podium positions, this time in the pro class.
Yeah, coming up to the back straight right now. Going
And
into
Fawzul Alim,
the third sector. Oh, Fawzul Alim.
Yep.
The battle between these two is never ending.
never ending, but it doesn't seem that Pereira is quite out of it yet. Fawzul Alim's already made the move early on, but now it's going to be up to Pereira to try to fight back. He can't quite get alongside the BMW though, so Fawzul Alim hands himself into the lead of the amateur class here. So well done for him. Tasbih in the meantime still trying to
Battle
catch up
for
to
third
Nabil
right now.
Aslan. Still trying to get himself alongside. They're already coming up to the final turn very soon. They're already finishing up the third sector here. So if Tasbih can continue to get these gains, he could be in a good setup now to try to pass for third place.
Yeah, giving a little bit pressure to Nabil Aslan right now, coming up to the final turn on the Andretti. Nabil Aslan keep pulling away. I think Nabil Aslan is doing a great job pulling away from Tasbih right now. And we can see Ellen Drake Cruz is going to the pit. Maybe a driver change?
Maybe a change of tires as well. We're already close to that second hour mark, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be the third stint coming out. Raul Dev in the meantime fighting now for 16th position here. Mawa Kayu is still going to be alongside him as he comes to the straight. Unfortunately, Daryl Dev doesn't quite get the speed he needs here. He's going to try to get a little bit of slipstream, but again, he's going to try to fight his way towards the apex here. He will take the position somewhat, but Mawa Kayu still carries a lot of speed around the exit. A bit of a touch there, forcing Mawa to go a little bit wide, but looks like Raul Dev successfully elbows his way through.
Let's go, Pepika Racing.
Let's go indeed. This is actually for the podium position, by the way. So Mawa Kayu is just lost out in third place here. Raul Dev moves up into the third place.
Yeah. Right now, as we can see on the track, it is raining. Just now, just like you and Emo saying, is a bit of a cause, and right now it's raining, so it's gonna be another ball game for these drivers.
That's going to cool down the track a lot more, that's for sure. But the other thing is that the grip condition is going to be dynamic from this point on. This could be tight and this could be feisty here, especially with Tasbih already catching out of Nabil Aslan. I don't think these guys were quite anticipating the rain to hit in the middle of their battle, but here we are.
In the middle of the race, anyway. We're
Yeah.
just going into the mark of the third hour right now. But yeah, right. It is raining right now, so the battle for third. For Muhammad Tasbih and Nabil Aslan. Can Nabil Aslan pull away from Muhammad Tasbih right on his back?
Well, they're still going to be coming up. I think almost going to be getting up side by side soon. So Tasbe, though, he's already all over Nabi Aslan here. It's going to try to go around the outside. Can't quite get the entry speed he needs. Nabi Aslan still a little bit faster through the section here. Coming out to the final turn. Can Tasbe make a good exit here? He's going for a very wide line. Nabi Aslan has to take a more defensive line. This is a perfect position now for Tasbe. He's going to be coming in and trying to go around the side, but Nabi Aslan defends. He jinks towards the wall here, trying to give as little room as possible for Tasbe. If Tasbe wants to make a pass, he has to do it around the outside. Nabi Aslan still on the inside, still stays in the trap position. Tasbe, not quite enough speed. He may have it on the exit though. He still will be fighting around the outside. Nabi Aslan coming through this next turn, coming in downhill. Nabi Aslan still stays ahead throughout there. This is looking so tight between the two of them. Tasbe now losing out a little bit of speed as we enter the SS. Can't quite keep up with Nabi Aslan through that sector.
Yeah, Nabil Aslan trying to push him out of the way just now. What a great battle between these two. Tasbe still holding on to that fourth place, trying to catch up with Nabil Aslan in this condition, or this track condition right now. But Nabil Aslan got the upper hand by having a gap between these two, around 0.3 seconds between them. But Nabil Aslan keep his composure and stay up on the third. But hold on.
Oh,
The hairpin right now, but still Nabil Aslan is up in front. I really thought Muhammad Tasbe is going to make a move on over there, but there's a little bit of traffic in front. That's going to cost a little bit of time unless the back marker is giving way to Nabil Aslan right now.
Doesn't look like there's going to be a case. The back marker is going to be taking the racing line through, and Nabil Aslan is going to be slipping on the inside. Though, he's hoping that the traffic will stay out of the way and give him some space in the apex, and that seems to have come to pass. Tasbe is going to try to follow him. He does stay in front of the XP car just in the nick of time, but that's actually giving him a bit of a gap. He's going to try to move around the outside. Around the outside of Nabil Aslan, can't quite make the move stick though. Nabil still stays ahead of him. They are still fighting all the way through the final sector here. Still a very technical part of the course as Tasbe still tries to find some nice space here, but cannot quite get past. Nabil Aslan's brilliant defending so far, but around the outside, this looks like this could be it. Tasbe now gets his nose ahead. He is ahead of Nabil Aslan now. This is third place here for Muhammad Tasbe of Amigos Racing.
Third place, Muhammad Tasbe. What a great battle.
Oh,
I
but
think, hold on.
Went wide.
He went wide a bit. This is going to be advantage for Nabil Aslan. Nabil Aslan gets up on the inside on the Andretti right now. A little bit of touching there.
The curbs
the curbs, the sausage curb. Nabil Aslan is pulling away right now. He's at the third place. Whoa. What a race by these two. It's been like 2 laps between these two, been battling, and right now Nabil still up on the in front, still leading the race. I mean, not leading the race, leading up the third place right now. Wow.
I mean, this constantly, like, here's the thing. Nabil was constantly forcing Tasbe to try to make a move around the outside, and he knew that as long as he can stay, like, just force him all the way to the edge of the track, the sausage curbs would get in the way. That was brilliant defending there from Nabil Aslan, but he still has to keep doing it because Tasbe, he's back on his tail again.
Back up on the action on the third place battle right now. Almost half of the race on the third hour. Coming up to the third hour. We are on the third hour of the race.
Oh, a bit slide from Nabil's side. Tasbe has already caught up quite well, but he wasn't quite able to capitalize on that too much.
for Muhammad Tasbe there.
Yeah, a bit wide for Tasbe as well in the next turn. As riding the curbs there has actually gained a bit of time here for Nabil Aslan. But as soon as they come around the next bend, already Tasbe is back on it again. So coming out of this main straight again, he's going to get a lot of draft off of here. Is he going to have enough though to try to catch Nabil on the next section? Remember, it was where they almost came together again, so it looks like history might just repeat itself. Tasbe now again around the outside. Nabil Aslan breaks a little bit earlier this time around. Tasbe might be able to get the move done this time around, but can he actually avoid the sausage curves? He barely avoids it, but Nabil Aslan somehow is still ahead of him.
Muhammad Tasbe, I think he almost crashed there.
Yeah. But he's coming back
he's
again.
coming
He
back
got the
right
apex
now.
this time around, but Nabil has the next one immediately after. This is just back and forth racing, almost wheel to wheel there between the two of them as they try to round
Sausage
out
curb
this
again.
last sector. Again, Tasbe has to watch out for the sausage curbs around the outside of the last turn. That was what caused him to battle a little bit early on, but Nabil Aslan knows that as well. He is still ahead of Tasbe for now, though. Coming around to the final 2 turns here, Nabil Aslan in the green car, Muhammad Tasbih in the white and red car, the Marlboro livery coming through here, trying to find a way through the green car. He's going to have a peek around the inside, cannot quite get through. This time around, Nabil Aslan stays ahead of him. No chance of him hitting the sausage curves, but he certainly has a chance coming up to turn 1.
I mean, this is what experience do to you. Like Nabil Aslan, he also been racing in a real car, so this is what experience do to you.
Yep, switching around here. Tasbih still has to try to go around the outside. Nabil Aslan on a very defensive line here, but Tasbih might have an advantage in the exit. He does hook onto the right-hand side here of Nabil Aslan, tries to take him around the outside, but Nabil still has position, still has the defensive line going on there. Tasbih still cannot find a way through.
He still cannot find a way between these two. Muhammad Tasbih still holding on to that 4th place. You can see on the camera there. He's being relentless right now. I want to try to pass this guy, but I still can't find the right place to overtake this guy. Nabil is doing really good at defending his line and defending his position right now. Kudos to him anyway.
Yeah, he's still gonna have to keep doing it over and over again, especially the rain continuing to pour down. The track condition is gonna get wetter and wetter as time goes on, so the grip level is gonna be dropping massively here. So I wonder if Nabil can adapt to it well enough to make sure he can still keep on this defense here against Tasbih. And for Tasbih part as well, you know, it may also be the same case for him where he needs the grip really to try to keep up with Nabil Aslan, especially through these fast corners. And the wetter this track gets, the less he's going to be able to do those kind of moves. So he needs to make it done somehow.
Yeah, the track is very damp right now. It is anybody games right now because it is raining, and who's gonna get advantage on this rainy condition on the track?
Yeah, more traffic coming up ahead against Nabil Aslan and Tasbih. In the meantime, another couple more battles still happening out on track
a
here.
little bit slight there from Nabil.
A little bit of a slide for Nabil. Would that be an opportunity now for Tasbih to actually make a move? This is already on the final sector, and you can already see the two of them closing up very, very well to each other here. Muhammad Tasbih going around the outside yet again. Nabil constantly forcing him in those kind of positions, and he knows that especially on a fast track like COTA, it's always going to be more advantageous to stay on the inside of most of these turns as Nabil Aslan stays ahead of Muhammad Tasbih. Oh, he goes way wide! He goes way wide!
What's
And
this
Tasbih
happen?
is going to be able to get up alongside, but he goes in the pits instead. So, Nabil Aslan is going to continue running outside while the rain is still pouring. Tasbih is going to coming in for a nice set of tires. Is this going to be an undercut here in order for him to avoid having to pass Nabil Aslan on track?
Maybe, but Nabil Aslan, he's still racing for from the start of the race. And need to remind you, on the 18 and 19 turn, that's when Nabil Aslan got overtaken by Tasbih just now. But kudos to Nabil Aslan, just what I said. He's defending really good. But right now we are with Adam Harith from Suntime Malaysia on the McLaren in the M class, having a little bit of slipstream. He's not going back in the pit still as well. This is another driver that is driving from the start up until now.
Well, all on that note, I mean, not many drivers have decided to take the pits quite yet. I think they're kind of like still trying to jostle for some positions here, or seeing some of the guys pit early on. They decided to try to go long instead for the sake of their strategy, especially for those guys who decide to pit early on. I mean, the next stint is supposed to be a little bit longer, you know, in order to try to make it into the same like kind of pit window, right? But Adam Harith right now, it's not only facing some trouble trying to get past a Porsche here, but they do have another car in front of them, which I believe is a Z Challenger car, and that's representing a bit of traffic now in this battle here. Rather, I think the Z Challenger car had lapped them early on, so now they're having to fight behind. Adam Harith loses control. He loses control, goes straight into the wall. Oh, that was just so bad, especially when it was so close already to making the pass done.
Yeah, got a little bit excited on the throttle there.
Yeah, and I think a little bit hit on the curb as well. Billy Ebenheiser is going to be coming into the pits now, as well as Amir Naim. Or rather, Amir Naim is still out of track here. He's just only come into the first sector, so no pit stop for him. Tasbih is still in the pits right now, so still a long way to go before he's going to be coming through. Gonzalez is also in the pits here for LOR Ascent. So these are the few guys who are in the top of the leaderboard who decided to come into the pit lane right now. In the meantime, any other battles happening on track? Gandani Hutama, Pintar Racing by Bego continuing to stay in 23rd. We're going to see how this is going to turn out.
But anyway, Victor, we gotta come back after this to show you guys more action on the track. But before that, let's head to the ads right now. Okay, we will see you later on. Hi, welcome back. Here we are again in eRacing GP Endurance Series, Endurance Edition. Sorry, my bad. On round 3, here we are in Austin, Texas, Circuit of the Americas. Here with me, coming back with Ammo. Victor is taking a break for a little while. So just a recap for you, Ammo. Just now, a great battle between Nabil Azlan and Tasbih. And there are some great battles at the back as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was kind of like the battle of the titans, wasn't it? Between two really fast guys in the Asia Pacific region going at it. As we actually, incidentally, when they were battling, we were past the halfway point the entire season. Not just the halfway point of this race, but the entire season. The next half starts now, and let's see what those teams who are aiming for the championship can do. But between Nabil and Tasbih, that was a really good battle. It was hammer and tongs, and amazingly he kept it quite clear, apart from that final corner in turn 20 where Nabil actually kind of crowded out Tasbih a bit. Tasbih wasn't really appreciated that, but again, that's kind of like nip and tuck racing. It was fair, and for the most part, very clean.
Yep. But here we are at the stats. And Andika Maulana is still holding on to dominance way up in front in the LOR racing team. Andika Rama Maulana in the Mercedes right now, driving in the 889 car, having a little bit of traffic up in front. And as we can see, he is calm. Look at him.
Yep. With a house, a different part of the house again, because
Yeah,
last time,
different part of the house.
last time we saw him, we literally saw somebody doing laundry behind, but
at the
laundry-
staircase, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So in this case, well, I was talking about laundry house. He's not here competing, but he definitely took the laundries last time out with an absolutely dominant performance until we had a slight cut in proceedings. But nonetheless, they took a win, and that set them up quite well here for round number 3. We were running through the screens just now where we can see the times. So top 5 in each class. The 889 Legion Racers car leads the way in front of the JMX Phantom number 29. In second place, about 22 seconds behind. Third is Stratos Motorsports 111. And I think most of these guys have actually stayed out quite a bit because they didn't actually come in through the pit stop when the rain came. And the track is greasy now, so whoever put on wet tires right now, it may be feeling a little bit less bullish of their chances in that regard. Fourth place is the 878Z Challenger car coming through from the back of the grid all the way up to fourth. That's an amazing drive. And fifth place is the 711 GSR car, currently still being driven by Tafi Moyen. In the Pro-Am category, the 333 Apex Racing Brunei car is leading the way in front of the 777 ERS Team Techno car, which amazingly, despite their early woes being involved in that big accident at the start of the race, are running second. Third place is the Papega Racing number 23 car. They are actually net second place because we're waiting for the Trip 7 to come in.
Nice.
In front of Reynard Wijaja, who's in the pits right now, in the number 69 Bigo car. And in fifth place is the number 18 car. In fact, now this position is a spot, but it was number 18 LORSN car in the AM category right there. In fact, we're getting a bit mixed up because there are quite a few drivers changing through positions. And third place in the Pro-Am category is the Sim Racing Philippines car, which at one point was batting for the lead, but then a drive-through penalty has set them back a bit. So that's kind of like the gist of the entire stat field right now, but we'll get into it even more as the second half of this race and indeed the second half of the season progresses. But up in front, we're looking at Andika Ramamalana. With the work of Dylan Tan that he put in early in the race, really has not been phased by anybody behind. Well and truly, the class of the field here today, Kachap.
Yeah, he's having a great time right now. He can finally calm down and being much more comfortable up in front. I mean, the works of Dylan Tan, he is quite dominant from the start of the race up until the change of driver from Dylan Tan to Andika Ramamalana. He's way up in front. The gap between the second place right now is 26.9 seconds. So such a big gap between them.
Indeed, and in fact, it's going to become even bigger because Reyes is actually in the pits now.
Oh.
So,
Oh, what just happened?
No, we're camera angle there just now, but Reyes is in the pits, so he's going to drop a couple of positions here when the drivers come through, as we're on board with Nabil Aslan, still driving the car, by the way. He hasn't given it to his co-driver, Imran Zali, just yet. But again, because of the rain coming into play just now, drivers are staying out because they do not want to pit and then suddenly come out to a dry track when they're on wet tires. You have to pit twice, and that would be detrimental to your race. So it's a smart move from the teams to avoid being caught short there, as Nabil in the Stratos Motorsports car and certain other drivers in certain other teams as well are doing the same thing. As more and more the activity in pit lane is becoming more active because, again, the rain just extended the stints.
And plus the race just stopped, and whoever pitted just now to change the tire is gonna lose much more time because of this. And right now the track is still very greasy, but
Yeah.
but Nabil is keep on staying outside, and he's still on the third place right now.
And you can see there's a dry line
Yeah.
for me. The start-finish line was quite clear because some teams take different lines to actually cool their tires. But the thing is that dry line is so eminent now, it's almost impossible to drive on the wet tires here. So really then, Nabil is just keeping it out here. But look at that, right in front of him is the JMX Phantom car of Dafa Nabil. So the net second place in this race is now going to be coming between the both of them. But let's see where Nabil's going to pit, because again, he already passed the halfway point. He cannot drive more than 70% of the race distance that his co-driver has to drive. Otherwise, they will get penalized for it. And certain other cars in the field as well, like Adam Harif in the number 28 Satem Laser car. He actually is driving alone here today. Stephen Ong, I don't know how he could make it in time. So automatically, that car's going to be penalized for lap.
Yeah, true. But right now, Dafa Nabil is in front of Nabil Aslan, just getting the car after Raul Reyes finished his stint just now. He's gonna get a lot of work doing this, keeping out Nabil Aslan way up behind. He need to pull out a little bit more if he want to stay on the second place.
Yeah, but again, Dafa has other things to worry about immediately behind him, especially with the likes of Nabil is behind there. Oh, there's that 1, 2, 3 car again of now this time it's Aiden Tan. So he took over from his co-driver earlier. That was causing a bit of a ruckus, to be honest, because he was going offline many times. It was Bailey Ryan that was there. This is Dafa's on board. We can see him in the inset, flashing his lights to the number 4 car of, at that one time was being driven by Darryl Brady. In fact, it is still being driven by Brady. So Brady's well and truly behind here. He doesn't want to become a cork in the bottle right now. Coming in for turn number 19. Still is in front. In fact, Brady is not giving way at all as Nabil now comes into pits. There we go, bang on cue. He probably thought, okay, he doesn't want to overextend his stints. Now he comes in. That's he's going to relinquish third place too.
I can see that Dafa is like sighing, oh, Nabil is not behind me again.
Yes.
Oh, he went into the pit. Oh, thank God for that. And right now, Nabil Aslan just finished up his stint of 2 hours of driving. And right now, I think it's a driver change for him. And right now, we are with Taufik Mohyen on the 4th place for GSR Sempro Ltd.
Limited. No, yeah, we know what Sempro means. That's actually a Malay word for the kind of thing we squeeze out. Hey. Don't be too hard done by it. We've had worse things being said on broadcast before. But yeah,
bad.
Taufik, though, is definitely going to get third place now on the road. But is he coming to the pits? Yes, he does. So he's not going to get third place on the road. He's going to come in too. So is Andika, incidentally. So Andika probably is just going to give the car back to Dylan, or he's going to continue on because Dylan did drive the first couple of hours before. So that's his scheduled stop. And once again, the rain did play a factor, but it was such a short rain that the track really didn't get 100% wet to warrant a change to the wet weather tires.
Yeah, I think Andika Rama will not doing a driver change right now because he just drive for an hour. But Dylan Tan before Andika Rama was taking the seat, he's not gonna race, I think. So right now we are with Dafa Nabil on the second place on JMX Phantom car in Aston Martin. It's quite comfortable leading in front of Nabil Aslan because Nabil Aslan is still up into the pit.
Yeah, Pro-Am leaders into the pits as well. In fact, Zamirul Naim, so he's not going to relinquish the lead to Fazul Alim. Fazul Alim probably has actually done his pit stop just now. So let's see then. In fact, that's Pro-Am and Am.
Pro-Am, yeah.
It's quite confusing sometimes when the tags are actually the same on our timing board. But we're seeing on the screen right now, yes, this is the Am leader, Muhammad Fazul Alim. We don't know when he's going to give it over to Tehane Ranga. He'll be waiting in the wings, and let's see what Tehane can do because he was quite a fiery driver when he took part in Global Edition. By the looks of it, well and truly clear away the lead in front, but maybe he's coming in now just to give to Tehane as we are well and truly into the halfway point of this race, and Fazul's coming in now. He's staying out for yet another lap. Let's see then, any other battles out on track. In fact, there's a bit of a good one here.
Talking about Fazul just now, Fazul Alim right now. The battle between him on the second hour just now, between him and, if I'm not mistaken, Alan Cruz, was very, very, very tight between these two of them.
Yep. Ellen Drake Cruz, of course, different class. He's in the pro category, but he's not had the best of days.
He's not have the best of day.
P11 overall, which is not bad. As we can see, Nimesh Dean fighting with Garahandi Hutama. Garahandi Hutama then gives way a bit, but he's going to have to fight it back as... Oh, 999! That's actually stopped on track. What happened to
What happened?
Fazul
Just
Alim?
talk about him.
Yeah, we're not going to go to replay because it might crash the timing system again, but he might have actually clipped the curb there. Just as we were talking about him, maybe he's going to come into the pits. He loses it coming into the S section as another car that is actually having troubles is number 512. That's Paul Ryan Lopez. He's been disqualified.
Oh, what's just happened?
Oh, probably one collision, one cut too many, but we can't jump between too many cars right now. We had to see where is Fazul Alim in relation to the other drivers around him. He was about 1.5 seconds behind Marina Pratama, still well ahead of the Papega Racing number 22 car, who's in P15 overall. But again, that's a scare and a half, and I think the folks back in Sri Lanka might have been picking out the tea in the fields after that just to relieve themselves.
Yeah, it's gonna be some advantages for him, Muhammad Fazul Alim. He's gonna lose a lot of time because he just spun out from nowhere. Apparently, there's nobody around him, and then he just spun out. Maybe, like I said, sometimes you get a little bit too excited on the throttle, just like Adam Harit just now.
Yep, we saw
And
that.
you know what? I'm not gonna jinx it anymore because I'm not gonna say his name because I already jinxed Adam Harit just now by saying his name, and then he just spun out.
Yeah, let's see if we can have a debrief with him after this. He might be happy to be on camera, but not for the right reasons.
Not for the right reason, that's for sure.
Yeah. Right then, let's see if there's any other battles are on track here. Oh, in fact, Roy Ripperip is behind fellow Philippines right by the looks of it. Second, 0.2 of a second. Now, in fact, it's Alif who is actually overtaking him for position. But again, that pit stop that Tasbi was coming in was rather long. It looked suspiciously long, and I'm not sure why he stayed there. But unfortunately for him, that's pretty much the podium. Not put out of the window, but the podium position chase might become a bit more difficult.
Yeah, true. Roy Newman Rip on the number 5 car. Oh, it's not the Marlboro car. I thought it was the Marlboro car. Sorry, my bad. Right now it's chasing Alif in front. Arif Alif. Is it Alif?
Yeah,
it's Alif on the 44 car, the Marlboro car, going up to the Andretti right now. Quite a long way to go, but yep.
Okay, yep, indeed. And well, we have a permanent yellow flag right now. Look at the top of the screen. That might be because Paul Ryan Lopez actually has stopped in pit lane. Maybe the game is detecting it as a yellow flag because we saw just now one of the marshal posts literally was waving it on track. So maybe that's the cause of it. But luckily, though, you would not get penalized for that one because it doesn't automate the system for cutting yellow flags. Unlike in race room where if you do overtake someone at the yellow flag, you will get a penalty for that. But luckily, in this particular instance, it would not be so. But it is quite concerning for the people out on track about yellow flag. They get constant radio messages. In fact, we have another yellow flag here. That's Arianza Gunawan in the JPRT car, which has been in the cameras for all the wrong reasons throughout the entire race. Probably giving too much space there to somebody, running a bit wide. Luckily, didn't come to a complete stop, unlike what happened to the Infinity Veloce car that stopped on track and caused a bit of an incident. Gunawan, though, still out on track and with his teammate Handy Gwendy, but it's just probably for fringe points.
I think most of the drivers right now, because they think the track condition is currently going to dry, and that's why they start to push out. Like it's kind of different when the rain is coming just now. Right now the track condition is optimum, so that's why they think it is good for them to push. But yet we still see some cars that spun around.
Yep, it's again, the track is not 100% optimum. What is now is optimum, but maybe it's not 100% as a percentage.
Yep.
You can still get some wet patches here or there because the track is not completely bone dry. As we see a bit of a battle for cars further behind here between Melvin Malik and Saiful Bakhtia for WUT and Borneo Ronin Racing respectively. Both of these are Malaysian teams, and it's nice to see that the I want to call it fan favorite, but we should really put a poll. Who has the best livery the entire season? My pick is that Food Panda
Yeah,
car.
Food Panda. I
it's
was
really
saying
nice.
that to Victor Cax just now. The Food Panda, I think he's delivering something.
Well, delivering points to say the least, because
Yep.
they are in what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 4 points to the good here. If the race goes full distance, so they'll get 4 points for their troubles. And they were on the podium in that first race in Barcelona, might we add. So that car is no slouch by any means, but it's not the best of runs here. As the number 511 car driven by Sarsuk goes off a bit there. Luckily, did not collect anybody. In fact, there's a JMX Phantom car coming by behind him too. We're looking at Melvin Malik. Can Malik actually go into the inside? Male Shinoda really wants to put on a show here for the cameras, and it was an easy maneuver because Bakhtia didn't actually put up much of a fight because probably car wasn't as comfortable in him as we would have thought, and again, just really wants to avoid trouble after what happened in early doors.
Yeah, maybe he's still thinking it's quite early on this race right now, because we have like, this is up to the end of the race and he's not putting quite up a fight for Saiful Bakhtia, and it's very bad to him, and right now he is losing the place
Yeah.
for from Melvin Malik right now. And Melvin Malik, as we can see, he is pulling away quite well.
Yeah, that shows the pace difference. And in fact, of course, we're past the halfway point. Now they're going to think about finishing the race after getting through the initial stages and rain, might we add.
Yeah.
Plus, some of these cars were involved in the first corner melee. As speaking of someone actually coming a cropper, car 666, that's Ravian Gumala. And again, that's the corner that we saw just now what happened to Adam Harif going off. This is a dry track now. Looks as though he might have actually clipped the curb there and just goes into the barriers. But unfortunately for Gumala, he's nowhere even near anybody at this point. So it's just for playing for keeps here just to get some points, since the Prime category is easily gaining, you can gain points easily in the category right now.
He's just trying to finish the race in quite, in a good way right now. Angelo Senaratne from CMSC Team Red.
Yep.
Not very red, the car though.
Well,
but
yeah,
yeah.
red mirrors, and the fact
Oh,
that
red side mirrors anyway.
and they're in the red category, the M category, the Ceylon Motorsport Club cars, and these cars have actually come in full force. Only one of the cars is not running the same one, which is Ferrari compared to the McLarens here. Senaratne really pressuring now Wilson Woon in the LORSN car. So that particular unit have also been in the wars here with the amount of trouble they have gotten from either other cars or they had to go through a drive-through. But nonetheless, they're still in it with a shout of getting a podium here, because this is battle for P3 in the M category, as behind him that's Darryl Brady in the Pro M category, third right now in his class, trying to get up to the back of Senaratne, but he doesn't want to actually come a cropper between the both of them, because again, it will cost him a podium after leading the race at one point.
Yes. Brady just now, I saw before he went into the corner, he clipped a little bit of the sausage curb. Really dangerous about the curb. There's a lot of sausage curb right now, but Darryl Brady right now in Sim Racing Philippines. Ooh, almost got him.
No, that was quite far, but I'm not sure. Is that Iqbal Kurniawan? No, it's in fact, it's not again. It's don't tell me it's yes, it's a good one. Good one once again. Yeah, in fact, that corner seems to be his least favorite corner in the entire track. The car either has brake problems or he really is not comfortable putting it 100% in that car. But whatever it is, the JPRT car has been given a lot of the footage for highlight reels, but all for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, he is running much more wider. Look at that. He's going a little bit wider now. I think there is something happened to his car, But nevertheless, let's go to Angelo Senaratne going to the front straight. Del Brady. Okay, right
Okay.
now.
Yeah, I thought that was Brady for a second, but in
Oh,
fact,
sorry.
that is actually the number 10 car of Ali Karudin. So Ali
Oh.
Karudin, don't know what happened to the GSR car. They were sent all the way to the back of the entire field. Now he has to actually put on a recovery drive, similar akin to Rialto Ristofani to get up to the top 10. But this one, a bridge too far and Everest too high.
Yep, right now he's going up in front, going. Oh no, I thought the gap was very very
Close.
slim over there
Yeah,
between
but-
these two, but nope.
In fact, that's COTA Rapat, who's actually been given a slight warning from the race direction because he's been into the walls a bit. And quite a shame as well because that livery is something that I approve of, but unfortunately not for the best of reasons on track at the moment as COTA Rapat. There he is on camera right now for the FCB and BKK team. He's fighting for track position, but he's not fighting for overall position. In fact, he's only about 5.3 seconds behind Sartsuk, so his fellow countryman right in front. The Over Me esports car of Tan Prasit Satsuk.
Oh, this is very clean cut look.
Yeah.
For this team over me, esports.
Right, so we go
So
back
right now, let's go back to the leader of the race. We still with Andika Rama Maulana from LOR Racing. The gap between Dafa Nabil and him is 22.2 seconds.
Yeah, in fact,
That is a big gap.
Oh, yeah, well, let's see now what happened to Leaf here because, in fact, it was at the pit stop just now when he came into Tusby. With Tusby, it looks as though they had a bit of a long stop. Maybe there was damage or maybe they ran out of brakes because they wanted to change to tree pads, which is good for the wet, but that might have been too long for that or had hidden damage somewhere. I don't know why. It was an unorthodoxly long stop.
And you need to remember that Tasbih just now, he went into the pits while in battle with Nabil Azlan because of the rain coming. So I guess he needs to change the tire as well. So it might take a little bit longer time for him.
It's about the same actually. It's about 30 seconds, but maybe there was something in there that we did not know
Yeah.
about that caused the car to actually be in its box for that long. They lost over a lap. In fact, 2 laps behind now to the race leader because the Amigos car is actually behind Rialto Ristofani, and we saw how far he was behind. So something happened in that pit stop to the number 44 car, which we need to get to the bottom of after this on why they lost so much time here. But that scuppers any plan of continuing that amazing battle between themselves and the number 111 Stratos Motorsports car, which is in third right now thanks to Imran Zahaili and Nabi Azlan's efforts. But yeah, quite a weird way to lose some time here as we now go back up to the battle for P16 overall. But this is actually for the battle on the podium in
Ooh,
the
battle
AM
on the-
category, yes.
Oh, okay.
Because Wilson Moon is only about 9/10 or 1.2 seconds, whichever way you look at it. As Wilson goes on the inside there, one of the back markers. That's not where you want to overtake.
Oh,
He
no,
actually
Sausage
pushed.
Cup.
Yeah, here's the Sausage Cup, pushes the Over Me Esports number 511 car off track, and that will give Sanaratne an opportunity to get back here.
Oh, two-way right now, but Angelo is going full-on sprint. Going to Woon right now. Is he gonna make a move?
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it again.
He's doing it again.
That's a,
Oh,
he
no!
loses it.
A little
Oh!
bit late on the brakes. But
And
right
yeah.
now, Angelo got the advantage on the outside. Is he gonna make a move?
No.
Oh, a little bit of touching there. He's gonna lose
Yeah,
so much time over there.
Yeah, Sarso really not playing ball here, and that gives an opportunity for the guys behind to just make up some time, including the likes of Angelo Sanaratne, who's trying to get a podium out of this. So this definitely is going to incur the wrath of the stewards because Sarso wasn't really cooperative by any means. He could have actually just braked it mid-straight and leave the guy behind to pass him, but he's still fighting for it, and that consequently has actually left Woon really exposed.
Oh, this is gonna be another great battle. We're coming up to the less than 1 hour and 30 minutes. Oh, there you go. Angelo is making a move. He's going up in front. Are we gonna see a three-way going into the big red right now?
Let's see that long to the start finish straight across the line they go. Nothing separated between about 600s. Wilson Moon on the outside. Angelo Sanaratne on the inside. Coming out to turn 1. This is quite treacherous. You do not want to go 3 wide there. Oh, that's very close. And behind them, the number 17 of Chotarepat is actually going to try to get up here as well. But Sartsuk really is becoming an absolute nuisance to those guys behind. And I'm not saying that personally, but for those guys behind, that is not what they want here. As, well, he goes even slower here that time around. Wilson Woon will be incensed, and he'll be more incensed right now. He's been overtaken by Sanaratne.
Oh my god, he is gonna be so furious, Wilson Woon, because of the incident between him and
Sarsuk.
yes.
Whoa, no, he's gonna get hit!
Oh!
He's been hit behind there by Chotareapat. So, this is all kicking off here in the second half of this race around COTA, and it's still not over yet. There's his teammate on the outside. That's actually Moreno Pratama with the Apex on the inside.
Another touch.
Oh,
my
very
God.
close. Wilson
very
Woon.
close. Wilson Woon just dropped 4 places behind.
No, it was not 4 places. He lost 1 position to Sanaratne.
He
but
lost 4 position.
Yeah, on track to the cars.
Yeah.
He got absolutely shafted there by a back marker who's not very cooperative at all.
Yeah, that is too bad because you're a back marker. You should give way to the leader in front, but nope, they are
Oh.
not giving way. Oh, hold on.
Something happens to Imran Zaili.
What
Imran's
just
off.
happened? Oh, Imran's off.
Yeah, again, the sausage curves at the S's has probably caught up. Yeah, another driver. So many drivers have gone off there. He's like,
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers coming off that because of the sausage curb, and then they're going a little bit wide. Sometimes they get a little bit excited on the throttle. That's what happened. Imran Zohaili dropped into the 4th place right now. Too bad for him. He's gonna make a time for him to chase Sang at the front. But right now we come back to the back. Aiman Maizani from Apex Racing Brunei catching up to the LRS. And oh, hold on.
Pratama goes on the inside there of Chotareapat, but makes it clean this time. At least that's one Thai driver in everybody's books that has been playing ball here. But it was really nip and tuck as Pratama gets up track position in front of Chotareapat, gives him a bit of space between himself and Maizani.
Yeah, the back marker is still not giving way to him.
Sartso.
Oh.
Well,
So
yeah, they started the season in Pro-Am, by the way, so they dropped out of class because of being deemed a little bit of a liability to the other guys. So in the M category, that's where they should be comfortable. But once again, that is really...
and he is slowing down the pace right now.
Yeah, that's
Look
really,
at him. He's
a
not
re-
even giving way going into the third.
Yeah, that's a really bad example of Racecraft coming to the fore here. He really should give way if he wants to actually prevent any more trouble coming, and for the likes of Moreno Pratama behind and Maizani, that is that's better for position too. He does not want to be a factor here. As there goes Pratama on the outside. Does he make it stick? Yes.
Yes,
So
there you go.
Sarsu gets overtaken. Fauzalin comes to the pit, so he's going to give it to Tehan Ranga. But I'm not sure he's going to concede the lead to the Pepega's car. We'll have to wait and see that because Raul Dev's definitely going for a double stint here. But this is the focus of our entire race right now. How one car, i.e. the LRSN car, really got shafted by a very troublesome back marker in front of him. It's now Maizani's turn to try and overtake here. We saw just now Wilson coming to a complete dead stop. Didn't make it stick. And there's Ristofani behind as well. So that's actually going to be a factor for the battle for P6, 7, and 8 overall in the pro category.
Yeah, I think Aiman Maizani is going up to Pratama up in front. He got a little bit better pace right now. He's been avoiding sausage curve and then the back marker very well, as we can see. Even the back marker is being a nuisance up to now.
Yep. Oh, there goes Wilson Moon as we're coming to watch Realtor Ristofani. Ristofani then now has to deal with the back markers in front, and incidentally they're almost all Thai.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, it's the sort of Adamasa border that he did not want to see.
True. Right now coming up to the front straight, Ristofani not getting much of the slipstream from Maizani, but anyway, oh, it's not Maizani, it's
Chotareapat.
Chotareapat from Thailand. Oh,
Yeah.
clipping the apex a little bit, trying to get away from this back marker as much as he can. But no,
Yep.
coming up to the S's right now, as we can see, Ristofani is a little bit struggling right now. Yeah, we can see he is a little bit struggling to get away from all this back marker.
No, trying
A
to get
little
up,
bit,
yeah.
yeah,
Trying to get out to the back markers. In fact, pace-wise is not a problem, but it's trying to overtake, which
Yeah.
becomes quite dodgy. And well, we saw Chotareapat actually was a bit more cooperative compared to Sartsuk. There's Sartsuk going offline here. Now he's got both Thai drivers in front. This is interesting. Normally we will get a bit excited when there's a battle for position, but because the back markers have provided a bit of the action, it gets even more tense here as Chotareapat goes on the inside of his fellow countryman. Sartsuk this time goes for the switchback.
Whoa!
Oh, there's a
No!
hit. And
There you go.
look, well, we stayed together long enough to see that one. Sartsuk once again causing another incident with a driver battling for position. And Ristofani, we saw he was actually flashing his lights.
Yes.
Out of anger, he wanted to get by, but Sartsuk thought he could get by Chotarepat, caused an accident.
Yeah, that's what happens if you don't have a cooperative back marker. But nevertheless, Ristofani still keeping his composure, trying to get in front. And right now, Daryl Brady. Oh,
In between all that,
almost.
and he tried to overtake Wilson Woon as well. That's
Yeah.
for track position. He is actually a lap behind Wilson Woon. No, in fact, yeah, it is. He's only 7/10 of a second behind here. They go ahead and hammer and songs. Ristofani thinks that, no, I did not need this, especially when I'm trying to chase for a top 5 berth here. But, it really, really crazy stuff.
And he's still flashing his light right now. Ristofani being angry right now on the track because he deserved that place. The back marker should give him his place, giving him a little bit of space for him to overtake.
Yeah, but again, that might be a black flag being waved
Yeah.
to the second of the over me cars, because we already have one car out of the race, and that was
Oh!
Paul Ryan Lopez.
Almost.
Paul Ryan Lopez, who was actually disqualified. We're not sure what the reason is, as Wilson Moon does get ahead of Brady for track position. We have a car stopped on track. That's the number 300 Vigo
Oh.
car. It's the Pinta by Vigo car. It's the second of the two Pinta cars. As I think he might have actually dropped it on his own there, because that's quite a weird place to have a spin.
Yeah, and as you can see at the car over here, there's a little bit of damage on the left side itself. And the way that he almost coming back and then causing a crash over there. Oh, thank
Well,
God there's nothing happened.
Yep.
A weird place to stop your car anyway.
Yes.
In the final sector.
Yep. As now we go back to that midfield battle that was actually really heating up until the Thai guys came in and put up a control border there and became really the most stringent border patrol guards you'll ever see. But this time, however, they've been dispersed. Now it's a battle for those drivers in position here. As you can see, Brady overtakes Chotarepat into turn number 11. Well, at least that's, again, a little bit more cooperative compared to what we saw just now.
Yeah.
So, the back markers have dispersed the battles a bit, as we now can go back up to the front. I think we want to see what happened to Imran Zahaili. In fact, he was about 7 seconds behind Chris Sung, and then I think that BMW might have actually taken on a bit more damage than we thought, because the pace really has not been there for Imran just yet.
Yeah, just now the pace is quite good for Imran Zohaili up to the third place just now. But right now he's been dropped at fourth. I think he spun out and crashed some barrier over there. That's why suddenly the car performance is not going very well, as we can see.
Yep. But
Raja Amiro Shaukat right now driving the Ferrari from Racing line. It's not
Yes.
racing, it's racing.
yes, but the car's now riced, of course, apart
Yeah.
from the white rims, which personally I'm not really a big fan of, because white rims just make the car look a bit clownish. But either way,
Yeah.
that's a personal preference. As there goes Raja.
Oh.
There's nothing clownish about his driving there.
There's nothing
Opportunistic,
clownish.
very opportunistic to take Adam Harif by surprise, because he was giving way to Roy Ripperip, and that's a position on the cards for him. But that'll be just for fringe points, of course, because Raja was involved in the wars early on, and Badia Nick somehow managed to take your car going in the right direction despite the troubles he had in the previous round too.
It's not very clownish now, is it?
Yes, absolutely. The drivers driving this one are putting full commitment into it.
Yeah, right now Raja Amir Shaukat in the Pro M class going into the Andretti right now. Looks very solid on that car.
I'm not sure if COTA has corner names actually, not gonna lie, because I know Andretti is a corner in Laguna Seca, but
Yep,
yeah.
it was called Andretti on the 2010, if I'm not mistaken, because of the Mario Andretti.
Well,
Yeah.
the circuit was only inaugurated in 2012, but well, points aside.
Yeah, points aside, here comes in the big red Raja Amir Shaukat driving brilliantly, and now we are with Nimesh Din, CMSC Team Blue. Oh, now I do understand, because there's like two cars, Team Red and Team Blue. Look at the
Yeah.
difference is at the side mirror there.
Yep, and the
And the spoilers as well.
not just spoiler, but also the
diffuser.
Yeah, the diffuser at the
Diffuser.
back. But that's just one way to identify the teams. But they are under the same umbrella, which is the Ceylon Motorsports Club car team, which have been quite active in ERGP competitions, especially in endurance and global
Running a
edition.
bit wide there.
But Dean as well, just coming out of a drive-through, ready to do battle with Brian Lay in the RCR car. And I'm not sure what the acronym stands for, because we know RCR stands for Richard Childress Racing. That's in NASCAR. But that is not. This is definitely not Richard Childress' team.
and this is from Thailand, if I'm not mistaken. RCR.
But we can do a bit
We,
again.
we,
because-
can, we can look at it after the race, maybe.
Yeah, but because this is also the fact that they have Malaysian drivers, so I
Ah, they
it
have
has
Malaysian drivers as well.
yeah, it's with Andrew Plummer being the Australian here,
Hmm.
but yeah, international teams.
And right now having a little bit of slipstream, not quite much, but going into big red. Oh, he's trying to make a move.
Oh!
A little bit of touch there. Brian Lay, a little bit of the break, and then
Yeah,
that touch is gonna cost him a lot of time.
and speaking a lot of time, that's Saiful Bakhtiar. At least say Badru Bakhtiar because
Yeah, Saiful Bakhtiar.
that's a footballer's name. But Saiful Bakhtiar then
It's
is
closing in.
yeah. We cannot get a replay of that. What we just saw as it happened, but we stayed on the camera long enough to see that happen live. Is enough of a money shot for us. But again, that first corner is quite treacherous. I've driven here as well. Victor's driven here too. With the bump in that first corner, it really offsets the car's
Yeah.
balance under braking. And I think that probably was what caught Brian Lay out, hitting the back of Nimesh Dean. But Nimesh was probably happy knowing the fact and gracious too that Brian didn't take the position. He actually slowed to give back the place.
Yeah, Saiful Bakhtiar right now trying to delivering some points and food. But right now, R. Muhammad Alif from Amigos Racing are back into the pit right now. What's just happened? Oh, there's a little bit of damage at the back of his car. We are
Yeah.
not sure what just happened between him and what happened in the track just now. But never mind. Let's go back to Saiful Bakhtiar right now from WUT Racing Team driving the 404 car.
Yep.
The Foot Panda livery trying to closing in up to the in front. But a little bit of damage on the...
No, it's not damage. Actually, I was trying to point out that this is grime actually from the
Oh.
rubber deposits and the dirt that's
Oh,
been
yeah.
accumulated by the car. So it actually is simulated quite well in ACC. You can see the marbles on the side as well.
the
So that's
marbles
probably
as well.
that's probably picked up. Plus the fact that you can see there's another logo in front of the WT car. They get all Poco. You probably know we know those guys very well as well. They are absolutely avid sim racers in their regard. Really good mods that they produce.
Yeah.
But for the 404 WT team, they started the season very strongly on the podium in the AM category, but last race wasn't really the best for them, and this one is probably going to be consigned to the bin. But
Oh,
they
making a
can
move now.
they can make a fight out of this here. He's right behind Brian Lay, so these are two Malaysian teams going at it. The RCR car versus the Food Panda WT car, 100 versus 404, and blue flags being waved because that is another race leading car behind. That's Echin Maria Pratama. So Pratama then, having not enough back markers to deal with, he has to deal with two in one go again.
Yeah, they're currently also in battle right now. Pratama might need to chill out a bit because they are having a battle of their own up to the in front.
Yeah, let's see what Bakhtiar is going to do here behind Lay as Alif now finally exits the pits. He might have actually given it back to Tasbih. No, in fact, it's still Alif, but a lot of time has been lost for the Amigos car. That really, again, shows the weirdness of their race so far. Yes, they were on the lead lap at one point, battling for the podium, but now they're in P16 overall and about P7 in class. That's
That's a long way.
yeah, once again, they had to do another pit stop. Maybe they put on the wet tires a bit too soon, thought that they could actually beat the weather, but the weather unfortunately hoodwinked them into thinking that, yep, it's long enough now. Oh, well, they have to just make up whatever's left of this race.
Yeah, we are less than 15 minutes to end the third hour of the race right now. And as we can see, Andy Kamaulana is still up in front.
Yep, and well in a clear way the class of the entire
Yeah.
field. And look at that, the amount of off line he's taking there. Coming to turn one, he's trying to make the corner as big as possible so that he could have the widest of entries and the widest of exits to preserve the momentum. We saw Dylan doing that in qualifying just now, how that proved to be paying dividends for that particular unit to take pole position by a very comfortable margin. And it looks as though the Mercedes car performance real well here in COTA in the hands of the LOR team.
Yeah, to think of this is an endurance race, right? The pace and the concentration for this driver to have to be in the car like as long as possible, it's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, that's something happened to the 555. Melvin Malik has actually dropped it. So that might have been as a result of a collision with him or with somebody, or he dropped it himself. Whatever it is, the Borneo Ronin racing car has actually dropped a position behind the charging three cars right in front that we saw in battling earlier. So unfortunately for Mail Shinoda, he has been on the camera, but again, for not the right reasons.
Oh, Miles Shinoda. This is Miles Shinoda. Now, we're back with Andika Rama Maulana. Still being dominant up way in front. Coming into the enter of the third sector right now. He's still doing quite well after taking the wheels from Dylan Tan.
Yep, he has, well, again, proven why he is a cool calm operator. But it shows one thing here, doesn't it? You got
Yeah.
two really fast guys who are known quantities, and they were 1-2 in the SRO Esports Asia Sprint Championship at one point. Was it ever
And the
any
same
surprise?
team as well.
Yeah, in the same team. Was it ever any surprise that they were going to be this dominant? So it's no surprise for us, but it's nice to see LOR back in a big way, especially given the fact that they've had a very tough past couple of seasons, noteworthy last season where after being punted off in the first ever race, in the first race of the season, then they just soldiered on and struggled for the rest until coming back at the tail point, proving that they had the pace. Now they're going to go in a big way in 2024. And let's see if we can get a fifth different champion in Pro in 5 seasons. That really will take the cake in why this championship really is one of the most eclectic mix of cars and drivers and, of course, the best operators.
Yeah, quite excited to see that. By the way, you were there on the start of the race. Andika Rama Maulana just now. He straight away gets over the widest line ever. But
Yeah, Dylan.
yeah,
That was Dylan driving.
Dylan, sorry. Dylan Tan was very wide up the entry of the big red, and yet he straight away pulling himself out from the other competitor, and right now they are still in front. But never mind. Let's go back to Brian Lay in the RCR2 car, still battling with Mr. Food Panda back there.
Yeah, Saiful Bakhtia, and they had a fourth teammate, incidentally, that was driving with them. That was the triple tree car. Ayman Maizani. He was actually the fourth driver in that team, but he moved over to the Apex Racing Brunei car. Now he's on for a class win in Pro-Am. But despite losing one man there, they still can prove to be a fast team. It's just that this time around, however, it has not proven to be so fruitful. But like actual Food Panda people who do deliveries,
Food Panda.
they have to actually persevere regardless of the conditions, and they bring through sunshine,
Yeah.
rain, and everything in between. They're gonna have to do it again here.
But this one, never mind the rain, never mind the if it's too hot or whatsoever, he still keep on delivering points. But Nimesh Din right now, he is the one who we saw spun out just now, right?
Yeah, being hit by Brian Lay, incidentally, but looks as though he's got another big fish to fry. In front of him is a Ferrari of Ganahandi
Let him
Utama.
cook.
Yep, Ganahandi Utama, then let him cook here. But let's see if the Pita Babiku car is as smart as the name suggests, trying to actually defend for his position. And incidentally, that's actually for, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah,
What
no,
a nice
7.
number.
Yeah, 7.
What
Yep.
a nice number, 420, and today it's also
420.
420.
Yeah, blaze it.
Oh,
But,
yep.
we're near the Mexican border virtually, so if you know, you know. We're getting
Yeah,
into that.
we're getting away. Yeah, but yeah, never mind. Ganahadi Utama right now trying to pull away from the CRSC racing team right now on the Ferrari, right?
Yeah, Ferrari
Yeah,
versus McLaren.
Ferrari versus McLaren right now. Oh, a little bit of fishtail there, but still keep holding on. Ganahadi Utama tried to pulling away a little bit wide there from Din, but still he keep his pressure on, still staying behind Utama right now, up to the third sector, onto the last corners of this track.
Yeah, this is also positioned for, again, the AM category. So let's see what entails there. Just looking right now, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is for P7 and 9 points on the card. So Utama holds on to that P7 for now. And they were the winners last time out in the AMP category at Bathurst, but they had to go through after a protest because there was a penalty that was dished out to them. Unfortunately, we had to clarify that post-race because they did say that it was a wrong penalty. But nonetheless, everything is sorted. Everything's all gravy now. Let's see what this particular unit can do this round in front of a gaggle of cars that is actually closely approaching. The number 19 CMSC car, the number 100. Oh, in fact, the number 19 car actually got a penalty, so that might have been for a previous transgression that was dished out to it. So the number 19 car has actually been given a penalty. Behind him is the number 100 RCR car and the 404 WT car. Watching brief there, you can see on the top corner of our screen. You can't miss it. It's a pink Food Panda car. You can almost see it in any shot.
Yeah. Going into the last hour of the race right now, almost reaching the final hour of the race. There are still battle going on track. Oh, look at that. The details. Oh, hold on. Nimesh Din is making a move right now, but getting a little bit wide. still keep holding on to the front of the pack over here, but full of and then suddenly big jump.
Yeah, the sausage curves on this track are really, really treacherous. And look at that, Hutama has found out the hard way what it meant to actually be hitting that. So he loses position, make that 2 in one fell swoop, because there goes Brian Lee on the inside, and this time Brian does make the move cleanly, but does he? He still is around the outside, and that's not the best position to be, as we got a car disqualified in pit lane, I think, or it might be making pit stop. That's the Suntime Lazy car. Adam Harif being the sole driver there, so I'm not sure if that's a disqualification or that might be... No, in fact, it is a disqualification. It's confirmed.
Oh, too bad.
Really shame there, but again, he might have actually been penalized anyway due to the fact that Steven Ong, his partner for that car, did not make it in time for the race. So, by watching this battle, it's still heating up here. Yes, it's for fringe positions in the overall things, but again, for the class, that's actually battle for real good points in P7 and 8. Oh, there we go, right the outside. That is actually Maizani going right the outside of Brian Lay, and that's his former car. The inside, there he goes. Oh, that's a good move there from Bakhtiar, but he goes wide. He tried to actually make a dive there, goes wide, shoves his teammate, his former teammate for good measure.
Shoving his old teammate for a good measure. But yeah, right now, it's going to be a two-way. Brian Lay coming up on the first corner over here very early on the break. Oh, hitting the sausage curb over there.
Yep.
But still, he's still leaving the pack of Ferraris over here right now.
And and again, look at that. Maizani actually... he actually manages to overtake him, and Bakhtiar as well goes side by side. Oh, that's a hit. Bakhtiar and Lay hit each other. Once again, Lay gets involved in a collision, and Bakhtiar gets sent off into the gravel, and it might have been the reason why some of those guys spun here anyway. But the RCR cars involved in the wars, and Maizani was so lucky to actually get away with that one, because that might have taken him out of the lead of the race.
As well, yeah, true. But never mind. The Food Panda car is still running. All the cars still running, but there's gonna be a little bit of damage there because of the hitting, the touching between them. Oh, look at this too. Muhammad Tasbih from Amigos Racing is coming back to the track.
Yeah, that's another pit stop. In
That's
fact,
another pit stop.
looking
What
at-
just happened?
yeah, looking at our timing screen right now, that's the 4th pit stop they've done. And the total pit time didn't actually change much, because it still says 1 minute 13 as they go side by side here. Oh, that's not good.
That's not
Ian Wong.
good.
Ian Wong actually had the line. He was ahead, but Tasbih barges his way through, almost disconsolately trying to get up back to track position.
Oh, too bad for Muhammad Tasbih. Fourth pit stop. What just happened with Amigos Racing team?
Yeah, really, really shame here.
Really a shame.
Their race has really gone south completely.
Yeah, from the third place, in the pro position, pro class, sorry, on the third position, and right now he's at the back because of the rain. I think, yeah, because of the pit stop. Any mistake? I think there's some mechanical issue with the car or some damage that we don't know, that we didn't even show it in the broadcast.
Yeah, we'll probably have a word with the drivers post-race on that one, if we could get to them. But the number 44 Migos car racing virtually on their second home track, because Alif's actually not far away from here.
Oh.
Virtually in Indiana. As let's see, where is Malana leading race then? Well, nothing much has happened to the guy in front, apart from the fact that he actually has had quite a clean race once again. Dylan made the bed for both of them, and both bunk beds, of course, and just really are living comfortably right now, ahead of Dafa Nabil and Russell Reyes by about 33 seconds here. So Andika then, as you can see on board with him, a different location, but in the same place, I would say. He didn't move house, but once again, no dirty laundry behind to wash. Just cleaning up his act and really making the most of the clean and rarefied air right in front of him to just press home the advantage, and probably don't have to actually push anymore.
Yep, he is very comfortable in the front right now. He keep holding his nose, just like being so comfortable right now. He can not do a fast lap, because he is way up in front, around like 34.7 seconds gap between him and Dafa Nabil. He can be comfortable, but he is not being comfortable. He still keep pushing his car to the limit up until the end of the third hour. Look at him.
He is comfortable right now.
Yeah, he is comfortable.
He can almost lean in front of his seat. You can see on the inside there that, Carlton's normally tuck in when they want to actually get the slipstream. But in this case, he's just probably psyching himself up because, again, it's just like the case of Max Verstappen in F1. If he was dominating the race, he just wants to G himself up by not being too bored up in front. Which is, again, if you just doze off and become like a daisical about it, then you might have a problem when you hit the wrong curb or just turn wrongly and the car spins around. You'll have a problem after that. But in this case, he's so comfortable, he can even afford to smile a bit.
Oh, somebody went white back there.
Yeah, that's Tarapat again.
Oh,
Tarapat,
again.
yeah, involved in the wars, and that corner has not been his best one. Meanwhile, 123, that's Billy Ryan back in the car again, and this, once again, that third sector, he stops there, and he's been having so much problems with the car. Meanwhile, the 101 RCR car is getting in the drive-through, so Plummer's back in that car. He's also had problems since the very first lap. But Bailey Ryan, though, you might have to ask why his car is, or his wheel or whatever it is having so much problems.
Yeah, I think because he didn't went to the pit just now to change his tire, or he just continue his stint for a long time, so his tire wears. Who knows?
No, yeah, I think more thinking of physically, there's something wrong with
There's
his,
something wrong. Maybe
his
he
wheel.
just hit a curb or something, because you need to remember the sausage curb as well can even damage your car.
Yes, and or damage your wheel. In this case,
Yeah.
you can see the sponsor there is sponsored by Camus, so maybe there's a question of the hardware itself that they're using. But whatever it is, Bailey Ryan on camera then. How many times I have to say this all day? For all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, for all the wrong reason. Everybody went to the camera for all the wrong reason. But never mind, Food Panda is still in front of Brian Lee. I'm just gonna keep calling this guy a Food Panda guy because
Yeah.
this is the third edition of Endurance Series, the round 3. Been seeing this car, very like this car anyway. From RCR2 right now, Brian Lee taking a little bit of slipstream of that Food Panda, going into the third sector, coming up to the third sector right now. Gets up at the inside, clip the apex, and there you go.
Yeah,
A nice clean overtake.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Bakhtiar didn't actually defend too hard there, but they still go at it side by side, coming into this wiggly bits that heads to the final sector. The JPRT car, as per usual, makes his cameo on screen. Oh! That's a big slide! That's a big one!
slide.
The two cars come together once again. This time, it's Bakhtiar who has done it, and Lei is the one that gets shafted completely. You saw that coming, wouldn't you? Because the car was sliding all the way, and Lei tries to recover, spins it a second and third time, tries to get back into the crowd, but wow, Bakhtiar lost control completely. You thought he was doing a motorcycle slide like Kevin Schwantz.
Kevin Schwantz, yeah, true. I mean, this is Kevin Schwantz's sport as well. This is his favorite track anyway. But that collision between these two, I thought he was gonna get he managed to break himself very well just now. Saiful Bakhtiar touched Brian Lee a little bit and then caused into an accident.
Wow, these two teams might have an argument that will go on for hours after this with the amount of contact that they've had already. But wow,
As you say,
yes.
they've been in the broadcast for a wrong reason. This is
Yeah.
the third time you say that.
And meanwhile, for all the reasons as well, Tasbi gets a drive-through for. I'll just look at the stewards report to see why this one happened again. But when it rains, it pours, and really, it's a deluge right now. It's nothing can be said can make it any better for Tasbi and Ali in the Amigos car. As now, that's actually a somewhat great segue to a commercial break to bring Victor back into the commentary box. So, without further ado, here's the live standings. No, we can't get the live standings somehow. There we go. Now, let's see then. Top 5, top 3 or top 5, whichever works in this class right now, because now everybody's on screen. But Dylan Tan and Anika Ramamalana, who have been leading the way in the Legion of Races number 889 car, who have also done another pit stop. So you can see why the gap's 8.9 seconds between themselves and the JMX Phantom number 29 car in second place. Third place, Imran Zahali and Nabil Azlan. They managed to get back to position because Chris Sang and Marco Wong in the Z Challenger car made a pit stop. 7-11 of Taufik Moya and Shazwan Shafiq for GSR in 4th, and 5th place is Moreno Pratama and Francis Angelo Gonzalez. Leading the way in the Pro-Am category, it's Aiman Mazani and Amirul Naim in the 333 Apex Racing Brunei car, with the 777 ERS Team Techno car in 2nd place, and 3rd is Daryl Brady and Francis Dorato in the Sim Racing Philippines car, while the AM category has been still taken by Tehan Ranga and Muhammad Fawzal Alim in the Sim Racing Lanka car. 999, they've been leading since the start. In front of the Papegas car, of Raul Dev and Aziz Shami Mokhtar. What a turn up for the books if they
Yep.
manage to get a podium, or even better. We'll see how that develops. And then in third place is Duran Abisekera and Brian Pereira in the other CMSC Sailor Motorsports Team Black car in third place. So that's the top 5 and top 3, whichever way you look at it, in each class. We'll be back after a short word from our sponsors.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to eRacing GP. We're here in round 3. We're coming up to the final hour of round 3 here at the Circuit of the Americas. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. We're here to bring you the rest of the action.
Indeed, and we have confirmation of what happened to the number 44 car. Apparently, it's a glitch that has been plaguing some other league races that we've seen so far, with a 2-minute time penalty for not a time penalty, but a controls lock every single time that you want to change drivers. So that's why Tyresby and Alif have been into the pits multiple times on top of the drive-through that they had prior to this. So again, when it rains, it pours for that particular unit, and in this particular instance, they're gonna have to chuck this race into the bin.
Yeah, I think so far the only thing that's been consistent has been like the top 3 of each of the classes here so far. I mean, we already have like Andika Malana has been rather his team has been leading this race through and through the entire stretch of the last 3 hours. So I don't expect that to change pretty much, especially with such a huge gap between himself and Dafa Nabiel right now from GMX Phantom at this point. Then we got Imam Zuhaili taking over from Nabil Aslan. He had a bit of a spill early on while I was away, but seems like he's still in that 3rd place, so no harm done in that respect. Then as we look at the other classes here, this is going to be Ayman Mazani of Apex Racing Brunei, still keeping the car in the lead right now and still has plenty of gap to his nearest competitor, which is going to be Putra Dharma in the 777 ERS Team Techno Ferrari. Nevertheless, as we look at the rest of the field here, now we got Delbert Brady. He's right now in the Pro-Am class 4th. He's car number 4 in the Pro-Am class, currently sitting in 15 on track right now. Iranga is currently 3rd here in the amateur class in the 999 car. It's looking like he's getting closer and closer. Time for Sarzuk spun out as he comes out over the crest here.
Once again, Sarsok actually getting involved in the war, so it's unfortunate that this car again has to appear on camera, and this time takes a bit of a damage on the front bonnet, so they're gonna have to come into the pits. As you're running through the order for each class, we go back to that. Now this is 2nd place in Pro-Am.
Yep, second place. Yeah, in amateur class here. I mean, again, Pipika Racing were not expecting themselves to be in this position, but through fate and fortune, they found themselves in a prime position here for the class. So let's see if they will be able to hold it throughout the rest of the session here. Duran Abisekera had also had his fair share of drama here so far, but right now sitting in the podium position for the amateur class, still looking pretty healthy so far.
Indeed, and for the Sri Lankans, especially the Ceylon contingent coming here, they will love to see that they have a car in P3, but their sister team, incidentally, also from Sim Racing Lanka, up in 1st. So 1st and 3rd will hope to high heaven that they will stay this way for their sake as well, because really it'd be quite an astonishing result. They probably were not expecting this. There's Tehan Iranga in our screens right now, as well. That's quite a long cable that stretches to his PC, isn't it?
Well, just making full use of the extra extension cable, I suppose, or maybe not quite using the extension cable.
Yeah.
That's certainly a really funny thing to see on the camera there, but hopefully it doesn't get. I mean, one
Yeah.
thing for sure, that cable's not getting in the way of his steering here.
Indeed, and that's a T248 incidentally as well that he's using Thrustmaster. But
Mm.
I'm more worried that if he gets his arms crossed out, he might actually take out his headphones. That really is always a prime concern, isn't it? That something outside of your peripheral vision gets caught there and will definitely stuff up not just your PC but your whole race.
I'm also seeing like his rig itself like shifting around constantly. Like
It's a chair.
I know his chair, but like his steering wheel is like shaking all over the place too. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I guess like he's still like at least comfortable enough in this setup that he's still able to stay in the lead here. But
Yeah.
with traffic coming up the way, hopefully this holds together. This is definitely a setup I wouldn't use for drifting for sure.
I wouldn't recommend it. It might fall off completely. But for Iranga, that's how he gets comfortable, because as what Alif has said before when I spoke to him about when you jump between rigs, is how you can bake in your feeling into that rig, because no matter what you drive, it's how comfortable you are. That really matters, and for Iranga, that's how comfortable he is, and he got his feeling baked into it. So really then, we cannot question any of these guys when they choose their sort of peripheral they use in racing.
No, I mean, again, the results speak for itself. Iranga right now still in the lead of the race and by a healthy margin compared to Raul Dev at this point. So right now, it's just a matter of him being able to, maintain a good composure as he tries to navigate his way through traffic. Raul Dev, in the meantime, 12th place on track here, but right now second in the amateur class. So they already found themselves in a very fortunate position here to be on the podium. We'll see in the next 15 minutes how they would try to play out the strategy here,
Yeah.
because, Abe Sekera is still quite far off.
Yeah, he's in the pits, so he can extract the gap. Now we're coming to the closing stages of the race, but maybe Raul will also be thinking about giving position, hit the seat back to Aziz Shamid so that he could prevent getting penalized post-race for extended drive time. But again, as you said just now, they came to this race not probably having too much hope because it's not their best circuit. The entire team, admittedly, including Zarif Adam, who's not driving here today, he pulled out for that very reason because he didn't want to end up totaling the car. But they are doing an absolutely stellar job here, running in P2 in the AM category. This will be their first ever podium, and for a team that really started out first as a sort of comic relief type team, have turned into something serious now.
Well, about time, really. I mean, they had still really good drivers. You can see it's Raul's teammate also just gesturing to the camera as well, realizing they're live on stage here.
Yep.
Just showing some support.
Yep. Now let's see then. Iranga's going to cross the line. He has done so. Where is he in relation? In fact, he's actually crossed up to turn number 1. So that's the yardstick now. Where is Raul going to be? Because that will be roughly about 25 seconds between the first two timing splits.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, 23 seconds. So close to the estimation. But regardless of that, the win is still within their grasp though, if something were to happen to Iranga.
That's just a thing, right? I mean, Iranga himself has a lot of traffic to try and navigate through, so there could be potential for him to lose time as Raul Dev continues to stay consistent in his lines. And right now, he has a lot of gap between himself, rather nice clear track ahead of him. But Terry Iranga right now held up by the Food Panda car, and you can see even bigger masses of traffic just forming up in front of him. Now he will be able to take care of this Food Panda car really cleanly here. You can see another car just following behind him, another LOR car, I believe, or one of the AMG cars.
Enzo Eisen, who was also on pole position in the AM category at one point. Sorry, Pro Am category. Yeah, how far their race has fallen because of the collisions here, there, and everywhere. But it's consolation for them that they are actually still in the top 5 in the Pro Am category, so at least they can take something away from that. But it's a case of what might have been if troubles didn't really strike too early.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, just have to take what you can, and falling behind a car from another class is going to be able to help him through some of this traffic here, that's for sure. But seeing how spread out the rest of the Pro-Am class is, it's just trying to gain those positions in the class, not exactly going to be easy here for Enzo Eisen.
Indeed, as more pit stops are coming in a flurry, because this is basically one last chance to actually fix up the car or get fresh set of boots to get all the way to the end of this race now, because we've passed that stage of where the rain became a bit of a factor, but that was also the very reason why the stints were slightly extended. Now we get to see where the teams lie as we come in, as Enzo Eisen's right behind Tehan and Ranga now, so that's for track position, but not for position overall or in class. So again, Eisen just gets into the inside. Iranga actually plays ball with him, so just so he doesn't want to end up in the highlight reels for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, just a slight bit of resistance. Nothing too hard onto Eisen here, making sure that he has a nice way through. I mean, again, they're not racing in the same class. Meantime, this guy, Bailey Ryan, had not quite the smoothest of races here on COTA.
Yeah, the rascals that have been involved in many of the incidents here, Bailey Ryan in particular, because he stopped so many times at this particular section of the track, is fighting with, this time it's a different driver driving for number 17, that is Chanin. So Kanjana Chanin for the FCB BKK team is taking over from Chayapat. It's really then trying to go to the end of the race without any more troubles. In fact, Chotrayapat has done most of the heavy lifting. Now it's time for him to bring it home here in the Makinishi Kinuka.
Yeah, he's already dispatched him pretty much now, so Channing is now seeing if he can catch up. It doesn't seem like that will be the case here on the final turn. He kind of cooked it on the exit, so but that's going to hand Ryan quite a bit of a gap now going up the main straight. So no threat to his position here whatsoever. Whilst I think just ahead of them actually is going to be Andika, who is our current race leader here. So I mean, that just goes to show the margin, the difference here between the pro class and the AM class here. In just one, in just one sector. He's just that dominant of a driver here. Andika is that it's just so hard. If you want to be able be on his level, you have to be like 100% on it the whole way.
As he said it, he was flashing his lights even though he's far away from the JPRT car.
Yeah.
You were speaking of on it. Iqbal Kurniawan obliges and he gives way to his fellow countrymen just so that he doesn't want to end up in the highlight reels. But again, just as you said, that's how committed he is. He's not switching off one bit. Yes, he could afford a bit of a smile. He could move a bit around and just have a bit of a meme-worthy moment on screen. But the commitment is still 100%. And right on cue, he was flashing his lights. He was not hanging about.
I mean, he exemplifies a lot of the attitudes I've seen from a lot of like high-level sim racers, where when he's in that seat, when he's driving, it's this absolute moment of zen for him. You barely get any reactions out of him. Its mind is always tuned towards what he needs to do during the race, and as a result, you don't see him being flustered too much in these kind of situations, even when he's under pressure.
Although it has to be mentioned that this was a completely different situation from 4 years ago when we had Global Edition the first time. He got knocked out incidentally by Dylan Tan that time around. He actually smashed his keyboard. So 4 years changes a man, and this particular instance, he is absolutely exemplifying why he is one of the top drivers in the region. He really was just being fast, but not showing that he's plastic.
Yeah, exactly. It's great to see. I mean, I would consider like Andika, in the same kind of like tier as like some of the best we've seen from this region, like Alif Hamilton for one. We also had like our own local like champions as well, like
Nakib,
Nakib, as well as Nabil.
Yep.
So these guys, what they all have in common is just their dedication, really, to perfect their driving on track. Constantly seeking to improve in every single event, and particularly for Andika and especially for Alif, the consistency they've had all through these years to just stay on that high level and for a very, very long time. It's not a very easy thing to do, that's for sure.
Indeed. And it comes with years of experience. As we're looking at the pit lane right now, Dafa Nabil might be the next driver to be struck by that particular glitch where the driver gets stuck for 2 minutes here. That is an abnormally long stop. There's Russell Reyes now in the car, but we cannot see it virtually because driver stops are not shown in the game. But Reyes has now dropped to P4 because Shafiq has essentially gotten up to P3 here. So what has happened to the number 29 car. This is really race-shattering stuff for the championship leaders. As further behind, Darren Brady gets spun around and a puncture for good measure.
Oh no, yeah, I can see the car clearly leaning over to the, or rather listing over to the right-hand side. So that's surely a rear wheel puncher there that Darren Brady has sustained. And of course, like the situation now with the 29 car, that's just so unfortunate. Again, this is a glitch that apparently has been happening through the previous rounds of the Endurance Edition, and now he has struck Russell Reyes here as he tries to take over from his teammate. Now he's going to have a lot of work for him cut out in the next 40 minutes here, because Shazam and Safik, how far is he ahead? Way ahead, I think,
Yeah.
judging from the map position here.
And even behind the Pro-Am leading Triple Three Apex Racing Brunei car of Ayman Maizani. So really then, what has happened here to the number 29 car? And it's even worse now. Reyes and the team have dropped to P8 overall. So, well, he can have a bit of a consolation because Clapano, if he comes to the pits, he has to serve a 10-second penalty anyway. But
Yeah, I know. It's so frustrating, especially when you consider that, like, what the what the number 29 car has done so far throughout this whole race is just pull a master stroke in terms of strategy. Like, strategy was what allowed them to get ahead of the LOR cars. Strategy was what allowed them to be in contention for a podium. Now that seems to be, now that appears to have been taken away by what seems to be a glitch in changing of the drivers. So
Yeah.
I just cannot imagine the frustration that it must be feeling now.
yeah, and speaking of frustration, there's Omerta Mirialis who's actually having a bit of trouble with the front end of the car. He probably whacked the barriers coming into the hairpin at turn 12. That's the reason why he brought out the yellow flags. But keep an eye out for the number 889 car. If he starts moving, that means that he has not been hit by the glitch. Yes, he has. He is actually moving now. So Adhika Ramamalana now has a clear road ahead of him. Proverbially, of course, because you can see the traffic there. But proverbially, he has the clean road in front as Mirialis actually goes off track to give Maizani the space. Now he has to come to the pits and go get home free to fix the car then. Oh, it may have not been the most barnstorming races in terms of action that we had in the previous two rounds, but the drama has been aplenty.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, I think that whatever action we got was still pretty exciting though. Nevertheless, well, Amirolis is going to be taking to the pits here to get his car fixed up, hopefully be able to rejoin the race without losing too much positions, or rather too much time by the time he gets out of the pits here. Mama Adib in the meantime still driving that Food Panda car right now, pretty much on an island of his own. Not many cars around him, although we do have a bit of a battle just forming up in front of him there in the multicolored, I believe there's a McLaren in front of him trying to battle against another car just ahead. So one out deep right now, just trying to keep ample space here. So we're going to be on board here with Borneo Ronin Racing's Mailvin Malik.
Shinoda, yeah.
Miles Shinoda, yeah.
Yeah, that's his nickname. But
Wow,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, but again, Mike Shinoda, Mayo Shinoda, what's the difference? They both tried to rock really good-looking cars here.
Well,
As-
that's certainly a looker for sure, as he has a look on the inside. Can't quite get the track position away from the other, from the Ferrari just ahead of him here, and that's allowing Adib to actually catch up to the pack here. So it's turning into a three-way battle now. Sorry, a two-way battle actually.
Yeah.
Still considering the fact that like they're in different classes, but Borneo Ronin Racing's car is still sandwiched in between here regardless. So he's gonna have to find a way past Aldo Balagulan here, hopefully within this next few laps.
Yeah, that's Mao Shinoda, and his wife gives him a peck talk. He normally says pep talk, but that was a peck talk because there was a peck on the top of the forehead, and gives a bit of a piece to the camera, so he knows that he's on
Hey.
air right now. But the amount of discoloration on that really matches the car, doesn't it? Because you can see how much it glows.
I know, right? I was wondering whether he like. I mean, I know that back in the 70s, to get this kind of effect, you literally rub Vaseline on the camera lens.
Yeah, that
Gives you
makes
that
trippy.
foggy look, right?
Yeah, the trippiness of it.
Yeah, it's really looking
It's,
true.
yeah, with the neon and all that, it makes it look like you're looking through the lenses of the 70s.
Right.
Or 80s at least, because camera quality in the 70s may be a bit questionable at best. But Mao Shinoda, aka Mailvin Malik, trying to battle with Aldo Balagulan, but Balagulan, of course, he's he's racing in the pro category, way up in front. He doesn't want to be the one that causes a big accident with the pro guys, though he has to fend off Muhammad Adib in the WT Food Panda car right behind in his immediate vicinity. So between two Malaysian cars, it is just a battle for pride, isn't it? Because they did not want to get the wooden spoon in this race.
Right. So, I mean, again, he was getting a little bit close there. Adib was onto Miles Shinoda, not quite enough to challenge him for the position yet, but certainly keeping the pressure on the McLaren. You can see the Adib is getting a nicer, tighter line there compared to the McLaren, so he's certainly gaining on him in this section. So let's see whether the slipstream is going to be enough for Adib to get 3 differential. He could potentially go for a dive here. He does have a peak now. Maybe be able to get alongside here in the braking. Very unstable on the braking though is Adib, but Mile actually gives him enough space, allowing him to pass though. So not much of a defense coming out from Mile Shinoda's side.
Yeah, I think Mile was just trying to give plenty of space here because he saw plenty of times that other drivers were involved in the wars unnecessarily for closing the door. We saw here just now how Adib's teammate whacked into the back of the RCR car, so maybe he saw that from afar and think, okay, maybe not worth the trouble, just try to get to the finish.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, looking at how shaky he was in the braking zone, he was certainly standing fully on the brakes there, trying to get the car to slow down just in time to catch Mile on the apex. Well done there from Muhammad Adib. Let's see if he will be able to continue on while we continue to check in on the guys up in front. Down Mario Hasnam right now, going to be dispatching a piece of traffic just around turn 1.
Piece of traffic, yeah, that's quite close to saying something else there. But speaking of dispatching another car, he's only about 4 seconds, less than 4 seconds behind Muhammad Shazwan Shafi, and this is battle for the podium overall.
And remember, he did try to get on the podium before here. Didn't quite win out that battle because that was disrupted by a bit of rain, a very, very tiny bit of rain. But now he's back on the pace here, and with Reyes being out of the top 5 right now, this is the best position for him to try to snatch away a possible podium here, but he just needs to catch up that time. He's already done quite well, already gained 5/10 as we were talking just now, bringing the gap down to 3.5, so he's certainly on the pace here. Still has a bit to catch up, but I'm thinking, especially considering his consistency we've seen from him throughout the race, that might not be too hard of a challenge here for Hasnam.
Yeah, but again, talking about consistency, how he has consistently been coming through the field. He was all the way right at the back because of a qualifying ban.
Right.
Caught his way through, had a bit of an accident with the fellow Indonesian team, Bigo number 69, then had a drive-through, then the rain he had to fight for, and I had to say then again, then he had to fight his way up back to the podium. So really, it has been a mixed bag of emotions for that particular unit, and then some. But story's still not over yet. He can still write the ending for himself and in BRGP number 2.
I just wonder how thick are the report logs they have to kind of if you had to track every single incident these guys go through in these races, would you end up with warehouses full of these books, just logging every single incident happened on track.
Yeah.
Back in lap 56 of this race back in April, you touched this guy.
Yeah, the tome will be deeper than the book of Revelations.
Oh boy, it might be a bit of a revelation going on here for Emmanuel if he can just make this stick. That will actually put him ahead of what is actually I believe that's the amateur class, right? Yeah, amateur class leader. He's certainly putting a challenge on the eRacing right now, but not quite enough for him to catch him on the straight. The BMW is still having a lot of power in order to keep him ahead of the Ferrari now, but the Ferrari can catch him immediately in the entry and does take the position from eRacing now. So Emmanuel moves his way up into the top 10 on the track here, which should be able to put him a little bit closer to the eventual person he wants to try to get to, which is Maizani, but Maizani's still 4 cars ahead, though, so still a long way to go.
4 cars and about a full 2 laps ahead, so Maizani's pace and indeed the Apex Racing Brunei's team's pace have been really good. He and his fellow countrymen, in fact, it's Brunei and Amirul Naim, really have shown why they've come as a full force here. Let's see if they can keep this challenge up for the rest of the season, as Rio Emmanuel now has immediate trouble behind here. Did he just give up position? I thought he overtook him just now.
He overtook him just now, but when you're talking, eRacing actually caught him around the outside, and Emmanuel decides to give way, and that's actually allowed, I believe, was that Mokhtar who's right next to him? No, it's another Ferrari. I think that's...
no, that's Shafiq.
That's Shafiq, yeah.
So Emmanuel then loses position immediately as he got it. So easy come, easy go.
Well, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess, at this point. But again, it's not like it's going to be any chance for him, I think, catching up to Maizani that quickly anyway. So this is just more, I think, a demonstration of how close the pace is actually between the classes that somehow, it feels a bit arbitrary at times. It's just a matter of like where the teams decide to register, right? But nevertheless, Emmanuel showing that he does have the pace really to try to keep up with these other guys from the different classes.
And now let's see what Emmanuel does, because here he's right in front of Hasnam, and Hasnam's only a second behind a potential podium. So what does the Team Techno car do? Because this is between two Indonesians, MPRGP and Team Techno. Recognizable cars in Indonesia come through. Oh, that's very tight. Ew,
Yeah.
Emmanuel then really had to make Hasnam work for it. And it's not like Hasnam needed to do any more hard driving, because he has done so throughout the entire race so far.
Yeah, well, the thing is that now he can focus fully on trying to catch Shafwan Shafiq ahead of him here, but it's still quite a bit of gap to make up, and I think Shafiq is going to be helped a little bit actually by Iranga's car, because he will certainly have a bit of slipstream he can take advantage of once he gets to the main as well as the back straight. So Hasnam now, oh boy, a bit of traffic getting up ahead there. I think Shafwan Shafiq will be able to dispatch that quickly.
Yeah.
Haven't lost too much time there, at least compared to Iranga, but this, I think, puts Hasnam in a better position to catch up here if he can get past this BMW that's in front of him. Now, the BMW will stay out of the line there. That should allow Rio Emmanuel through, as well as they do get through on this sector. Oh, Rio Emmanuel actually getting a little bit close and testy to that BMW, so didn't really give that all that much space to begin with. Hasnam now riding the curb, already catching up exactly to Shazwan here, who is held up now by Iranga. This could be crucial here, but again, Iranga will be lending a bit of a slipstream. Hasnam doesn't really have a slipstream to use here.
Indeed, and the fact that the Sark Silk car, the number 511, really has been, again, in the wars for all the wrong reasons. For all the wrong reasons, as Iranga then runs a bit wide, gives Shazwan Shafiq the track position, but for how long that he's going to have to stay outside, Iranga backs it off. Now he has to do the same thing here again. Now remember, this is the leader in the AM category. He doesn't want to back it off either, because he's got second place, only just 24 seconds behind. This is still not over by any means, but the more that he holds up here, the more that he's going to lose more time, and that is the consequence of it, why he let go in such a wrong position.
Yeah, so he's going to lose quite a bit of time. Hasnam held up a little bit in that situation there, but he's thankfully still not that far off from Shafiq's car, so not much disruption here. Now, the only person that Iranga has to deal with is Emmanuel, who, remember, was battling him a little bit early on before this whole shuffling was going on, so this is going to be round 2 for the two of them behind, and that's certainly going to be helping, not going to be helping Iranga's case for sure, because even though Mokhtar is like 25 seconds behind over the last scan just now, it's still any bit of time he loses from battling Emmanuel can certainly hurt him quite a bit, especially with half an hour still remaining. I think the risk is more of like getting into contact, getting into an incident here with Emmanuel. It's going to cost him this potential win for his class.
Yeah, but again, if he was actually circumspect about it, he might just give way, so Iranga may not want to risk it too much. Again, he's got a healthy lead. He just doesn't need to start battling and lose the time that he has to the Pepega car right behind. Really, he's just having to be very, very subtle about it. He just doesn't want to overdo it. As speaking of subtlety, there was nothing subtle about the way Demario Hasnam has come from the field.
Right.
Barely inconspicuous, because he's always on camera, always up to something, and here he is again, trying to catch up to a podium spot. Probably didn't think of it like that at the start of the day, but here we are. He manages to just still be in here, right in the thick of it.
Yeah, definitely didn't put enough points into stealth there for sure. But Hasnam now still trying to catch up as much as he can to Shafiq. I mean, again, we've seen the pace all throughout that the MPRGP car has been able to do in this race. I mean, from literally the back of the grid all the way up to the middle, then through the shuffling that was happening in the pit stops, was able to make his way up into the top 10, then eventually now into the top 5, thanks to a few unfortunate circumstances involving the top 5. So now that he's in the position to fight for the podium here, why the heck not? Half an hour still remaining in this race. Hasnam very much still in it.
Go for broke.
Yeah.
Let's just go for broke here. What come may. But then again, you do not want to actually throw away the effort that you've done all day to get up to this point. He and his co-driver Rialto Stefani will definitely not want that after the troubles they have gone through to get up to this point, and still be only just shy of a podium. Yeah, really shows how much speed that this car had it not been for that qualifying ban.
Right. I mean, if I would imagine if they didn't have to start from the back of the grid, they would certainly be up there on the podium already. So if anything, you know, even if Hasnam were to finish in this position, it's already like a net win here for the team. It's just that getting the podium will certainly do a lot more, I think, at least as far as the championship is concerned. Nevertheless, it's on the hands of Hasnam now and how he races in the next 28 minutes here as Shafiq continues to stay ahead of him throughout, but the gap shrinking ever so slightly as we go through sector to sector. Now the Hasnam is so close here, I think he can practically taste the opportunity that's being presented to him here.
Indeed. And as a bit of a side note, somebody actually came in to tell us what the acronym for RCR stands for. It's called Razor Crest Racing. So that's thanks to Surinder Sukumaran for that particular info. And we would not be looking through the chat so much because the battle's been good on track, but hopefully we give it enough screen time to every one of those drivers that you were looking out for, especially that crazy battle between P22, 23, 24, and 25 at one point, and include 26. But here we are now, the battle for the podium between P3 and 4. This is the Mario Hasnam and Shazwan Shafi. Shafi hasn't had the best couple of laps, with Hasnam then chomping away at a bit, almost remorselessly to get up to the back of the Ferrari here. The Ferrari livery Ferrari, or should I say Scuderia Ferrari livery Ferrari 296 against the multicolored MPRGP BMW of Hasnam. Really, look at that. The BMW just flies through the S section, to be honest. It almost looks effortless.
Yeah, but you can just feel the tension in the air right now as Hasnam closes the gap yet again. So far, Shafiq has been holding on really nicely, but it's now going to come to a head. How is his defense here? He's going to try to stay on the line. Hasnam already has a run up to him, almost onto the inside. He's going to catch him right on the apex here. Hasnam now has position here compared to Shafiq. Shafiq tried to power through the corner, but he didn't have enough speed to catch the BMW on the exit. And knowing that the BMW has not only be able to keep up, but even close the distance on the straights, I think this battle is done.
Or is it? Because you saw just now, I was thinking that Shafiq was trying to actually do a switchback because he was trying to force Hasnam to go very deep, but he couldn't get the switchback there because Hasnam actually break quite narrow as well, got the position, and manages to keep momentum. Shafiq goes in the inside! They go side by side coming through turn 13. What a fight here! You nearly called it dead, the fight's over, but Shafiq's not giving it a go just yet, and he will try to go again, try to go for the switchback, but Hasnam holds on to it. Only for now, P3 has swapped hands. The Mario Hasnam, despite all the troubles and all the wars he's gone through, he's going through the other side smelling like roses.
Well, the straight line speed is just not there for the Ferrari here. I mean, that's the reason why I called this battle already, because the moment the track opens up, that's going to be where Hasnam is going to be able to capitalize. Rizal Abdul Rahman, unfortunately, spun around his Audi. He's going to try to get it back on track here. And unfortunately, he's right on the pit entry, though. Not exactly the best place to have your car being parked right now. But looks like he's got it pointed the right way. Now just waiting for traffic to clear before he moves back out on track. Or perhaps he could just go back, go into the pits there. But nevertheless, no, he's going to be going back out on track. Nevertheless, Shafiq still hanging onto the tail of Hasnam here. Still not quite done in trying to get back his position. But again, with the BMW M Power just continuously dominating the Ferrari on the straights, can he actually find the time between him and Hasnam?
Empowering him, alright?
Yeah.
For the BMW of the Mario Hasnam, the MPR GP car, really then shows why this particular circuit favors this car somewhat, but not 100% of course, because it does show that the BOP model that we use after the LFM series really has worked out a treat, because at least one car is not dominating through as we have a spin for car number 420, and that is Nimesh, no, that's not Nimesh, that was Gennady Hadi Hutama, and he's actually wiped the barriers, so no wonder that the car's come to complete stop. He wants to go to the pits, but there's too many cars on the track. Now he cuts across to get the car serviced, but unfortunately for him, he lost a shed load of time.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I mean, again, this is going to drop him down below 30 for sure, especially considering how much time it will take as well to get the car fixed, depending on how much they decide to fix as well. 24 minutes still remaining in the race though, so he's gonna have to make it very very brief here as we ride aboard with Rio Emmanuel. We saw him stuck behind Iranga for a while there. We come back, he's still behind Iranga. Previously the two of them did cross wards, but it seems like Emmanuel is pretty content just staying behind the BMW right now, just benefiting from the slipstream. Both of them not really under much pressure right now in terms of their class positions. So at this point, it's just really a battle of egos, more or less, as far as this on-track action goes. But Rio Emmanuel shows that he at least has the pace, though, compared to Iranga. So maybe swords might cross again.
Yeah, we had to save this battle because I was trying to see whether or not we have any battles. In fact, we have between Bardi Nick and Brian Ho, and Brandon, of course, being one of those two rookie guys that was elected that we mentioned earlier. But we go back to that after this because Emmanuel has a run on Iranga, goes into turn number 1 side by side, and the Ferrari gets up ahead. The 777 ERS Team Techno car makes a clean move, and Iranga's resilience has been shattered here. But his lead of the race is still pretty strong. He has about 20-second advantage ahead of the Papega Racing number 23 car of Azib Shami Mokhtar. We'll still wait to see what the gap is because Azib's now coming around the final corner. Across the line he goes, and it's about 20 plus seconds as well because we're coming out to the end of this first sector. So, still pretty strong here for the number 999 car to hold on and win in the AM category. Now we go to that battle between Brandon Ho and Badia Nick. Oh, in fact, before we go to that, there's another spin for
Bailey Ryan. Well,
it's almost exasperating to say the car and team name by now because the amount of times that, incidentally, this very spot that the Infinity Racing Veloci car has actually come a cropper. It's almost like to Infinity and not beyond. It's almost every single way the same spot.
but sometimes, even as a driver, sometimes it's just that one part of the track that you just keep making mistakes on, and it's sometimes not because they haven't practiced enough. It's just that somehow maybe it's because of a combination of driving style, maybe it's the approach they take into the corner that puts them in an unstable position, perhaps, especially when transitioning from corner to corner, right? So at least for in the case of Bailey Ryan, it seems to be that specific corner that's been causing him so much trouble throughout this race here.
Yeah.
But given this is going to be the first time this team is in this competition?
Well, Infinity Racing have been around, but this is a new crew here. So
Yeah.
Bailey then and his teammate Aiden Tan being given the baptism of fire, but Bailey bails out and goes into the pits.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping that it wouldn't be too hard on themselves. I mean, again, a lot of times the first time you're competing in a series like these, you just need to try to get as much experience you can. Oh my goodness, what a hit on the sausage curb there for Randa Hafas. Hopefully that's not done too much damage to the underside of the car, but that certainly cost him an opportunity there against Balagulan just now, which was looking very, very sweet up until that point.
Yeah, we'll get back to that battle because it is quite close. In fact, Iranga and Emmanuel are still hammer and tongs. So, yeah, there they are, right just behind the battle we were looking at just now between Badia Nick and Brian Ho. Is it? Yes, it's Brian. So it's not Brandon who's driving here. He has completed his stints, but is the younger Ho who's up against the young Iranian Malaysian Badia Nick, and he's driving. Well, it's a decent race compared to the last couple of rounds that he had quite a few footage for the reels, but he's going for it. Oh, just as I said about Buddy and Nick having a good race, well, Brian's just dumped it. That curve again, proving to be really troublesome for a lot of drivers coming up to the second sector.
Speaking about those curbs, this has been highlighted as one of the biggest improvements, quote unquote, that Tomazioni brought to sim racing here, or rather to their system. Because I don't remember curbs ever being this aggressive, at least in the older Assetto Corsa. But on Tomazioni, if you are riding on the curb and you step on the gas too early, that's just an instant recipe for your car to just lose traction, just break grip on the rear, and that just comes to pass so many times even in this race itself. I mean, that's one thing I guess for drivers who are looking to jump into Tomazioni have to watch out for, is that the behavior of the car on the curbs are very different compared to the old Assetto Corsa.
Yeah, the suspension behavior actually is much stiffer because of course these are race cars. They're meant
Yeah.
to be a bit more stiff, but compared to iRacing, because I've seen iRacing, you can actually monster the curves on Monza, for example. You can't do the same thing in ACC, so something to consider about. Maybe the way that the suspension is set up by default in the game just allows it, but you can try to make it a bit softer in the bump stops to just run it through. But regardless, the curves here in COTA have caught out so many drivers, countless ones, that even if you look at the list in our timing screen that we are seeing right now, you'll be hard pressed to find anybody who has had a clean race here. Absolutely everybody has had a moment or two in this entire race. As Francis Dorato, we look at his camera there, we're not seeing much of his face, but we can see his setup. That's a good setup there. The screen's very close, and he gets track position in front of Brian Pereira, but Pereira, of course, on the podium in the number 88 CMSC Team Black car, and a Ferrari, incidentally, not McLaren that the rest of his team's running, but didn't put up too much of a fight because he doesn't want to actually get involved in the wars. Now, let's see, back into the battle between two different classes, but I think Rio Manuel might have gotten the better of it. Yes, he's gotten the better of Tehan Naranga. He did overtake him a lap prior, but he's now pulled up a second between himself and the Sri Lankan.
Yeah, and then now Iranga's got a McLaren behind him, already hounding him, just like how Emmanuel was hounding him early on. So perhaps his overall pace not looking too good right now, especially towards the end here. Now Ian Wong is very much far behind compared to where Iranga is, so they aren't exactly challenging each other for any actual position here. Just more of Ian Wong trying to unlap himself from Iranga here. But in this case here, it does seem pretty evident that the BMW is slowing down in pace, and this is not good news, especially towards the end here, because again, even though his nearest competitor is quite far off, a bit of contact here going on here with the Pepega Racing car as he tries to navigate through one of the Z Challenger cars just in front of him. Now he's in a sandwich here between the BMW and I think that's a Ferrari behind him here. So
it's the Infinity car. It's the Infinity car once again. Oh no, don't go like that!
Oh, like that, no!
What?
Oof.
Oh, what? It's Ryan again. So Bailey Ryan thought he was gonna bail out of the maneuver there. He tried to dive. Luckily, amazingly, he did not take Azif Shami. But we have to stay on this in case something else happens, because imagine getting your podium opportunity wiped out by a driver doing an errant move.
Yeah, and the thing is that this is now, I mean, for Mokhtar, he's definitely not going to be too happy with that bit of content. It was so unnecessary, really, coming out from Bailey Ryan's side. But nevertheless, it doesn't seem to have affected his car too much. And both the drivers now giving themselves ample space at this stage here. So hopefully no more drama here for Azit Mokhtar from this point on.
Well, let's just wait and see then. As several other battles are on track, but Iranga and Emmanuel, I think that battle is more or less resolved, because Iranga is just trying to hold it back, and his teammates are probably watching the footage as well right now that the Pepega car is actually involved in the war, so at least he can take his foot slightly off the gas, proverbially, of course, not literally, because otherwise he lose plenty of time, but you get the point on that one. It's just unnecessary from the number 1, 2, 3 car on the number 23 car, so the union of two numbers that was not meant to be.
But there's only one that is number 1.
Yes. And there's not one public. Oh, in fact, what's that? 979. That's Ian Wong. Oh, Ian actually has dropped it here. And, again, there's some of those cars that were involved in unnecessary battles, and I think Tehan Eranga was involved in that because he lost about 7 seconds from there. So Ian Wong then really was probably trying to try his luck in overtaking. Didn't really pull it off that time.
Yeah, that is just not good on his part there. But thankfully, Iranga not too affected, even though there's still a lot of time lost here. But there's 15 minutes still remaining in this race here. So, if anything, Iranga can still secure his own, he can still feel secure in his class lead for now. Azit Mokhtar, though, still looking to try to get himself back in. Oh, Bailey Ryan off the track yet again. Just around this sector where we just saw Iranga having the situation there.
Yeah, with Ian Wong. But speaking of situation, the whole race has been a situation for Bailey Ryan. It has really been a baptism of fire. And let's hope he doesn't try to dive one here, especially on a front-running car of... no, it's not front-running, it's Enzo Eisen, but it's an LOR car. Wouldn't want to be on that bad books, because Bailey, though, really has been in the footages here. You can make an entire movie out of it for the amount of incidents he's been involved in. And then some. But let's see what he's gonna do here. Enzo
Again?
Let's see what he's gonna do. Yep, Bailey bails out of it, rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, if he went for the dive one more time, I swear. But I think this is something like he will have to take away from this race here, is that, you know, he's gonna have to be very cognizant about situational awareness here. Like, sometimes, you know, even when you meet other cars on track here, when you're racing in a multi-class series, you need to be cognizant about whom exactly you're trying to race against here. And obviously, if you're not in the same class, causing incidents like that can that not only like one, it would definitely be grounds for a penalty from you by the stewards, but number two, it may become incentive for other drivers to not be that lenient on you next time around, right? And especially
yeah.
given this is a long season, you know, the last thing you want is to be making enemies every time you're out on track here.
Yeah, you don't want bad blood and feud throughout the entire season and have a NASCAR heat style rivalry system, you know, because the moment you touch somebody, you're gonna make that guy your enemy. So
Right.
that's what you do not want. And Bailey probably has not been making friends out there with the amount of craziness that has been happening to that particular car. But maybe again, he's learning the ropes right now, how to get the better of these GT3 cars. And luckily, we don't have GT4s for this season. Otherwise, it might be an even bigger problem with trying to get by a car that's much slower than GT3s in this situation. So it's just a learning curve, but it might be a bit steep for some.
I mean, certainly making the eRacing GP like start of your debut is not exactly the easiest scene to break into. But you know, I mean, again, welcome. We welcome the challengers coming in here. But yeah, sometimes just have to be a little bit more careful on track.
Yeah, we had a poll prior to this on whether or not we should allow people with controllers coming in or keyboard and mouse.
Right?
Nice, yes. It has to be all inclusive for everybody because not everybody can afford the best equipment, and they can be fast even using a controller or keyboard and mouse or mice because we're talking in plural. But yeah, sometimes some drivers can be comfortable with that. They have to do it. So it also comes at a matter of being circumspect in some battles. You do not want to go gung ho and cause a major melee. As we saw just now, run the half fast. Remember, we saw his car jumping over the curb just now, trying to get out to the back of Aldo Balaguer. This is for position overall and in class as well. In fact, it's the battle for P7 in the class, or P6 rather, in the class.
Yeah, they're so close to coming together that time though. Balagulan is really struggling. He had his ability there trying to hold off the Porsche, but that contact there is not going to help him any favors. Hafas now couldn't quite punish him regardless of that incident in front of him, but he's already caught up to him side by side now as we get into the final few turns here. But the Porsche gets outbraked slightly here by the Ferrari, and contact, more so contact. That spot around both the Ferrari and the Porsche now. My goodness, for one moment there, it looked like it was going to be a nice battle, but that's all come into disaster here for Wanda Hafas.
Yeah, Randa actually probably thought he was actually being bullish, trying to go on the inside there. Unfortunately, Balagulan was actually also feeling that he could block it off. The both of them came together. Now let's see what Hafas is doing. In fact, he's doing the sportsmanship thing by giving the position back to Balagulan. So that will be some recompense for what happened just now. But Balagulan, you can see how he chops across the nose of the Porsche. He is not happy one bit. Plus, he wasn't happy with the back markers. That was Nimesh Dean in the CMSC blue car that actually hit the side of him. That caused this whole thing to happen.
Yeah, that's good sportsmanship here from Hafas for sure. But then again, when especially when you're this close to the end of the race and you're getting yourself hot-blooded, it can become a recipe for disaster sometimes, because it could cause the driver to lose focus at a very critical moment in the race. And especially for Balagulan, this is absolutely critical because this is a fight in the same class here. Hafas now caught up back to that Ferrari. He's looking to try to make it move one more time. Can he make it a much cleaner one this time around? Breaking hard into the top end hairpin here in COTA. Seems like he's taking a wider line, trying to get a good exit, but the Ferrari is still in the way. So at least he will be able to get a slipstream on the back straight and a very, very long one we have here at the Circuit of Americas. So he's going to try to set it up. He might try for a peek on the inside. Right now, Balagulan is watching his rear mirror, trying to see which way he wants to try to jink. Going around the outside this time is Hafas here as he brakes hard coming to the technical section. Still not able to get alongside Balagulan this time, but he gets very close on the exit though. Tries to get him around the outside on the next turn. Balagulan still holds strong, still holds steady on the racing line, not giving any room at all to the Porsche.
Yeah, and this time it's fair defending from Balagulan because he knew full well that time around he had to defend because he wants to let Hafas know, well, he's not going to make it any easier compared to what happened the first time. And we're coming out now to the very same corner, back to the dog that bit the both of them. Coming into the final sector here is the number 511 car is off the track and luckily out of complete harm's way. There he is, you can see just coming on screen. A lap ago they were actually facing the wrong way. Now they came back here, pretty much facing forward properly. But Hafas is not as close as he was previously.
Yeah, Havas was riding a lot more curb on there compared to the Porsche of Balagulan was riding a lot more curb there compared to Havas, but nevertheless, Havas was not able to capitalize too much on the main straight, not able to close the gap by the time he got to turn one, so I don't think he'll be able to make the move here. Pereira, in the meantime, gone into the pits. This is his third drive.
Third place car.
Third place car.
That's the third place car of Brian Pereira in the CMSC Team Black having to come through for a drive-through, and that will give Jaden Liao the opportunity to take third place away.
Yeah, coming around the final coming around the final, around the turn already. I think he's already taken the place, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. What has happened to the Team Black car? That might have been a collision previously, or he might have cut the track. Whatever it is, that blew the opportunity for a Sri Lankan 1-3.
My goodness, a drive-through penalty just as the race is about to end. This is terrible, terrible news here. Pereira, and he continues to cause more trouble here as he gets into the way of another car.
That's the Mario Hasnam. Sorry. Yeah, it is Hasnam. Hasnam's still in the car. He was trying to get around the outside there. He had the pit lane, the way it blends in back to the track. It was not doing any favors there for Pereira. You can see the look on his face. It is one of pensiveness because, again, that was a potential podium gun begging. Side by side goes Balagulan and Hafaz. Hafaz on the inside this time around. Balagulan, if he was to be overtaken and finish where they are now, probably will file a protest despite Hafaz giving the sportsmanship move later afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that contact still be something to review by the race stewards later on, but it depends on whether or not Balagulan wants to challenge him for that, but it seems like he wants to continue challenging Hafaz here for this position because with traffic in front of them, this could be an opportunity for Balagulan to make a counter-attack. He just needs to bide his time here, trying to find a good position here, but the thing is, the Porsche is still very fast. It's already dispatching the car in front now. Balagulan now follows in behind, but isn't able to capitalize on too much of it.
Yep. And they come from the corner there where they came across previously. It looks as though Hafaz has made the move stick. Job done, done deal. Now he can move on here, but most of all, the post-race penalties will still be applied. Remember, we still, despite having a live stew and we put the penalties in the race, we might still have retrospective penalties to put in.
Yeah. And again, those have to be done by manual review though, so we cannot say for sure that the results of this race is going to be definite. There will still obviously be a lot of processing that will happen after the race, but let's hope that at least for Balagulan and Hafaz's sake, that whatever decision happens here does not affect the quality of the race so far. But 6 minutes still remaining though. Balagulan is going to have one last shot here to try to get himself back on the podium, back on the position here.
Yeah, let's see then. Well, it is going to be P6 in the pro category. They will not mind one bit as Pereira gets back into the pit lane. So the race is still not over yet for this team as it's not a drive-through this time around. He has come through probably to change tires or whatever. Maybe not enough fuel to go to the end. But for Brian Pereira, the race could have been a podium, but unfortunately it's not to be as Bardia Nate faces the wrong way. Let's hope a car doesn't come by and whack him in the rear. Spins it around, gets it going again, and mercifully out of harm's way.
And the thing is, like, that final section there, a very fast, like, and very sudden, very sharp, I should say, left-hand turn. And it's not surprising to see that some of these guys, especially towards the end of the race where the tires must have been worn out quite a bit, just kind of pushing, leaning in onto that corner, but not realizing they didn't quite have the grip for it. So it's not surprising to see some people making mistakes there, and especially the curbs on the outside, very rough and very, and this game itself, high propensity for you to accidentally spin your car on the curbs anyway. So just adds that, like, risk factor, I think, for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, in fact, just a slight over-adhesion is enough to actually pay you the ultimate price of a damaged car or a lot of time lost, whichever actually comes first. But in this particular case, everyone somehow has actually gotten involved in the wars, and pretty much par for the course, isn't it? Because COTA has been quite notorious for its off-tracks, and that really may be the reason why we have a few drive-throughs, including, look at that, car 100 of Gary Lee Wing is also given there.
Yeah.
But that might have been the reason why the number 88 car, Brian Pereira, got the drive-through to begin with. He cut the corner one too many times and has made another unscheduled pit stop. So that lost him another position on track. But luckily, it's to a Pro-Am car, so he is going to be in fourth. But a case of what might have been had it not been for that drive-through.
Balagulan is able to catch up in braking, but it seems like on re-acceleration on exit of corners, Havas still has a bit of an advantage. So I wonder if that's a function of just the platform of cars they're running here, or is that just a consequence of the race management that both of these guys have done so far? I mean, Havas certainly carries a lot more pace, I think.
How fast can he go?
Yeah, how fast can he go indeed?
The Porsche definitely has the legs up on the Ferrari in some of the wiggly bits, but the Ferrari seems to be better on the exit. So it's, again, just the sort of POP that ebbs and flows between these cars that really shows these kind of things. You don't have one car dominated. As you can see, an eclectic mix of manufacturers up at the front. Yes, you have a Mercedes with 2 BMWs, but that does not tell you the full story of why this race has been so ebbing and flowing for a lot of manufacturers. And indeed, it's still not over yet, because you can see the Aston Martin of Russell Reyes is up to P8 now. He's trying to actually recover after that pit stop where he was hit by the glitch. The championship leaders of Pro are probably not going to be championship leaders after this, because full points will be on hand now.
If he can just hang on to the tail of Balogun here, this could make it a very interesting final 3 minutes here. I mean, we know the pace that Reyes has inside the Aston Martin, so it's not out of the realm of possibility here that he might be able to make up a place or two before this race is ended. And Balogun seems to be a little bit out of shape there. That's allowing Reyes to get his way through, and with very little drama indeed.
I think that was because his fellow countrymen, these two are Filipinos, of course, so that might have been out of courtesy to give the position to Reyes. And Reyes, well, despite not being the same team, probably told him that, okay, I'm here, just get away. Mentally, of course. So, Reyes then is now going after Hafaz. Oh! Hafaz runs very wide. That actually nearly got Reyes into the back of him. This is the battle out, and that was probably what Balogun wanted, to have his fellow countrymen work the back of the Indonesian.
Well, that's the thing. This is handed to Russell now. A massive slipstream going to turn 1. He goes away for the dive, goes side by side, wheels touching practically between himself and the Porsche. But by the time they get through turn 1, Russell Reyes is ahead of Hafaz. And that is a great move there. Couple of positions already, just like I called it just moments ago. What the heck?
2 sectors and 2 positions. That tells you that this guy had the pace, but unfortunately, something out of his hands forced him to just drive this hard towards the end. And there's Balogun going inside. Can Balogun try? No. Hafaz, though, he's not giving up, because literally, look at that. How the Indonesian gave out that position, we'll never know, because he could have actually defended it. Now he has to defend again, the very same guy that he took out just a few laps ago.
I just realized, like, Reyes being in front is backing up Hafaz into Balogun, so this is putting the Ferrari back in contention here against the Porsche. Now he's so close. Oh, he just had to jink away to avoid the sausage curb there, or else he would literally be alongside the Porsche on the exit. But this is massively exciting stuff to see. 2 minutes remaining, or less than 2 minutes remaining in this race.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to the race leaders pretty soon, because I think Dylan Tan may have actually started the final lap of this race. Yes, he has in fact started the final lap, but we're still going for it. Hafaz thinks of a dink on the inside. There's a car going off there. That's a Bailey Ryan. So Bailey once again bailed out there. So we just don't, we don't have to mention it and show it anymore. We know that that car was already in the wars to begin with. Now there's battle for P6. Oh, it's very close.
Oh, Concertina in effect here.
Yes, indeed. The Concertina effect coming very close. I can call it. Oh, jump from Balogun. That might have cost him a chance to get by. Hafaz tries to come through here. This is an interesting battle that we did not expect to come to fruition in the closing stages of the race. We'll go back to Dylan after this, we promise. But this battle is still really, really close.
Yeah, Dylan is still coming around. Like, he's already finishing up the second sector here. He's already at the top of COTA. He's going to be racing his way to the bottom now as Hafaz continues to stay close to Reyes, trying to get his slipstream. Look at Reyes just beating him all the way to the wall. 3 cars now just towing off of each other here, trying to get a turn 1. Hafaz is going to have to attack around the outside though, but then Reyes has the inside. Oh, that forces Hafaz to break there, and Gulad goes around the outside. He tries to take opportunity, riding over the curbs, riding over the sausage curbs is a Porsche, and he loses out speed on the exit.
And Balogun gets the position back, albeit he took off the road, so that might be a protest from the Java Sim guys, because he wasn't on 4 wheels on the track when he did so. But we have to get back to the battle after this. Right now, we're on the final lap. Dylan Tan, LOR with his teammate Andika Ramamalana coming to the fore here with a really good performance. Dylan slides his way through the triple right-hander. He is absolutely over the moon right now. He's not showing on his face, but definitely a big statement of intent here from the LOR team. If they want to actually be overhauled, they're going to have to beat it fair and square on track. Out of the final corner comes Dylan Tan to take an absolutely sensational victory, slides his way out of it. He turned off the traction control for sure, and there he goes. Race finishes for him, and he has not much of a celebration. Probably he's done it way too many times before. He is happy with that one. As further behind, this is Chris Sung already battling with him. Eranga crosses the line to take the M win. So we don't have camera, unfortunately, with Eranga. he has taken the Pro-Am victory, the Am victory. What a way to do so. Rio Emanuel is actually further in front here, so we'll have to wait for him to cross the line. Now we're going to get a reaction from Azishami Mokhtar. That might be one for the picture books because they will be so happy with this one.
Look at that.
The boys come across the line and take second place in the M category. What a finish for this team. They did not come in with high hopes, but they are definitely going to be over the moon with that one. A great result for the boys in number 23. Now, we're going to go back to that battle between Hafaz Balagulan and Reyes. I think Balagulan has actually been knocked off. Balagulan has actually lost a lot of position. Lost position and time. Whoa, we got to go back to that, unfortunately, because that would be way too far behind. But the race has been turned on its head between those guys, and across the line comes Reyes for P6, a disconsolate P6, I would bet. But the protest will continue on late into the night after this. Where are the Pro-Am guys in this one? There it is, the Pro-Am leaders, Apex Racing Brunei, are going to come to take another victory in this class, in this team that have actually been coming good for the last couple of seasons.
And consider how far he is from Rio Emanuel. This is an absolute dominant performance here from Maizani in the Pro-Am class, and certainly one befitting the current championship leaders, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, second place right now.
Second place right now.
But JavaSim haven't had the best of days. They're in fourth place, so
right?
they might
so
retake the lead of this one. Naeem there, you can see on screen, he's the one that actually has his arm crossed. You can see why he wasn't moving the wheel, though. He's just waiting for Maizani to come across the line. Let's hope we can get Naeem back on screen to see the celebrations here. Maizani then through the final sector, the second to last corner. Now he's coming through, wiggles the carpet. You know what's coming. It's a celebration to no end here for these guys because it's another well-deserved win. Slides his way across the line like Dylan Tan, and there it is. Ayman Maizani wins with Amiro Naeem for the 333 Apex Racing Brunei guys. What a way to do it. It's been an absolutely fantastic race towards the end. Yes, we didn't see much of a battle compared to what happened in race 1 in Barcelona, where we went all the way to the end by just 7/10. Regardless, though, we have had plenty of action in between and then some.
I mean, that's the thing. Even though this did have as much action as previous rounds, I still feel the action we got still pretty good here. And of course, massive props here to Dylan Tan as well as Dika Maulana, absolutely dominating and leading this race from start to finish here. I mean, again, Dylan did so well in qualifying there to secure them that pole position to begin with, and then continued to stay in the lead of the race from the jump. So again, cannot understate how massive this performance is for both of these drivers here.
Absolutely. And shout out as well to other drivers that we didn't get to put on screen. Second place, Imran Zuhaili and Nabil Azlan. Imran making up for the rather, and of course Nakib and Nabil as well, for the rather disappointing end to that first race where they were cut out in the middle. Now they're on the podium. So Imran gets to celebrate his first ever podium in the GP Endurance Edition. And with flying colours as well. He, despite a couple of incidents in between, he still secures the podium. Third place, the Mario Hasnam, with a valiant and fighting effort from the back of the grid to up to P3 overall. Take a bow, though, the MPLGP guys. The three guys on the podium, three different storylines, but a very happy podium nonetheless.
And this is what I love about racing, right? It's like just so many stories just to keep track of, you know, and it just happens, especially in multi-class series like these. Like the stories just all abound, and just keeping notes on all these drivers can sometimes be quite literally a full-time job here. But nevertheless, I'm still glad to see the level of action we got here. Certainly, these rounds have, as these rounds continue to progress, we're seeing the driving level of these guys progress as well. And it's great to see that everyone, you know, it's not only so close when it comes to qualifying, when it comes to race as well. The variety in strategies, the variety of ways the race turned out, and the ways these drivers respond to it has been nothing short of exceptional.
Absolutely. I think we are right off superlatives to give to the guys, especially up in front, who have done so brilliantly well. But the guys in between who celebrate their first podiums or who celebrate their first points, it is precious, isn't it? Because the best thing about endurance racing is the team element. You're not just racing for yourself. You're racing for your whole team. The boys and the girls in there who have put in a lot of effort to get to where it is. Now then, we might just get to finish off that particular spiel. It's the endurance racing it's like no other motorsport. You really put the team element in there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're someone who only exposed to motorsports through like F1 or MotoGP. Sometimes it can feel very much like a one-man show, right? Because there's only one driver or one rider in the vehicle at once. But don't get us wrong, motorsport's always been a team effort here, and none of that is exemplified more so than in an endurance race like this, where it's not just individual contributions that make the whole. It's like everyone has to contribute equally, in not just being the fastest they can be, but being fast enough to serve the purpose for the team here. So very much well done for these guys. We're only in round 3 here. We still have a long way to go in the season, and quite a bit of a break in between as well.
Long break, yeah.
Yeah, quite a long break. But as this season, rather as this round comes to close here, I think this is certainly showing itself to be one of the really good seasons here for eRacing GP.
Indeed, and now we're gonna get interviews here with the bigger boys. So let's see who we got up on screen. It might be either Azib, it might be Justin. We'll wait and see now as producer behind the scenes are getting it. It's actually Azib.
Hey.
So, Vic, take it away for the interviews. Let's see how the reaction is going to be between these.
Welcome, guys. I mean, great to see the energy you guys were showing at the celebration there. Woo. Massive good job there. So I think first thing right out of the bat, like you guys were mentioning to me that you weren't expecting to be in this position. So yeah, so well, can you guys talk a little bit about like what happened in the race for you here?
When it started raining was fantastic. Yeah, we stayed out when everybody else went in for the pits, and yeah, we clinched that podium.
So you guys would give credit to the rain
as
mostly?
race engineer for this race, I was not expecting, we were just expecting to just drown. I was thinking like a P5 would be very optimistic, but hey, a P2 is really unexpected. P2.
Yep, and despite having a drive-through as well
All
for
in all,
Justin,
it was a great
was great.
experience. We really enjoyed the race, and the last part was very. My boys got me back up.
Hell yeah.
And look at it, and at the end we got podium, so we're happy.
Hey.
I think they're so overexcited that they didn't get to even hear the questions we posed. But again, at least you can see the emotions are real. You might say that virtual racing is full of fake cars, pretend race cars, but the emotion in the racing is absolutely real.
Oh no, I mean again, I always tell people whenever I'm like talking about sim racing and they try to ask like what's the difference between virtual and reality here, I tell you not a lot. You'd be surprised at how similar like both worlds are really. And I think like even though the cars are not real, the racing very much is real.
Absolutely.
I mean it still requires your own skills, your own inputs really to be able to pull off these moves. And part of like being good at driving is really like learning everything about a car, and what sim racing does for drivers especially, it helps unlock an even deeper understanding of car setup compared to when they would just like race on the track, right? So just the fact that these guys have been dedicating so much time and effort, it really shows in the way that they celebrate after these races, because it's a culmination of all those efforts coming together, and just one race, one performance they can do on the day itself that really matters here.
Absolutely. When it comes to the punch, who really is the one that's going to come out on top is whoever gets the car and the strategy and the timing right. And we saw just now how the Pepega guys, they actually didn't decide to pit when the rain came. They just waited out, and it proved dividends for them. So let's see then. If there's any other interviews that we might have. No, I don't think everybody else is available for comment, especially the number 44 guys. They might just be putting this into the bin. Some of the other top guys who really were shafted by the rain or other collisions in between.
I would expect some of these teams will have quite a lengthy post-mortem as well. I mean, given that it's going to be a long break between this round to the next one, there's going to be a lot of time for them to try to figure out, if there's going to be adjustments that they need to do to the team. Maybe there's some sort of like, maybe they have to try to change around like the way they're driving, or the way they're approaching some of the weekends, and knowing what are the other tracks on the list as well. It's going to have to plan and see how they want to try to prepare themselves for the upcoming rounds.
Indeed. So we already passed the halfway point of the season. Now it's time for the squeaky bum time of the season, where they need to keep it clean after this, where the 2 rounds may as well just decide the championship. But that is it for today's 4 hours of COTA. It's been an exciting one. Now we can take a bit of a breather until we come back sometime around October, where we're going to go into Silverstone and Spa for the final race of the season. But for now, for me, I'm Aziz, alongside me is Victor Cax. We'll see you until next time. But for now, it's goodbye.